to do it. It wouldn't be fun Monday if there wasn't a technical ouchies. It looks like I can see myself now, so that's a good change from what was just happening. I'm going to have to press some buttons here and fix some streams, but we're going to be here all day, so I guess I'd rather that happen now than in about 3 hours, right? So give me just a second. We'll get things set back up here. I really don't know what made that go kaflooey. That definitely wasn't particularly what we wanted to deal with. But life is life. So most folks just got pushed over to our radar stream, but we'll be back here in just a second with everybody. And I do apologize for that. I really don't understand what happened there. That was the first time that has ever happened to me doing this. So that was a very interesting little complexity of an issue that we had occur. So good news. We're here. We're going to be chatting. I just need to get things set up here on my end real quick because I have to reset some stream stuff. But we are going to be here all afternoon and evening. We do have a tornado watch now in effect through the evening hours for the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, the Edwards Plateau. So we're going to be here. We're going to be through it all with you. And we'll get to talking here in just a minute. Let me get these cameras set back up real quick. I had to restart the streaming program, so I need to get these cameras going. But we're just starting off. We do have a strong storm, which will be severe soon, let's be honest. Southwest of Ozana. That storm's going up pretty quickly with a hail threat. We've got some storms around Robert Lee. We've got some showers around Big Spring. And all that activity is going to be moving on to the northeast today. So I'm just going to get some cameras set up here. Then I got to go get some stream thumbnails set up here, and we'll be on the way. But looking forward to being able to help y'all out with weather information today here in the state of Texas. That is why I'm here. That's why I am all dressed up. And we're going to be here to help you get through the weather today. Although hopefully you don't have any sort of weather issues to really deal with, right? Wouldn't it be nice if we didn't? But we'll just have to wait and see. So, sorry, I'm having to click through a bunch of different windows to set up a bunch of different cameras. It is what it is. So, let's press this. That's probably not what I wanted, but there we go. We're going to switch over to this, and at least y'all will have some cameras. Now, let's make sure that's not what crashed this the first time. So I'm watching the output, and oh, look, we actually do have me. We've got radar. So I think we're pretty good to go with that. I just need to go change some stream thumbnails and adjust the position of this radar up just a wee bit to fill this window, and that's perfect. And we are going to have our first severe thunderstorm warning of the day, it looks like, coming out. And that's going to be a severe thunderstorm warning for the Lipscomb County in the northeastern panhandle. What? You know, whoa. I guess let's switch to the state radar. And again, as I collect myself, we'll get ourselves going here, but you can see we definitely do have thunderstorms developing now. That storm that's up in the northeastern panhandle of Texas, that's what they just put a severe thunderstorm warning on. That is up north of Canadian, east of Perryton. That's going to be for the potential of quarter-size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour. But as you can see, we've got storms developing pretty quickly now across the Permian Basin, into the northern Edwards Plateau and Concho Valley. And these are storms that are going to be going up pretty quickly here. And they're going to have the potential of producing some very large hail, damaging winds, and as time goes on, we may see an increase in the tornado threat. One thing I can do very quickly is pop on a couple things here to show you where we have tornado watch now in effect. I'm going to do that now. The National Weather Service has issued a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Central. Now, we're going to have more watches through the day. Make no mistake about it. We're going to have watches up into Oklahoma later, along I-35, North Texas, Texoma. Y'all are probably going to be under a tornado watch later. But for now, you're okie dokie. We're at the onset or the beginning of what's going to be a fairly long day. So, with that, we're going to be here to give you that information. This tornado watch includes the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, the Western Hill Country, places like Abilene, San Angelo, Brownwood, Tracy, Ozana, Junction, Kerrville, Llano, Brady, Uvalde, Del Rio. This tornado watch again runs through 10 p.m., and the most intense storms may produce hail up to 4 inches in diameter. That is the size of a softball and the qualification for what is giant hail. Damaging straight line winds up to 80 miles per hour and the potential for a few tornadoes. So we are expecting a bit of a busy day here in the state. We're going to be here for you to give you all that weather information. So again, I'm going to let this just load there for a minute, because I actually have to set up some thumbnails real quick, because when I had to reset the stream, unfortunately, the previous stream quit on me, so it started a new stream, which is not really what I wanted to have happen, but, you know, life is life, and sometimes life just says, we don't care what you want, so now you see why I'm not on TV, but we're also at the beginning of what's probably going to be a 10-hour day, honestly, so, we'll be here for it. You just get to see me get set up. Typically, previously, I wouldn't have even gone live until we had tornado warnings. So, in reality, y'all are just getting a bit of a sneak peek into what it's like to set things up ahead of time. So, let's press some buttons. We actually are setting up 2 streams here because we run one on the Texas Storm Chasers channel, and then we run one on what's become the Texas Weather Roundup channel, my channel with my name in it, David-Reimer. So, we're just going to be keeping a close eye on things here and get things set up. Let us know where you're watching from, by the way. Definitely happy to have everybody joining us in here. And now I'm getting called. Hold on. Hello? Hey, I'm live. Yep. Well, I'm live, so check your link. No, I'm on my actual dedicated live stream. All right. Bye. And for those wondering, we do have a 24/7 live stream, by the way, which you can watch with music and stuff like that if you want to keep up with what's going on across the state besides me. So, there we go. We're going to press some buttons. So that is configured. That is good to see. We definitely appreciate everybody joining in today. And, you know, we probably have a lot of new folks watching. We probably have several folks wondering what's going on. We do have a second severe thunderstorm warning down here that will include Sheffield down in Crockett County. That's going to be for ping pong ball size hail and damaging winds. We're going to look at that more in just a minute. 24/7 stream. Whatever YouTube channel you're watching this on, just click on it. It's going to be the other live stream video. You can also just go to texasstormchasers.com/live, and it'll be there as well. And that's running no matter, you know, what we're doing. Looks like we've got a fire reported up in the Panhandle now. from watch duty. Looks like we're going to have a fire east of Amarillo, near Washburn, off 287, just south of the 40 split. Make sure we've got the actual right video loaded on here. For those who don't know, we actually have our own weather app. It's free. You can just search for Texas Storm Chasers, where you download apps to your device. So, we'll get going here more in just a minute. And I promise I'm more organized than this. It's just we had issues when previous stream went down the toilet. And yeah, if you could search for Texas Storm Chasers wherever you download apps to your device, and that's you'll find us pretty easily. Or if you want to go in a web browser, just type in texasstormchasers.com/ or texasweather.app. All right. Boy, again, a lot of fire reports up in the Panhandle all of a sudden. We're going to have to take a look at that. So, a couple things we're going to be looking at. Clearly, we've got storms. I'm going to put this over there. Close this out. We're going to put this over here. See, we have live streaming video from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Very good. I'll pop that on here in a bit. In fact, I'm going to set that up on my end right now so we can show that to y'all. But a busy day is what we are expecting. We'll just run with that. We'll get this set up, and then I'll show you Mr. Cooley's view. Here we go.
Scott here with me. He's hooked up the location on the
Texas
screen.
Storm Chasers, where
Valera.
Audio. Valera.
Where's your stream?
Or if you want to go in a
Should be on me.
As we continue to monitor activity, we'll be keeping a close eye out on that stream as well. That's meteorologist Jason Cooley. So we'll be watching for that. We'll be watching for storms. Now, without further ado, let's get to it. We do have a tornado watch again for the Concho Valley, Hill Country, Big Country, Edwards Plateau. And that's going to be through 10 p.m. And we'll talk more about that as we get on through the day. But for now, let's go ahead and get into what we have going on. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings now. And let's go ahead and take a look at that. Now, we had multiple radar outages this morning. I'm happy to say it looks like the San Angelo radar is back online, which makes this a lot easier. Sheffield is actually in the middle of that warning. It's not showing up on here for some reason. I'll zoom in more. Sheffield's there just south of 20. They're at 349, 290, and I-10. But this storm moving north pretty quickly here at 50 miles an hour, moving up towards places like Sheffield, Terrell, Aran, the county gas plant out there, and that could have at least ping pong ball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 60 miles per hour. So definitely the potential for some hail with that as it crosses Interstate 10. I am going to try to pull up a camera from that area and see if we can't by chance get a good view of what's about to come across the interstate. Oh, let's see if this camera's pointed east or not. And we'll be doing that now. And so here's a look at the Interstate 10 camera. This is going to be west of Sheffield. Now, I don't even know if this is looking west or east, but you can see it's definitely bubbly out there. We've got some bubbly clouds. We're going to be keeping a close eye on that as the storm south moves on to the north. So that'll be up in your top left camera view. Your middle view there is the San Angelo region. And then the bottom view is, I believe, also down on I-10. So, let's go take a look at the storms we have in the Permian Basin. No severe weather right now, but that could change. These storms are just beginning to develop now with some heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, and the potential for them to escalate into severe storms with large hail. You can see they've developed pretty quickly over the last several minutes. We have storms trying to go up north or west of Winter, southwest of Abilene, moving northeast up towards Abilene. So we're going to have to keep an eye on that as well for some hail activity. But it does not look particularly problematic right now in terms of severe weather. We thank everybody for joining us today. We're going to be live all day. And if we do end up having tornado warnings, we'll be live on Facebook later as well. But because of Facebook's typical policies and their general newsfeed, unlike YouTube, you typically don't want to go live on Facebook until something's actually happening versus YouTube, which the longer you're on, the better off it is. So that's why we're here. We've got the video on our website and in the mobile app. If you go to our app, you just click the articles button. It'll be the first stream there. And as of 10 seconds ago, we are live on Twitch as well. All right, let's take a look at what we have going on up here in the Panhandle. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for a line segment of sorts north of Highway 60. This is going to be up in Lipscomb County in the northeastern Panhandle of Texas. This is for a severe storm capable of producing quarter-size hail. That's 1 inch in diameter. And localized damaging winds over 60 miles per hour. And while we're up here, real quick, I'm going to actually clear off radar data. We're going to turn on the hotspot tracker from satellite. I can turn satellite data on here. You'll see the clouds very quickly. And there you go, cool clouds. But what we're looking for is fire. And the good news is it may be hidden by cloud cover here, but I'm not seeing any hotspots. Well, I did, actually. You see that one just southwest of Canadian a little earlier. And right there west of 83 near Highway 60. So there's a fire southwest of Canadian. And then we had a fire reported down here southwest of the Groom label. In fact, no, there it was right there. The problem is it's just under a bunch of cloud cover, so the thermal radiation signature is being hidden. But yeah, even with storms in the Panhandle right now, we have fires. So, wildfire and severe storm threat in the Panhandle ongoing. Back to the statewide radar we go with the satellite, ho ho ho. And you can see we do have storms developing now across the Big Country, the Concho Valley, into the Northern Edwards Plateau and the Panhandle. Now, we need to watch these storms southwest of Del Rio. These storms southwest of Del Rio are going to be a problem, most likely, as they move northeast. There's been some pretty good model consistency that suggests these maybe are some of the most intense storms we deal with today as they develop and move northeast into the northern Edwards Plateau and southern hill country in the next few hours, so that could be an issue. In terms of what's going on right now in North Texas, nada. There's nothing in DFW right now. That's going to change by 9 to 10 p.m. this evening. Northeast Texas, we were worried about some severe storms, maybe firing earlier. That didn't happen. That could be a good thing or a bad thing, depending on your viewpoint. The lack of any widespread thunderstorm activity this morning means the atmosphere has been able to destabilize further, and that has increased the threat of severe weather, and yes, spinny doom-dooms, heading into the next several hours. So, I am going to press some buttons here. In fact, use this quick reference guide with paper. How about that? It helps when your office is literally your office and you end up having the ability to just print things right next to you, although I think the printer ran out of paper. I'm going to blame my better half for that. So I'll just stick that stuff down there. But you can see over here on the cameras, we do have along Interstate 10, this is near mile marker 371. You can see we have some cumulus. We have cars clearly traveling well. And this is down in the Concho Valley. So, and we have live storm chasing video. This is from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's driving along. He's near Valera right now on FM 503. And you can see, even with multiple Starlink satellites and cell connections, sometimes there's some data issues, but we'll be keeping a very close eye on his feed today. He has upped his game, y'all. He has spent a lot of money fitting out his car with multiple redundancies, so we're able to see what's going on in real time as he chases in Texas this spring. It is an absolute valuable asset, so be sure to give a big old W in the chat for meteorologist Jason Cooley. We'll be keeping a very close eye on his feed heading into the next several hours as he heads towards these storms. So, you can see we've gone from no storms to stormies everywhere and not a storm to spare. But this is just the beginning. That yellow box, again, by the way, that you see here is a tornado watch. That's until 10 p.m. And yes, we will have tornado watches farther east in North Texas, Northwest Texas, and Texoma later this evening. And thank you, everybody, for helping us out with the pronunciations. Definitely appreciate it. And hey, you know what? Trust me, I know I mispronounce a lot of things. So if you want to give me good pronunciation corrections, just do it phonetically because, well, clearly I have enough issues just using the basic English lettuce and language. So that's what happens when you grow up with speech impediments, even though I'm living in Fredericksburg out here in Gillespie County, just north of Kerrville. So, hello, portable air conditioner. You've actually made it too cold in here right now. So we're going to turn you actually a little less obnoxious. And, we're just going to kick that up to 76, and there we go. Alright, so we're going to show y'all the high-res rapid refresh model, and to do that, I'm going to use a new toy I have. It's not necessarily new, but it's new to y'all. A data source I haven't actually shown y'all before. So let's do this. I just have to press some buttons real quick. Give me just a momento. And we'll take a look at what we have going on here. Set this up to be correct. And we're going to look at the high-res rapid refresh model. In just a second. Just have to set some things up on my end. We won't even bother doing that right now. Let's switch. Right. A little bigger. I'm actually building scenes right now as we talk. It's kind of something that happens when you unveil a bunch of new stuff at once, so pardon for the rudeness. Definitely glad to have this stuff ready to go. All right, so this is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model going into this afternoon and evening. This is going to be at 5 p.m. this evening. You can see we have thunderstorms moving across the Concho Valley, generally moving in a northeasterly direction. We have some activity north in the big country as well, but the strongest storms generally setting up down in the Concho Valley over the next couple of hours. Now, this is just a model, mind you, so sometimes it's wrong. Now, here's 7 p.m. You can see we have expanded our thunderstorm coverage to include roughly the Concho Valley, big country, northwest Texas into north Texas, and that activity is moving off to the northeast. So this brings into play places like the western hill country by 7 p.m. The most intense of these storms, probably producing softball-sized hail, especially those semi-discrete storms. The potential for damaging straight-line winds over 70 miles an hour. And yes, even a few tornadoes, especially with discrete storms like this storm west of Leakey, south of Rock Springs on this specific model run, would be in an environment supportive of a tornado threat. So we're going to be watching that closely. Now, let's fast forward to 9 p.m. Storms, Oklahoma City to Bowie, Denton, Weatherford, Stephenville, Hamilton, Lampasas, and then that trailing line of storms extending back towards Eden, Menard, Sonora, Junction to Del Rio, and then just keep on looking. You can see 11 p.m. storms, Sherman to Dallas, San Saba to Junction to Rock Springs, and not all of them are going to be severe, mind you. Some are going to be more potent than others. Not all the storms are going to be producing issues. Lakey, thank you. So let's keep on scrolling over. And again, here's 2 a.m. More storms and rain in DFW to Waco, the hill country. And some of these may still be producing a bit of hail, some gusty winds. The severe weather threat won't be as high as it is right now. Going forward, you can see 3, 4, 5 a.m. storms, showers, mostly behaved at this point across the eastern half of Texas. And then here's where things start to get interesting heading into tomorrow. You can see by 11 a.m. we start to see a regeneration of that squall line across the Brazos Valley and the coastal plains. That activity moves east across East Texas, the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, Wednesday afternoon with the potential of some damaging straight-line winds and maybe some spin-up tornado issues. And then going through the afternoon and evening, you can see we get more rain back in central Texas, the Brazos Valley, East Texas, continuing into Wednesday evening, early Thursday morning before everything moves out. So let's take a look at what it has for rain totals, and you could see, now this is just one model run, so it's not going to play out exactly this way, but you can see we definitely have spots here picking up quite a bit of rain. In fact, this model run is really hitting hard parts of North Texas into the hill country. And then a separate corridor tomorrow across the Brazos Valley, southeast Texas, and east Texas with 2 to 4 inch rain totals in spots, especially where we see multiple storms that end up moving over the same location. So that's something we're going to have to watch for as we deal with this activity over the next few days. One thing I'm going to do real quick that I want to make sure we have set up, I want to make sure we have the audio warnings playing over the stream. So I just have to press some buttons on my end real quick, and we should be good to go to that. And now we should have audio warnings play over the stream going down the road. The problem is I'm not necessarily going to be able to hear those, but you will, so they'll probably talk over me from time to time, but I'd honestly rather them do that than not. And I'm good with the pronunciation corrections, but as a lot of folks say, it is Davidisms. Once we start getting really busy, and we have tornado warnings, we're probably going to have to knock that down a little bit because we need folks to get the warning information. But It is okay. Just everyone be nice to each other. There's enough buffoonery in the world as it is. So, again, let's take a look at what we have right now across the state. Some storms up in the northern Texas panhandle with strong winds, a bit of hail, heavy rain. We've got storms developing in the Big Country. We've got storms developing in the Concho Valley and the northern Edwards Plateau. And with that, and my tie that's all squirreled up, that activity is going to be moving off to the northeast pretty quickly today. 45 to 50 miles an hour. These things are cooking and bucking. So, with that, here's the severe weather outlook for this evening, this afternoon and evening. If you are in any of the colors, guess what? The answer to your question, is there a risk of severe storms tonight, is yes. So, with that, we do have the potential of some damaging winds, large to very large hail, and quite a bit of heavy rain, lightning, and even a few tornadoes. So the difference between all these risk zones is, well, really just the probability of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location. So the green areas from Laredo to Bryan, and then vice versa, Lubbock to Amarillo, that's about a 1 in 10 to a 1 in 20 chance that you have.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
that includes Midland
Lipscomb
to
County
Childress,
in Texas.
vice versa, Texarkana, Tyler, Waco, Austin to Kerrville. That's about a 1 in 5 chance of severe storms within 25 miles of your location. And then this orange zone that includes Del Rio, San Angelo, Abilene, Wichita Falls, Fort Worth, Denton, Gainesville, Stephenville, Brownwood, Mineral Wells. That's about a 1 in 3 chance of a severe storm within 25 miles of your location. Sonora, thank you, Sonora. That helps. And by the way, in case y'all haven't noticed, we do have a magical little Nightbot now. It does not like all capital letters, by the way, so. Yeah. Let's take a look real quick at the tornado watch, and then we're going to go back to tracking storms, because we definitely have a few severe thunderstorm warnings out there. And we have no tornado warnings right now. Make no mistake, if we had tornado warnings, we'd be focusing solely on that, and those of you not getting hit by tornadoes would be so out of luck. That's just kind of the game here. If we're talking about you once it's tornado warning time, that's not usually a good thing, but since it's just us few fellas here, we can take a look at what's going on. All right, this is the current severe weather watches here in the state, and we have a tornado watch. Ozona, thank you. Ozona, Sonora. Appreciate it. This is a tornado watch until 10 p.m. Central Time for the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the northern Edwards Plateau, and we have the potential for the strongest storms to produce damaging straight-line winds up to 80 miles an hour, large hail up to the size of softballs, and the potential of tornadoes. A few tornadoes. Not all storms are going to be dropping softballs. Not all storms are going to be dropping hurricane-force wind gusts, and many storms will not be dropping tornadoes. All storms will drop lightning and heavy rain, though. I'm kind of surprised they don't have a tornado watch up in Illinois yet. They're actually under a higher threat of us than today. So, all right, let's go back to the radar. We're going to take a look at some of these storms, and we're going to go north to or south to north. And I do want to point out, I think we're about to get a severe thunderstorm warning out here in Taylor County, here in the Big Country. That storm heading towards Abilene is taking on a supercellular shape. And I'm going to turn... Now, y'all let me know how loud that warning sound was. I did just turn it down from 100% down to about 60%. So if it ends up being too quiet, holla. Now, let's just take a look at this real quick. This storm is going to be from near Highway 153, northeast of Fort Chadbarney, east of Blackwell, west of Bradshaw, moving northeast towards Buffalo Gap, Potosi, and Abilene. This storm is going to be severe shortly, and it is going to be capable of producing large hail. So heads up, Abilene, Dyess Air Force Base, heads up. Yeah, the warning sounds I just turned down quite a bit, so I'll make sure they're even lower now. It's down to 40% of what it was, so we'll see. And I can't hear it for some reason, which, it's okay. Probably just means I'm not getting feedback to all get out, but real quick, I'm going to try this. I'm just going to pull it up on a remote feed and have it up. I might be able to hear it that way. So we're going to find out here pretty quick, because, yeah. Alright, so that can just sit there over in Happy Land. And now let's go take a look at what's going on down here. Chadbourne, thank you. This is going to be a severe storm crossing Interstate 10 right now in Crockett County, east of Sheffield. In fact, I thought we had a camera for that. Let me take a look and see if we can't pull up a camera. We got one west of town. We don't have one east of town. That's a shame. Let me see if we can't see it from Ozana. Actually, we might have a pretty good view of that, and we do. Let's take a look at this. It's going to be a TxDOT live camera from Ozana looking west down Interstate 10. You can see this storm out west towards the Sheffield area. You can see quite a bit of hail falling on the left side of the screen out there. So definitely the potential for a severe storm to produce golf ball size hail, it looks like, out east of Sheffield, crossing Interstate 10 between mile markers 327 and 338. So a fairly unpopulated area, but plenty of traffic out on Interstate 10. So you're looking west down Interstate 10 from Ozana out to Sheffield. On the map, that's going to be right here above my shiny head of life, and moving off to the west, looking down I-10. That's your storm. So we've got that. That eventually is going to be an issue for Big Lake here in about 45 minutes. So Big Lake is going to get some big hail in probably about 45 minutes or so. In fact, let me see. About 5 p.m. on the dot. So, thank you, y'all, for the super chats, the compliments, etc. This is a Blue Yeti mic, yes. I'm running a bit of noise suppression because I actually have, if you must know, I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 computer monitors around me. I've got 2 custom-built high-end computers. One of them's running 8 of these monitors. So I actually have a little portable air conditioning unit sitting over in the corner over there blowing some cold air at me because I'm just in about 150 square foot room, if that. So it gets warm in here. It just needs some ventilation, so. I think Stephenville will be under a tornado watch later, yes. So a big thank you to everyone popping on in. I'd take a look at some things. And real quick, I'm going to actually use one of the secondary computers to ingest a live stream and bring it to y'all. So give me just a second. We're going to put this loop on so y'all can actually see what's going on. But it's a one-man show in here. It's me, myself, and I, which means sometimes I have to do housekeeping. So again, we have a tornado watch in effect for the Concho Valley, the Big Country, and the Western Hill Country, Northern Edwards Plateau. We have the potential for some of these storms to produce severe weather in the form of large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain, and even a few tornadoes. We have no tornadoes right now. We don't even have crazy big hail yet, although I really am watching that storm that is moving towards Abilene. It's trying to get its act together in that regard. So that's probably what we're going to end up having to deal with sooner rather than later, but it is what it is. And we're going to be here to talk to you about it. We're going to have video for you. We're going to be able to keep an eye on the sky. So we definitely appreciate everyone joining in this afternoon. I do think we are going to have a tornado watch issued for North Texas and Northwest Texas a bit later, as these storms make their way up towards North Texas. It's just probably still several hours away. Well, what is it now? 4:16, okay, a few hours away. All right, make sure this link works. It does. Let's see if this is going to work. Do a little file configuration, it looks like. All right, that's fine. So, again, what we're looking at is the potential for some of these storms to be quite rowdy this evening, with the potential of large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. We'll go through each in just a moment to see what they're doing, and we'll take a look at what the overall expectation is going into this evening. With storms as they move off to the northeast. Let's try that. Press that. All right, that's actually looking pretty good. All right, so what I'm going to do is push that over into my network. Which is going to really anger the 24/7 live stream for a second. But yeah, definitely watching storms moving towards Abilene right now. Definitely becoming more concerned about those as they continue progressing off to the northeast. So we're going to have to keep a close eye on that for the risk of hail here in Abilene before too much longer, I think, as those storms ride northeast up towards the Abilene area. My apologies, I had to do a little bit of surgery there. All right, but now we'll have a nice, stable chase stream for meteorologist Jason Cooley. At least we should. But we'll just have to wait and see. But alas, let us know where you're watching from today. Good, I have what I need from that. Here we go. Press some buttons, and we are pretty much set. Able to keep a good eye on that. So again, you can see the cameras on the left. Those are along Interstate 10, mostly. Let's go ahead and take a look. I want to look at this storm moving towards Abilene. This one's probably the strongest we have right now, even though it doesn't have a warning on it, a severe warning yet. You can see we're definitely starting to see an uptick in not only the hail threat, but the potential of even a little bit of low-level rotation. So this is going to be down here in southern Taylor County, moving up northeast towards Tuscola, Buffalo Gap, Abilene, and Potosi, showing not only the potential for quite a bit of hail, it looks like it's a right split supercell. These cells up here split, I think, and this one's going to be moving more to the east-northeast now, excuse me, while this one moves more to the north. But this one on the right might have the potential to start rotating a bit, and indeed we are seeing some pockets of rotation, but also some pockets of very strong winds. I am a little surprised we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning on this yet, but we're probably going to get one soon. And that's going to be moving up towards Buffalo Gap, maybe Tuscola, may stay just to your north, eventually towards Potosi and the central and south sides of Abilene, with this thunderstorm as it moves off to the northeast at about 40 miles an hour. So heads up on that. Back south we go. In fact, we're getting some Twitter pictures from someone I believe actually lives right there in Buffalo Gap. So let's see what this thing looks like. And in fact, I can show you exactly what this storm looks like right now. This is going to be from Storm Chaser Chad Casey here in just a second. And this is that storm just south of Abilene. You could see precipitation core here on the right, rain-free base, and even a bit of a wall cloud down there. So this is a well-organized supercell right now. And again, this is Storm Chaser Chad Casey. That's even a wall cloud right there. So again, we definitely need to watch this storm that is southwest of Abilene very closely. I think that's our current storm of the issue in regards to what we're going to be dealing with. So we're going to be watching that carefully. Again, that's this storm south of Abilene that has the potential to become an issue here sooner rather than later, with big hail, strong winds, and maybe even a bit of a tornado threat. Now, we have a new storm going up. This is going to be southwest of Ozana, moving northeast towards town. You can see a pretty good hail core on this storm, which means those of you in Ozana are probably going to be dealing with the potential of hail here soon. We're probably going to get a severe thunderstorm warning with that as well. Give me just a second. I'm going to set up some more camera feeds over here. Let me see. I'm trying to think of why this would be doing that. We have what? That's set to 1,000. Let's try this. Oh, let's try that. The fun thing about being Baldy and Chief is not only am I talking with y'all, I'm actually working on multiple technology issues, you know, camera stuff like that. So my apologies. I'm doing a horrible job at actually showing y'all the storm motions and what's going on. But again, as we deal with stuff, you know, we're still kind of in the pregame situation. Ozona, thank you. So let's go ahead and show you what we have going on. This is the radar, or what's about to be the radar and satellite over the last hour. And you can see we've got storms galore setting up shop now. And most of these storms are going to be moving northeast at about 45 miles an hour today. So with that, they're going to be cooking and booking. We're not going to have, you know, storms just lollygagging along here at a leisurely pace. They are going to be hauling. What I'm going to do on my end is check this, not mix up two mouses, hopefully. So, yeah, that storm south of what we're dealing with here has the potential to be a concern. But let's go ahead and, while we have some time, let's talk about what we're expecting heading into this evening. And thank our amazing moderators. We have Scott and Sarah joining us today. And I also see Larry. It's good to see Larry again. Larry, I hope you're keeping an eye to that stuff to your west. So let's clear off what we have going on here. And let's take a look at the HER model going into this evening. And we do have a new severe thunderstorm warning.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Callahan, Jones, Nolan, Runnels, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas.
Was making sure the warning audio feed. So let's talk about what is expected to be a issue heading into the evening hours. All right, now let's go back to now, 6 p.m. This is what the high-res rapid refresh model shows. And, you know, it may be over-ambitious in some cases, but you can see most storms, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, and these are moving northeast, 45 miles an hour. 8 p.m., line of severe storms, Wichita Falls, down through Graham, Cisco and Eastland County, Brownwood, Llano, Kerrville. Is it still too loud? I'll turn that warning sound down even more. And that activity is moving northeast. Damaging winds, large hail, even the potential for a few tornadoes. 10 p.m., storms are in DFW. Gainesville, all at DFW, Fort Worth, down 377 to Brownwood, Brady, Junction, Rock Springs. Midnight, same thing. That line kind of stops moving as east so quickly. Each individual storm's moving northeast, but the line itself is moving east, southeast. We note that little supercell on this shot near Kerrville. That could be an issue. Discrete storms this evening are going to be a problem. If we have discrete storms versus storms in a line, the tornado threat will be there. Otherwise, big hail, damaging winds, and even, yes, some threat of spinny dooms as well. Going to 2 a.m., Paris, DFW, Killeen, Kerrville, the potential exists for some storms to be severe. 4 a.m., guess what? It's raining, it's storming the eastern half of the state with some storms, but most of them not producing large hail and damaging winds. So I'm going to let this loop real quick. 6 p.m. through 6 a.m. And there you go. All right, that's that. So let's get back to the issue at hand, and that's going to be a pretty nasty-looking storm approaching Abilene. This storm is now warned for at least quarter-size hail. Honestly, I'm willing to bet we've got golf balls, especially southwest of Buffalo Gap. That's a very nasty-looking severe thunderstorm at this point, with the potential of not only very large hail, but even the potential for some very strong winds. Let's switch off the how hard it's raining mode, take a look at the wind mode, and you can see we're actually seeing a pretty decent wind pocket here in this storm. Winds over 75 miles an hour. Moving off to the northeast towards Buffalo Gap, Tuscola, Abilene. That's probably in association with the rear flank downdraft or some descending air on the backside of the storm. Nevertheless, it definitely shows that this thing is intense and capable of producing not only severe weather, but damaging straight line winds. So heads up, Abilene. This is heading your way, especially east and south sides of Abilene. The potential
National
for
Weather Service
damaging
has
hail
issued a
is
new
increasing
severe
with this
thunderstorm
storm
warning for
as it moves off to the
Valverde
northeast.
County in Texas.
So I'm going to actually set up some cameras over here while I'm thinking about it. So we'll switch back over to me. We'll get the timestamp put back on here. And we're going to start letting this loop. And again, I want to point out, if we get tornado warnings, we're going to cover the tornado warned storm. The reason I'm, lollygagging around and we're just taking a look at whatever is we have no tornado warnings right now. So with that, we're kind of able to hopscotch around. We've got storms down in the Concho Valley, but those mostly are not doing much right now. Yet. They are going to. This one southwest of Abilene is the most concerning at the moment, with the potential of large hail and damaging straight line winds as they move off to the northeast. So what I'm going to do is go into my master camera control feed here, which is not yet automated, but it will be soon. And we're going to take a look up here. There we go. We're going to get some cameras. No, I guess we're not getting that camera. See what we can't get out of Abilene. There's one.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm
good
warning
camera feeds out
for
of Abilene
Crockett
we can use.
and Schleicher County in Texas.
Because, I'm Baldy in chief. We can't do anything easily, can we? So, just want to see what perspective we can get on this storm as it continues moving northeast. There's another shot, and then that's Ozana. So that should work. All right, so let's go back. We'll take a look. The top two camera feeds on the left are going to be Abilene, and the bottom left is going to be the Ozana area. So you can see this storm near Abilene, it took a right turn near Tuscola. It's moving northeast versus east now as we get a bunch of severe thunderstorm warnings coming out. So we'll talk about those in a minute. But again, Abilene heads up, hailstorm down Highway 83 to Buffalo Gap and Tuscola,
and Roberts
heading
County
your
in
way
Texas.
soon in the next 20 to 30 minutes. So get ready for that. And this storm has a lot of wind with it. I'm seeing a lot of wind as it moves off to the northeast with the potential of large hail and damaging winds. Heading southwest of San Angelo we go. Where we'll end up? Well, Ozana knows because they are now under a severe thunderstorm warning. We have a severe thunderstorm warning until 5:30 p.m. for Ozana. This is going to be for quarter-size hail, at least, and the potential of damaging straight-line winds. So heads up if you're out traveling in the southern Concho Valley this afternoon, west of Sonora, or whatever I'm supposed to pronounce it as, east of Sheffield here on Interstate 10. This is going to include mile markers 349 to 375. Ozona. I will try. All right, and for those of you asking about North Texas, this just came across the wire. A tornado watch will be issued soon for North Texas and Oklahoma. In fact, that's a very strongly worded graphic, isn't it? Destructive wind, tornadoes, damaging hail. So again, North Texas, Texoma, Oklahoma, a tornado watch will be issued soon. So there's your answer to that. If you're wondering when you're going to be under a tornado watch, the answer is sooner rather than later. And Jason, if you're watching, let me know. and we're going to be keeping a close eye on things. So as we get past 4:35, good afternoon. I am Baldy-in-Chief David-Reimer. We have a tornado watch in effect for the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, the Big Country, and the Northern Edwards Plateau until 10 p.m. We're going to have a tornado watch until... a tornado watch coming soon for North Texas and Texoma. All right, Jason, I just wanted to see. I've got your stream. I've got all that. If you're able to post that MD or whatnot, I'm sure you are. I honestly haven't had a chance to look. So sweet, and thank you kindly, sir. So what we're going to be doing is we're just going to be covering the storms. Again, that's all we can really do. So we're Texas Storm Chasers or Texas Weather Roundup, depending on which channel you're watching. Really the same thing. So we're going to cover Texas. I know we do have quite a bit of active weather ongoing today up in places like Iowa, Illinois, eventually Michigan and Indiana. But we are Texas, and that's all we do here in the weather covering department. Well, we have storm chasers up there, because, let's be honest, storm chasers are adrenaline junkies. But, weather-wise, you get Texas. So, I'm going to let this loop for a minute. I am doing something over here. I'm playing with latency settings for meteorologist Jason Cooley's stream, which has nothing to do with his stream. It's settings on my end. So, before you freak out, Jason, I'm sure your stream is working excelente. And if you can, let me know what bitrate you're running at, and I can emulate that on my end. All right, press that, press that. You see, there's always something to learn, but you can see we've got the cameras. The top two are Abilene. You can see quite a bit of traffic, and then that bottom left one is... I'm going to go up here and look before I mess this up again. Ozona. The animation for your area is always covered by the title. That's fair. You know what? Here you go. If you're in the northern panhandle, you're quite right. That's my bad. I'll get that fixed here in a minute, though. We're going to go take a look at the panhandle in just a moment, because we do have a few severe storms up there. I'm not really worried about tornadoes up in the panhandle, but damaging winds and maybe a bit of hail, yes. All right, we got all that running. Let me see if that helps me here at all. It looks like that actually did help me here. Cool. Nice all subs. All right, so, again, we have no tornado warnings right now. We have storms throwing temper tantrums in the hail department. We've got some activity south side of Abilene. Houston, you got nada. Zero zilch nada right now. We do have plenty in northeast Texas right now. Or showers in northeast Texas. Let's be very specific there. And then we're going to take a look at Abilene here in just a moment. Thank you, Jason. I think I have a good setup on my end for that. All right, I'm going to move this. If y'all knew how many windows I had, it'd be you all would be so confused. All right, so we're going to press that. That's fine. We're going to set this up. I'm going to keep talking to myself because, let's be honest, that's all I'm doing here in some cases, because all I have in front of me are 12 computer monitors and a camera, plus 2 obnoxious lights, but at least they're not blinding the heck out of me right now. All right, so quickly, let's pop on in. We have meteorologist Jason Cooley down at the Allsups. He is in Eden, Texas right now, getting some Allsups, I assume taking a potty break. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Here's a look at Interstate 10. This is near Ozona. This is going to be with a severe storm moving over the interstate right now, moving northeast. So Ozona, storm heading to y'all. Now, real quick, we need to go to Del Rio, and then we're going to go back to Abilene. So let me get the camera here. And y'all holler if you see anything on these cameras. We do have a severe storm now that is near Del Rio. Now, unfortunately, the Del Rio weather radar has been out of service for a few days now. So we're going to have to deal with that, but let me see what the closest radar site to Del Rio is going to be. I'll tell you now, we're not going to get any good low-level data out of Del Rio. The closest radar is 120 miles away. In fact, it's the San Angelo radar we're using. But we do have a severe thunderstorm now moving into Del Rio from Mexico. This is going to be a storm capable of producing at least quarter-size hail, localized damaging straight-line winds, and again, heavy rain and flooding. So that's Del Rio. Let me see if we can't pull up a camera from Del Rio real quick. Y'all are going to get to just watch this little box on your top or left square move. We'll see if we can't get anything down here in Del Rio. I'm not even sure I'm in the right, if I'm in Eagle Pass or not. I can't see the city labels, by the way. Y'all are probably getting to see a little better than me. All right, there we go. Yeah, I was Eagle Pass. My bad. Let's try Del Rio. And here is Del Rio here. You can see traffic. We've got plenty of traffic galore. We have the almighty magical HEB. Mess with the HEB and, well, you're just going to be in a world of hurt. That's for sure. We'll take a full screen look. And again, this is at Highway 90 and Avenue Gulf, or G, in Del Rio. There's the HEB. You can see the roads are wet. It doesn't look like we have anything like hail falling right now, but we'll keep a close eye on that feed as we towards and into the Del Rio area. So we have Abilene on the top, Del Rio on the middle, and Ozana, whatever you want to be, down on the bottom. All right, let's get back to the radar. We do need to take a gander at Abilene and take a look at this. Now, we have a couple of things happening here we're going to need to watch for, and I am going to get a little more meteorologically nerdy here because we have some meteorology, convective meteorology to talk about. First off, intense severe storm now, probably at least golf ball size hail. It could be bigger than that here in Buffalo Gap, Tuscaloosa, over to Potosi, P-O-T-O-S-I. That's moving northeast. You can tell we have a bit of a hook echo developing now south of Buffalo Gap. Now, that does not mean we have a tornado. Just to be clear, there's no tornado warnings, but, you know, it's a sign of an organized storm. What I'm watching for are these little individual storms that are southeast of this big one now, because there is a chance, well, two things could happen. One, they end up being eaten by the big storm, and that actually helps the big storm intensify, and sometimes that can increase the threat of a tornado. We also could see that just turn this into a disorganized blob of wind, rain, and hail. Regardless, a nasty storm passing just south of Abilene right now. It's going to be moving northeast towards Clyde, and then eventually up towards Shackelford County, and that will have the potential of producing very large hail, damaging winds, and heavy rain. Sorry, I was looking at the same camera feed y'all were. I was wondering in the Del Rio feed there on the middle box if that was hail flying, bags flying from wind, but it looked like it was just a bunch of birds. Okay, so there's that storm. Let's go to the Panhandle, because we do have multiple warnings up here. South of Perryton, we have a storm capable of producing half-dollar size hail. That's 1.25 inches in diameter. Winds to 60 miles an hour. That's moving northeast at 35 miles per hour. So, heads up with that. That could eventually hit Perryton east on 15 to Booker. Those of you near Follette on 15, you have a storm with the potential of some pretty fun hail as well. So keep an eye out for that as it moves off to the northeast. All right. We've got a correction. All right. So, we're going to be live all evening. Now, folks are probably wondering what's going on out here in North Texas. Nothing yet. In a few hours, there will be, DFW included. So, DFW, you still probably got 3 to 4 hours before you have issues. But you're going to have issues. Issues being very large hail, damaging winds, the potential for flying. All right, we now have a severe thunderstorm warning for tennis ball size hail, 2.5 inches in diameter, near Buffalo Gap and the south sides of Abilene. 10-4, Jason, thank you. So heads up, tennis ball size hail now. That's 2.5 inches in diameter, just under the size of a baseball, with this thunderstorm just south of Abilene, moving off to the northeast. And yeah, I see that camera feed out of Abilene. In fact, here. To the northeast. Bottom camera is Del Rio. Excuse me, middle camera is Del Rio. Bottom camera is Ozana. And top camera is the Abilene area. So again, tennis ball size hail possible with this storm just south of Abilene, near Buffalo Gap, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. That's going to be making its way towards Clyde and Interstate 20 west of Bayard, and then up eventually towards the Albany and Moran area in Shackleford County. And from there, this may be a long-lived supercell, so it could eventually make its way up towards western Stevens County in the city of Breckenridge by 5:45 to 6 p.m. All right, back south we go. Let's take a look. San Angelo, you've got some showers and storms. Nothing severe right now, just some cloud-to-ground lightning. With that storm as it moves off to the northeast. Then down over Ozana, we have a storm with maybe some quarter-size hail, localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour.
Reported by public.
With that
additional
activity.
Information. 1-inch hail reported with around 50
so we're going to keep a close eye on that
train spotter out of
as
Buffalo
it moves
Gap.
off to the east, northeast at 45 miles an hour. Del Rio, you've got a storm over town that could have golf ball size hail now, moving off to the northeast at 20 miles an hour. The potential for damaging winds and golf ball size hail with that. Now, I know we have a lot of folks asking what's going to happen tonight. Let me do this. We're going to focus on what's going on right now, but let me send you a link here in the chats that will help explain what we're going to be dealing with tonight. We had an update go out at about 2 p.m. that should be very helpful in that regard. There you go. And again, we're going to be live here all evening with coverage. So if you've got friends or family in these areas, make sure they are paying attention to weather. You can tell them the grumpy old bald man who talks weirdly is chatting about storms, is going to be chatting about storms all evening. Looks like some pretty good rain now on that Abilene camera. That's your top left camera up here. That's going to be FM 707 and Highway 89. Looks like raindrops. I don't think it's hail. I'm not seeing any hail bouncing off the ground, but we'll be watching for that carefully. Those of you getting impacted by the weather, hey, you know what? Let us know what you're getting when it's safe to do so. I'd love to hear how big the hail is, but only if it's safe. So yeah, hit that thumbs up button on these videos. That really helps us out, too, in YouTube algorithm land. I promise it's not a self-confidence booster in any way, shape, or form. So the plan is, as well, we're going to be live on Facebook when we have tornado issues, which we do not have right now, thankfully. All right.
Texas local storm report from Buffalo Gap in Taylor County, Texas. Hail
But we're gonna have a
magnitude
new severe
estimated
thunderstorm
1.50
warning.
inches. Reported by public. Additional information, social media report
All
of
right.
ping pong size
This
hail
one
over
is going to
Buffalo
set your
Gap.
phones off, so we're going to go ahead.
The National
and
Weather Service has issued a new
get ready to
severe
go live on
thunderstorm warning
Facebook
for
Callahan, Jones, Shackelford, and Taylor County in Texas.
Man, Nightbot does have attitude. So, Abilene to Baird, Putnam, Albany. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning, a destructive severe thunderstorm warning for baseball-size hail. And what that destructive severe thunderstorm warning means is you're going to get a alert on your phone from the wireless emergency alert system. And many of you just did. So that is what just happened there. And with that, that's why your phones just went off in a tangent. So what we're going to do is I'm going to go ahead and we're going to get the Facebook stream going here. And we're just going to keep that on. Now, Facebook doesn't like long duration streams. That's why we only go live on Facebook normally for, you know, destructive severe storms and tornado warnings. But in this case, we have hit the criteria. So we're going to go ahead and do that. I'm going to press some buttons here. Give me just a second. I do need to load up on my caffeine. Thank you very much. I'm going to mispronounce it. Kelz1136, KELZ1136. Give them a big W in the chat. We appreciate it. So we have a destructive severe storm from south sides of Abilene down Highway 36 to Potosi, whatever. That's moving northeast towards Clyde, Baird, Moran, and Albany. Baseball-size hail, damaging winds. And you may end up with more storms later tonight, by the way. Pretty cool scud cloud moving over Interstate 10 near Ozana. That's the bottom left camera. Center camera is Del Rio. Top left is Albany, or Abilene. And yes, next time we do this, we will have the titles set up. I'll be honest, I just didn't have time today. Jow, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. All right. And we're going to pop Facebook on now. And so we have, ladies and gentlemen, good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers, Baldy in Chief David-Reimer. I'll give you one guess as to why I'm known as Baldy, but it might have something to do with the fact I have a very shiny head. We've got a destructive severe thunderstorm now that is over the south sides of Abilene, moving northeast at about, well, they say 60 miles an hour. I'm going to say about 45. This is going to be a storm heading northeast at 45 to 60 miles per hour with the potential of baseball-size hail and damaging straight-line winds over 60 miles an hour, very heavy rain and cloud-to-ground lightning. This is going to be moving over Interstate 20 from Abilene to Clyde and Baird in the next 15 minutes. After that, it's going to be crossing over Highway 6 from Albany to Moran by 5:45 p.m. That's going to be your dangerous severe thunderstorm capable of producing baseball-size hail and damaging straight-line winds. This will not be the only storm to produce baseball-size hail. We will have more. Now, let's talk about this. We've got a severe storm about to cross over 277 and 83 just north of Hawley. We've covered tornadoes there before, not this time, thankfully. Up to Anson. That's moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour with the potential of at least golf ball-size hail. That's going to be an issue for the 277 corridor from Anson to Stamford to Haskell, eventually crossing 380, probably just east of Haskell, west of Throckmorton at about 6 p.m. So that's going to be a severe thunderstorm moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles per hour. Down in the Concho Valley and Edwards Plateau, we've got problems. Del Rio, you've got a nasty
Texas
storm
local storm
in Del
report
Rio.
from 1
We've
mile
got
south of
a
Buffalo Gap in
destructive
Taylor
severe
County,
storm now in Del
Texas.
Rio. We don't have a
Hail
radar down
magnitude
there because the
estimated
radar is down, but we have 80
1.75
mile-an-hour
inches.
winds and
Reported by
tennis
train
ball size
spotter.
hail. So Del Rio,
Additional
dangerous
information.
situation in
Golf
Del
ball
Rio
size
now
hail reported.
with tennis ball size hail and 80 mile-an-hour winds. So Del Rio, your phones are going off now for a destructive severe thunderstorm now impacting the city of Del Rio. So Abilene, baseball size hail, southeast sides of town, moving towards Baird on I-20. Del Rio, tennis ball size hail and 80 mile-an-hour winds moving northeast, impacting a good chunk of Del Rio. So Del Rio, that's the camera you're seeing here on your center screen. We'll show you real quick. This is what we're getting in the city of Del Rio right now. And let me press play. You can see it where this storm is right now. We've got hail. We've got wind. I'll try to get us back over and we'll take a look at what we have going on the radar. I'll just a second. But again, Del Rio, destructive severe storm now with 80 mile-an-hour winds, tennis ball size hail. Severe storm over Ozana, which I can show you because that's going to be your severe storm. That is in Ozana, moving off to the northeast. You can see rain currents blowing across Interstate 10. And then we were just watching a severe storm in Abilene. This is the east sides of Abilene. You can see the roads are wet. Bit of cloud base above that. And for giggles, here's storm chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley. He's in Eden, Texas. We're going to be watching for him as well. For those of you watching, yes, we have been live on YouTube for about an hour and a half now, and we're going to be live all evening with this storm activity. So if you want to watch us on YouTube from Facebook, you are welcome
Texas
to do
local
so.
storm
Now, let me
report from
press some
Buffalo Gap
buttons,
in Taylor County,
make sure we actually
Texas.
have this stuff set up correctly
Hail
on
magnitude
the
estimated
face bag.
2.75 inches. Reported by broadcast
So we are
media.
good to go.
Additional information. Media reported
And we
baseball
should
size
be.
hail over Buffalo Gap.
All right. So we're good to go on that. And we're live on pretty much everything. So you can watch us on our app, our website, our free app, YouTube, Twitch, Facebook. Baseball size hail reported south of Abilene and Buffalo Gap at 4:52 p.m. So south sides of Abilene, baseball size hail reported about 5 minutes ago, and it's still angry. This Ozana storm is showing a bit of a hook on radar, not too much in the way of rotation. Those of you in Fredericksburg, I have good news. I'm in Fredericksburg, so make no mistake. We'll talk about Fredericksburg if we have an issue, but we have no issues right now. In a few hours, we might. Is the Del Rio radar
The
still
National
down?
Weather
Boy, that would have
Service
been a
has
useful
issued
thing to have
new
today.
Severe thunderstorm
Oh, well.
warning for
You live, you learn,
Haskell,
you cry.
Jones, Shackelford, and Throckmorton
Severe
County
storm in Del Rio,
Texas.
80 mile-an-hour winds, tennis ball size hail. And I'm going to share this again. No, I'm not. For those wondering, where did that link go? I shared it earlier. Hold on. And by the way, if you're wanting to watch meteorologist Jason Cooley's chase stream individually, you can do that. Just search for meteorologist Jason Cooley on YouTube. All right. I just shared a link, again, for the helpful. So again, let's get back up to Abilene, since this thing's throwing a temper tantrum. We've got baseball size hail, golf ball to baseball size hail reported now over the Buffalo Gap area. That is now moving over the southeast sides of Abilene, moving up northeast towards Clyde, Baird, Moran, Albany. That storm has the potential of baseball size hail, has a history of baseball size hail, and is going to be moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So heads up to y'all in Albany, Moran, Putnam, Baird, Clyde. Potential for baseball size hail in the next 45 minutes as that storm moves off to the northeast. Okay, that helps me see where you are, Jason. Thank you. I appreciate that. Okay, so let's make sure we're not missing anything. Doesn't look like it. Let's check on the panhandle storms. We've got a severe storm south of Perryton. That probably has quarter-size hail, maybe, and 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's moving northeast towards Perryton and Booker. And yeah, I will play the loop here just to make y'all's life easier. We just got a picture on Twitter from Mary of 2-inch hail, or M-E-R-I. I'm sure I mispronounced it. That's what I do. And I suppose this would be a good time to start drinking some liquid IV. So there's the storm up there. And again, northeastern panhandle, you've got storms. Now, we need to watch out here. First off, we're going to have a tornado watch soon in northwest Texas. We'll talk about that shortly. North Texas, actually, it just came out. So I can actually show you this right now. This is just issued a tornado watch for North Texas, Texoma. This does not include Fort Worth, Dallas, or McKinney. This does include Denton, Gainesville, Sherman for now. Mineral Wells, Weatherford, Granbury, Somerville, Wichita Falls. The tornado watch for the potential of softball-size hail,
Texas local storm report
hurricane-force wind gusts, and a couple of to a few tornadoes. County, so, DFW, yes, you'll be under a watch later this evening, I believe. So we'll be keeping an eye out for that. By
ISOs.
But DFW, you still have a few hours.
Station KDRT
4:53 p.m., we had a 74-mile-an-hour wind gust in Del Rio Airport. So storms firing up south of Electra. You can see the radar already thinks there's maybe some quarter-size hail with that. That's going to be moving northeast at 20 to 30 miles an hour. So as we continue to monitor storms, if we're talking about places that you're near, or your friends or family are near, hey, shoot them a text. Make sure they're paying attention. Tell them to turn on the weather. You can send them this and tell them the ball guy's yippity-yappity about storms again. We are live on YouTube. But we're also on Facebook, Twitch, our website, and our free mobile app. Looking at a pretty good little surge of wind right now. This is going to be just east of Abilene. 50 to 60 mile an hour winds. That's going to be near Elmdale. Moving off to the northeast towards Clyde, Highway 283, north of Baird. And all these storms are going to make it into DFW later this evening in a few hours. We'll go back to full screen. And since we have so many folks that have just joined, I am going to pop on the high-res rapid refresh model quickly just to give y'all a sense of the timing while we can, because once things get even busier, we're not going to have time, and you're just going to have to watch the video I posted earlier for that. Or download the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app and get the forecast for your neighborhood. So I'm just going to load this from 6 p.m. through 6 a.m., we're going to have to let this load for a second. But you can see, in terms of when it's going to storm, there's timestamps. Here you go. So we are going to have storms moving across Texoma, North Texas, this evening, probably North Texas DFW between 9 to 10 through maybe 1. But we could have rain continue in DFW well past 1.
Hail magnitude
but
measured
the worst of it should be 9 to 10 to maybe
reported by
1
public.
in DFW.
Additional
earlier west,
report from
bit later east. And then we're going to have storms tomorrow for the eastern third of Texas with damaging winds. Storms moving into Waco around midnight to 2 a.m. based on this. San Antonio and Austin. Hopefully storms will be weakening before they get anywhere near you, but you're still going to have some gusty winds, rain, and storms moving around midnight to 2 a.m. And again, we now have a tornado watch for North Texas, Texoma, the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Hill Country, and the Edwards Plateau through the late evening hours. Coffee Drinking Preacher, welcome to the community. Thanks for joining. Make sure you go to the community tab, and we should have a post pin there for the Discord server. All right. So let me see if I can't pull up a map with the latest tornado watch. It may not be in my system yet. It is not. So we'll wait a few minutes for that. And a big thank you to our amazing moderators. We have Scott and Sarah helping us out in the chats this evening. Plus, many of you are helping us out by making sure the word gets spread about the dangerous storms impacting Texas this evening. We're probably going to be here for another 7 hours at least. It's what, 5 o'clock now? Yeah, we've been here an hour and a half already. We're probably going to be here another 7 based on the way things are looking. So make sure you hit the like button. Help us out. That helps us out in the YouTube or the algorithm land. More people hit the like button, the more feeds this video ends up in, and the more folks we can give weather information to. So, Del Rio, again, we had a 74-mile-an-hour wind gust and a report of quarter-size hail in town over the last 20 minutes. We've got severe storms moving northeast across Abilene. We've got severe storms near Ozana, southwest of San Angelo. Storm chaser Jason Cooley is in that vicinity, keeping an eye out on that activity, so we'll be able to get good views of that. We've got severe storms now exiting Abilene, but Abilene, you could still have more storms this evening. We've got storms from near Anson to southeast of Stamford to near Looters, south to Elmdale, all the way to west of Roden. Those are all moving northeast pretty quickly. Though the good news is the hail indication on that storm near Abilene has come down quite a bit, so I'm hoping we don't have baseballs at the moment. But again, we did have baseball-sized hail reported back in Buffalo Gap. That's just north of this Tuscola label a wee bit earlier. Up in the Panhandle, we've got severe storms with a bit of hail and gusty winds near Perryton. Could have wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. Otherwise, let's see if that watch has made it in. Brian Knox, thank you very much for that generous super chat. We definitely appreciate it, and thank you for tuning on in this evening. Hopefully, we can keep you weather aware and keep that nasty stuff away from you. And we had some pretty spooky colors on this storm near Abilene a bit earlier, that's for sure. Eagle Pass, nothing right now, but we'll keep an eye out in case we do see some storms get rambunctious. All right, real quick, while this is loading, I'm going to do some housekeeping. Housekeeping. Yeah, big W for Brian Knox in the chat. That was very generous of him. Thank you very much. Rautan, thank you. All right. And folks watching, you know what? Be sure to say howdy in the chat. You know, if you've been watching for a while and someone joins who's asking a question that we just discussed, feel free to give them a nice answer. You know, folks are always coming and going with live streams. That's just that's what happens here. So, all right, let's try doing that. I'm going to do a little surgery here. See if we can't get a thing loaded. So give me just a moment. See if we can't get this stuff loaded. ChatGPT is using us for sources of brief tornado risk. I mean, I'm okay with that. You know, AI use, if responsible, can actually be beneficial. But would I necessarily trust it for weather information wholeheartedly? No.
Cotton and
like
Tillman
everything,
County in Oklahoma.
You gotta work
Wichita
smarter, not
County
harder.
in Texas.
Just like me trying to find the proper background to put in this thing. There we go. That took way too long. Which is why I don't get a cookie. Alright, let's press that. We'll press that. You'd see, absolutely getting pummeled right now. So this is a live camera in Del Rio. The power's out. You can see the traffic signals. There's no lights on. So this is Highway 90 at Avenue G in Del Rio. You can see the power's completely out. You got water flowing on the roads. I'm not sure if that's actually hail covering the road or not, but you can see not many folks driving right now. This is a live camera out of Del Rio, with all sorts of nonsense ongoing. So Del Rio's getting pummeled right now with quarter to golf ball size hail. The potential for damaging straight line winds over 70 to 80 miles an hour. So you can see flooding of streets in Del Rio. It looks like it's hailing. That's no fun. That is no fun at all. We'll leave that on as I get this source stuff set up. We're going to be keeping a close eye on things this evening. We're going to be here all evening, by the way. So, don't think we're going anywhere. You can always catch us on YouTube. I'm just setting up a new camera source. In not the most expedited manner, that's for sure. But let's do that. We'll do that.
Texas local storm report
if you're wanting
from 2
live
miles
storm
north
chaser
northeast
video,
of
by the way,
Abilene
you
in
can
Taylor County,
pull up meteorologist
Texas.
Jason Cooley on YouTube.
Hail magnitude estimated 1.00
Alright,
inch.
so let's try
reported by
this.
public. Additional information.
Little different view
1
here.
inch hail reported via Duck social
You've got
media
me.
with images.
You have storm chaser meteorologist Jason Cooley there on the bottom right, and then you've got Del Rio on the top right. So let's go ahead and get back to actually doing what we should be here doing, which is giving you all weather information versus playing with technology. Very quickly, to summarize what we have. Boy, it still hasn't loaded. Okay, well, we have a tornado watch for North Texas and Texoma now, too. So it does include Denton County, Parker County, up to Cook County. A severe thunderstorm on 287 right now between Electra and Iowa Park. So let me see if I can't find a camera for that real quick. And we can bring that to y'all. I don't know if we have any actual cameras near Electra right now. The closest we have is, yeah, Wichita Falls. So we'll have to keep an eye on that. But again, Del Rio's just getting clobbered right now with heavy rain, hail, damaging winds. That's the camera on the top right. And then we have meteorologist Jason Cooley down on Highway 87 near Eden. That's going to be southeast of San Angelo. And he's going to be positioning himself to intercept some of those nasty storms heading his way. So, again, we got storms. Northwest Texas, 287. We could have the potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail with that storm as it moves northeast pretty quickly, 30 miles per hour. Back southwest in the big country, we have a severe storm capable of producing at least golf ball-size hail, if not more, and that's going to be moving across Clyde, Putnam, Moran, Albany, up to Luders, Stamford, and those storms, again, golf ball size hail, the potential for some pretty strong winds over 60 to 70 miles an hour. And this is all what's going to be heading towards North Texas later this evening. So DFW, again, you've still got probably several hours
Texas
before you
local
deal with
storm
this,
report
but
from Potosi in Taylor County,
heads
Texas.
up. San Angelo, we do
Hail
have storms now
magnitude
developing in
estimated
a line
1.25 inches.
from just west of San Angelo.
Reported
You can
by
see
public.
this storm. Some
Additional
pretty gusty winds
information.
here, so we might end up getting some
$5
hail
reported via
out
social
here
media
around
over
San
Potosi.
Angelo over to places like Mertzen on Highway 67. And a pretty good-looking storm now setting up southwest of El Dorado here on Highway 190. If I had to guess, that's probably the storm meteorologist Jason Cooley is heading for. But we'll find out. And you can see Eden up here, so I suspect that is the storm he's heading towards. So, let's go back to Del Rio. This storm continues to be capable of producing winds of 70 to 80 miles an hour and the potential for tennis ball-size hail. I'll just read the warning straight from the Weather Service. They are saying at 5:13 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing 80-mile-an-hour winds and tennis ball-size hail is located near Valverde Park or Del Rio, moving northeast at 20 miles an hour. Noted. I will look at that right now. On the YouTube. Y'all give me just a second. All right. One consequence of this thing restarting itself earlier is that it did mess up the ad settings. We should not have mid-roll ads on. So we're going to fix that right now. So give me just a second and we'll get that fixed. And y'all stop getting bombarded with ads here every few minutes. So I find my magical buttons. But again, Del Rio, nasty storm for y'all. And then we just have storms firing up all over the place now from the Concho Valley, up in the Big Country, into northwest Texas. We'll let that just load here for a few minutes. Let y'all see the motions. And we'll keep things going here. All right, let me fix that. Ghost, thank you very much for that generous super chat. W's for him in the chat. And let's press some buttons here, and all done. Those ads should be over with now on YouTube. All right, let me check this. Yeah, closest camera we have up here is Wichita Falls. So we don't have any good
The National
views there
Weather
right
Service has
now.
issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
See how we're
Edwards,
doing.
Kinney, and Valverde
San
County in
Angelo.
Texas.
Playing with some camera feeds here. But again, we're going to be busy all evening with these storms. Beep, 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 indeed. As this activity keeps moving.
the National
northeast.
Weather Service.
And if
has
the
issued
audio
a new severe thunderstorm
filter isn't
warning
filtering
for
out, my phone goes
Crockett and Schleicher
like a
County
minion
in
every
Texas.
time there's a new warning in Texas. So if you're hearing that, that's what that is. If not, you're hearing the audible warnings here on the Magical Computer live stream. So, ooh, that's a good view. Let's just go ahead and pull this one up. This is...
Texas local
This is going to
storm
be out of
report
San
from
Angelo.
2
You can see
miles
that
southeast of
storm
Lakeview in
activity
Valverde
popping off
County,
west of town.
Texas.
A nice little rainfoot being
Hail
picked
magnitude
up there.
estimated
You can see
1.25
plenty of
inches.
gusty winds with this
Reported
activity.
by public.
And definitely
Additional information.
some...
report from
Ooh,
Vin.
nice lightning strike. Yes, sir,
$1
Bob. We got some good lightning.
1.25
Yes.
inches.
So we'll go back over here. And top left, that's going to be the Abilene area. Middle is Del Rio. Bottom left is going to be San Angelo. But while we're here, let's go ahead and see if we can't get a camera out of the El Dorado area where we now have a new severe thunderstorm warning. And it looks like we can. I don't think it'll show much right now, but, you know, it at least gives us a good view of what's heading towards El Dorado there. So, let's keep on going here. We're going to be dealing with this. So, again, we got storms galore, we got hail galore, we got winds galore. Let's just take a magical look at what we have going on. Bottom left camera, that is San Angelo. Middle left is Del Rio. Top left is going to be El Dorado. And I believe that storm is also where meteorologist Jason Cooley's heading. So we'll get a view from him, too, whenever he is set up in position. So you can see we're starting to get plenty of storms now to fire up. We're getting a pretty quick transition from discrete storms into a broken line of storms. A lot more storms are firing up. So with that, we're probably going to be dealing with the potential for some of these to produce large hail, some of these to produce damaging winds, heavy rain, and yeah, even a few tornadoes. Let's see if I can get that watch to actually pop up on this display now. And if not, I'm just going to pull it up on my iPad. That's it. iPad time. So, you know, hold yourselves together for just a moment. We'll use the magical, super duper, awesome, blossom piece of technology here that we like to call an iPad. And I'll just show you on this display. Give me just a second here, and we'll get you good to go. Don't call me a doofus. That's just mean and hateful. No chat love for you. Yeah. All right, so I need to turn this back on. There we go. Yes, start broadcast. And what we're going to do is now we're going to pop y'all over to my super duper awesome McBlossom iPad. And here you go. So you're just going to get to take a journey with me, and we'll pull up the information together. So let's do that. And there we go. So again, you can see we do have a new tornado watch that has been issued for a good chunk of North Texas and Texoma. This includes Wichita Falls, east along 82 to Gainesville and Sherman, 287 from Vernon southeast to what the heck? We just had a tornado warning, or tornado in Potosi. Stand by. We've got a tornado down a few minutes ago. This is going to be from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. So again, we just had a tornado pop up in Potosi. This is going to be the storm east of Abilene. So the storm east of Abilene has gone tornadic. We don't have a tornado warning yet, but we do have a tornado a few minutes ago. This is from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. So again, this is visual confirmation that we have a tornado, or did have a tornado a few minutes ago, and this is going to be with the storm near Potosi. So let me go ahead. We're going to switch off that. Get that off screen. There we go. And we're going to go back to this. So this storm did just produce a tornado by visual confirmation of the photo you just saw near Potosi. That's very interesting. I wonder if we had a boundary interaction. But again, that was from Storm Chaser Chad Casey of a tornado just east of Potosi about 6 minutes ago. Let me see if we can't pull some data and see what that was here on the velocity mode, because, well, I'm not seeing it, but clearly it got angry. We note the hail indications are going berserk right now with this storm. So this storm has gone from nothing to uh-ohville real quick. So this thing has gone from not being anything in the sense of, you know, big hail in the last 10 minutes to, hey, I'm going to drop a tornado, and oh yeah, I could have softballs. So real quick, let me get back to this before something else non-pleasant happens. Tornado watch is in effect for North Texas and western North Texas until 11 p.m. It doesn't include DFW right now, but it will later. And then tornado watch continues until 10 p.m. for the Hill Country, Concho Valley, Big Country, including Abilene, San Angelo, all the way east through Llano, Fredericksburg, Kerrville, Medina, Uvalde. So with that in mind, let's go ahead and get back to what we're dealing with. And again, we just had a tornado near Potosi, about 15 miles southeast of Potosi at 5:17 p.m. So I'm going to bring that back on screen in just a moment. Okay, I don't want that. I want stupid technology, man. Let me tell you, sometimes you just need to hit it with a mallet. So this is going to be the tornado southeast of Potosi. This was about 5 to 10 minutes ago. This would be now approaching Highway 283 south of Bayard, north of Roden. So that's going to be your tornado that we had a few moments ago. An excellent report from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. That's why we have Storm Chasers here to help bring you that information, because sometimes things happen, and they happen suddenly. And before someone thinks I can't use my mallet against Twitter or TweetDeck, think again. I got a mallet again. All right, goodbye, mallet. So back to this. Again, that's this storm near Bayard. We don't have a tornado warning right now, but guess what? Severe thunderstorms can and do produce tornadoes without warning sometime. So let's go ahead and take a look at what is going on. So, again, camera's on the left, got me here, and then we have storm chasers out in the field. So this storm that is going to be near Bayard is definitely starting to take on more of a classic supercellular look, and I mean, we did have a spin-up tornado occur just a few minutes ago with that. No real strong signs of low-level rotation on radar right now, this instant, but
Texas
again,
local
I did have a tornado a few minutes ago. They happen from time to time like that. Severe
Texas.
storm southeast of Haskell
Hail
down
magnitude
to
estimated 1.75
southeast of Stanford, moving
inches.
northeast at about
Reported by
55 miles
public.
an hour. The potential for ping-pong
Additional
ball-size
information.
hail and
Report
localized
from
damaging wind gusts over
Golf ball
60 miles an
1.75
hour.
inches.
Wichita Falls area, we've got a severe storm west of Burke Burnett, southeast of Electra. This thing's pretty small, but capable of producing quarter-size hail, wind gusts over 70 miles an hour. That's going to be moving northeast up towards Randlet, Brandfield, Oklahoma. Farther south, thank you, Shark in South Texas, for that super chat. Appreciate it. And everybody, let's give some W's in chat for Shark in Texas. All right, let's get back to it. South into the tornado warning, which we now have. All right, so this is going to be a tornado warning. This is going to be for a
Your
observed
attention,
tornado
please.
just a few
The National Weather Service has
minutes
issued a new
ago.
tornado warning for
Callahan County in
and this
Texas.
is going to be from near Bayard to northwest of Cross Plains. And it's going to be, yeah, moving off to the east. This says northeast, but it looks like probably to the east at about 30 miles an hour. So again, we have visual confirmation of that just a few minutes ago from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. And here you go. There's the tornado we were looking at. That was at 517 east of Tuscola, well southeast of Potosi. This tornado warning does now include Callahan County from Bayard south to Roden. It includes I-20 on Putnam. So again, this is a tornado warning based off Storm Chaser Chad Casey's report, which we brought you here live on the Texas Storm Chasers. And that's going to be moving off to the east. So again, here's your first tornado of the day in Texas, and that just goes to show you that, yeah, we do have a tornado risk today. We don't have any confirmed reports right now, thankfully, but the potential will exist for this storm to continue to be an issue in that department. So let's get back south. Let's take a look at what we have going on. Severe thunderstorm west of El Dorado with the potential of golf ball size hail and localized damaging wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. That's going to be moving off to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. Would keep most of the issues with this storm off to the north and west of El Dorado. But Any eastward turn would bring it into town, so heads up, and heads up to folks traveling on 277 out of San Angelo down to Sonora on Interstate 10. All right, back farther south, the potential for a nasty severe storm with the broken radar. That's going to be east of Del Rio. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing extremely large hail and damaging straight-line winds. Tennis ball size hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds at least, as this storm moves northeast away from Del Rio. So Del Rio, you're going to be clear here shortly, but it's heading northeast towards Campwood. Looks like the Weather Service may do something with this soon. The storm definitely is looking dangerous, so wouldn't be surprised if we have a tornado warning coming for this storm east of Del Rio sooner rather than later. Let's throw this over here. Let's put this over here. Get rid of that. So, thanks for tuning in so far this evening, folks. Definitely appreciate it. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Bully-in-Chief David-Reimer, covering severe storms in the Big Country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, and, well, soon to be North Texas. So, heads up to those of you in Campwood and Barksdale here on Highway 55. This is a very, very intense severe storm, capable of producing probably baseball to softball size hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds, and the potential, eventually, this may go tornadic. So we're going to have to watch this storm very carefully. And I wouldn't be shocked if we have a tornado warning. And, oh, look at that. We do. That's going to be a tornado warning now
Your attention, please.
for northern
National Weather
Kenny and
Service
eastern
has
Valverde
issued a new
counties in
tornado
south central
warning
Texas
for
until
Kenny
6:15
and
p.m.
Valverde County in
At
Texas.
5:31 p.m., a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado is located over Amanda, or 12 miles east of Del Rio, moving east at 35 miles an hour. This storm has the potential of producing softball-sized hail, a tornado, 80-mile-an-hour winds. This storm should stay north of Brackettville. So Brackettville, unless it takes a hard right, it should stay just to your north. But this is going to be an issue for places like Leakey, Campwood, Barksdale, and Vance in the next hour to hour and a half. So this may be one of these super long-track storms. So I want to just go ahead and highlight it now. This whole corridor, you are now in the uh-oh zone and need to pay attention as this storm moves your way. This is probably going to be one of these long-track supercells that's going to be capable of producing big hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a tornado threat as it continues moving northeast across portions of Uvalde, Real, Kerr, Bandera, Medina, and Kenny counties here in the northern Edwards Plateau, southern hill country. So that is a tornado warning now until 6:15. That should stay north of Brackettville, east of Del Rio. Let's go to the other tornado warning. We're going to have to start prioritizing tornado warnings now unless we have something real nasty happen. So, if we're not talking about you, that's good news. This is going to be a tornado warning that continues until 6:15 p.m. for Callahan County. At 5:27, we had a tornado reported 7 miles northwest of Roden, moving east at 30. The storm could also have ping pong ball size hail. So we showed you the visual of that tornado a short time ago, and here's another look at that. That's the tornado from storm chaser Chad Casey that was east of Potosi, northwest of Roden, south of Baird. That's moving off to the east now at about 35 miles an hour towards Putnam. Baird, you're getting the hail. Putnam, you're going to be dealing with the potential of a tornado here as this storm continues moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. So get ready to those of you in Putnam. And then eventually, yes, this is going to pose a direct threat to Eastland County. Cisco, Eastland, Ranger, southern Stevens County, south of Breckenridge, heads up. It's heading your way. And yes, the potential does continue for this storm to produce a tornado. All right, let's go back out. Let's take a look. Haskell County, northeastern parts of Jones County, and Throckmorton County. You have the potential of damaging hail with these storms as they move all to the northeast pretty quickly here at about 50 to 60 miles an hour. That'll include the potential of very large hail, golf ball to tennis ball size, damaging winds, and very heavy rain. That means those of you up or downstream in places like Seymour, Throckmorton, and eventually good chunk of folks in Throckmorton and Baylor counties up here, heads up. This storm's heading your way with some pretty nasty size hail. Someone asking if the storm near east of Del Rio could make it to the west sides of San Antonio eventually, or the Bernie area. The answer is yes, but in a few hours. Hopefully it'll be weakening, though, as it does so. All right, back south. This storm that is down here in parts of the Baird area. You can see this hook is starting to what we call wrap around. So as that occurs, I'm expecting we're going to see the velocity increase on this. Let me check something here. No, that's not it. What about this? Nope, nope, yep. All right, that's fine. So with that, we're going to be keeping a very close eye on it. So those of you in Baird to Putnam in northern Callahan County, please be in a safe place. This is going to stay north of Cross Plains. Non-issue for Cross Plains or Rising Star. This is going to be an issue for Cisco and Eastland at some point. In fact, let's just go ahead and show you the loop. And by some point, I mean within the next hour. I think this is moving more easterly now. Yeah, you can see it. It's a little hard to tell, but the hook itself is doing this. So it's moving more easterly. So those of you in Cisco and Moran, get ready. Albany, this is going to stay south of you in the sense of this one tornadic storm, but you've got a whole heck of a lot of storms coming your way from the southwest. So guess what? Be ready for that. And you'll see on the latest radar scan we're about to get here, this thing's actually what we call tightening up even more. As I start losing voice, so let's drink some liquid IV. You can see a very well-pronounced hook now just east of 283, a few miles south of Interstate 20 and 283. The which way the wind's blowing mode, there is a bit of a velocity couplet there. It's not super strong, but that's a very well-defined hook echo. So those of you in Putnam, east of Baird, need to be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes. And you know what? Just heads up. All right. So, that's the northern tornado warning. Those of you in Putnam and eventually northwestern Eastland County and Cisco, get ready. All right, let's go back to the other tornado warning. This is going to be for the storm that is east of Del Rio that brought 80-mile-an-hour winds and big hail to Del Rio. This is going to remain well northwest of Brackettville, but those of you in Camp Wood, Barksdale, Vance, go ahead and get ready for the potential of severe weather capable of producing large hail, damaging winds, and yes, even a tornado. Leakey, Camp Wood, Barksdale, heads up and get ready. Del Rio, you've got some flash flooding on a lot of streets after the storm moved through, so don't try going out for a while. Most of the roads are going to have issues. All right. Robert, let's take a look. In Denton, we have a tornado watch in effect through 11 p.m. That's this yellow box here, a tornado watch for Denton County, western, northern DFW until 11 p.m. at least, and it'll probably be extended. I expect storms to start rolling in after about 9 p.m. from the west, so stay weather aware. Some of those could definitely be on the strong to severe side. And Thomas, please don't go outside and dance in the falling hail. That's just a good way to get an ouchies. But we appreciate the kind words. Thank you very much. All right, so let's talk about some other storms. San Angelo, for example, you've got a severe storm northwest of San Angelo with strong winds. We've got a pretty good surge of wind coming in from the west right now into San Angelo, so that activity is going to be moving off to the east. Maybe the quarter-size hail winds to 60. No tornadoes with that at the moment. El Dorado, that storm has the potential of golf ball-size hail, winds of 60. All these storms are moving northeast at about 30 to 45 miles an hour. All right. We've got this tornado-warned storm in northern parts of Kinney County. That is over rural areas passing north of Highway 90 and north of Brackville, but it is moving towards Barksdale, Campwood, and Leakey, and Real County, northern Uvalde County. So everyone out downstream of this one big bad storm by itself. And by the way, that does include folks all the way down to Kerrville, I-10, Highway 90 north, this storm. Watch it carefully. This may be one of these long-track supercells that stays around for several hours. So it may eventually approach areas west of San Antonio here in a few hours. So heads up. Massive Action X, thank you very much for that very generous super chat. And, you know, we're going to try. We're not trying to go that crazy route. We're just trying to bring visuals, so don't you worry. We're not going to go super duper crazy. The simplistic is better. So, hey, southeast of Baird, you got a spinny doom potential here. That includes the threat of big, bad, very mad hail, strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. If you've got anybody, friends, family that are out in these areas right now, make sure they're paying attention to the weather. Shoot them a text. Always welcome to join in the fun and family here, because we're here for y'all here in Texas. You know, many probably assume I enjoy doing stuff like this. I really don't. I'm actually a pretty introverted dude, and my throat already hurts, and we're going to be doing this for another 6.5 hours. So, but we're here. It's what we do. I'll just drink some caffeine and pretend I'm wooed. I don't know. So what I'm looking at right now is I'm going to take us to the Fort Worth radar. I want to do a little in-depth analysis of this tornado warning south of Baird. You can see we don't have that well-defined hook because we're looking, what is this, about 10,000 feet above the surface. So we have a very strong mesocyclone here. So this thing is big, bad, very mad. And if you were watching any of the videos earlier today, I mentioned if we still had discrete storms after 6 p.m., the threat of tornadoes would increase as we have an uptick in low-level wind shear. We have discrete storms as we approach 6, so that's going to be a problem. Austin, San Antonio, we're going to have storms overnight. They should be weakening, but they could still be strong as they move east into the region. So we're going to be here. We're going to be here all evening. If you want to know what is going on, well, let me just send you a link. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Where's my button? Ho, ho, ho. Let's get going. Yay, yay. I make songs. I'm Baldy and Chief, dude. Okay.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm.
My better half's about to come over and just smack me from behind me. Y'all are just going to see an arm fly into frame. All right, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to post the... Yeah, that should be live. Okay, that's fine. I'm going to post in here... There you go. I just put in chat the link to our weather blog. You can also just open the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. And it's there under articles as well. You can watch our live coverage in the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. It'll send notifications for stuff. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. It's free. We've got our website. We're live on YouTube. And, yeah, that's about all she wrote. So, let's drink caffeine, ladies and gentlemen. And be sure to hit that like button on the video. Not because I need any self-glamorification or whatever the word is, but because it actually helps the video get into more people's video feed, and thus more people get the information on Mama Nature's temper tantrums. Hey, honey, what's for dinner? I'm kidding. I'll probably get Subway delivered at some point, honestly. All right, so let's take a look at what we have going on. And you can see we got stormies galore. They're all having temper tantrums. They're all having nonsense, etc. What do you mean, I wish? My better half's literally 5 feet behind me, more like 4 feet, and she's just messaging me over here instead of talking on live stream, so I'm going to give her as much grief as I can, because it's really the only time I can do that without being attacked. Your partner is about to smack you, and we're all going to get a show if you're live. Yeah, pretty much. Eastland County, this storm's going to be heading your way. I expect to be under some sort of warning by 6:15 p.m. All right, so let's see. Let's do the timeline for tonight. I'm going to clear everything off the screen. We're going to load the high-res rapid refresh model, and that's going to tell us what's going on tonight. Yeah, we've got a website, TexasStormChasers.com. We've got interactive radar. We've got the latest weather forecast. We do videos every day. Excuse me, we do videos every day. I bet most folks didn't know that. We actually have a 24/7 live stream, too. But you can also watch our live coverage there as well if you want. The radar, etc. All right, so I'm going to load the HER. We're going to go from 7 p.m. through 7 a.m. And again, this is one model. It's not necessarily going to be right, but it'll at least give us an idea of what's going on. And for those of you wanting timing, here you go. Yeah, this stuff's going to make into DFW between 9 to 10 p.m. Continue moving east. We may have several hours of storms in DFW. Some of those storms will have the potential of producing hail, strong wind gusts, etc. So, we'll be watching this. So, North Texas, Texoma, Central Texas, we do have storms heading your way tonight. For those asking about the live stream, yeah, we've got a live weather stream that's live 24/7. It's got radar, music, we've got warning feeds, we've got all that. If you're watching on YouTube right now, these channels are always live. You can go look for the second live video, but, you know, when we're not doing tornado coverage, just come back and look and you'll find it very easily. Send in those super chats if you want to see Baldy slapped around on stream. I'm not sure I necessarily enjoy that possibility, but thank you, Scott Sweeney, one of our amazing moderators, for encouraging such atrocious behavior. Rude. All right, anyway. So that is what the radar is looking like tonight. Houston, by the way, actually here, let me extend this past, let's just take a quick look at tomorrow, because as we get into tomorrow afternoon, we do have a severe weather threat in East Texas, Southeast Texas, Northeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, with damaging winds, maybe a few tornadoes. There you go. So we're going to have to watch y'all tomorrow. You're not out of the woods, you're just not dealing with it tonight. That's something for tomorrow. Yeah, said no one ever. Here's the severe weather outlook for this evening. You can see we do have a risk of scattered to several severe storms. North Texas, Central Texas, the Edwards Plateau, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, Northwest Texas, and Texoma. Grid Games, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Everyone give a big old W in the chat for them. And let's keep on the Baldy Road. We're going to focus on the 2 tornado warnings first, then we're going to get on with the other storms. All right, so Mary Stitcher, thank you very much. And yes, no mid-roll ads. We turned them off. We actually have them off usually as default, but when the stream restarted at the beginning of this, it auto-defaulted a new stream, and yeah, so That was not intentional, but thank you very much. All right, so we do have a storm capable of producing a tornado, along with at least golf ball to tennis ball size hail. This is going to be on Interstate 20, just east of Baird, west of Putnam. This storm is starting to lift a little more to the northeast again, so this may bring it into more of northwestern Eastland County, southeastern Shackelford County, and southwestern Stevens County, eventually towards Breckenridge by 7 p.m. So that could have large hail, damaging winds. Here in North Texas, we have nothing going on yet. Yet being the operative word, because you will be later. All this from the west is going to come down and say, howdy, and try to hit you with wind and hail later. So stay weather aware. But for now, you're okie dokie. Out here in northwest Texas, a severe storm capable of producing tennis ball size hail is east of Weinart, southeast of Monday, about to cross over Highway 222, moving up northeast at 60 miles an hour towards Seymour, Electra, and Vernon. This storm is heading northeast very quickly, so heads up to folks up on 287, 114, 82. This is going to be passing near or just west of Seymour around 6:15 p.m. Eventually, that means this will approach Highway 287 from near Vernon to Electra, probably by 6:55 p.m. Sherry Kirk, thank you very much for that super chat. Appreciate it. Everybody give big W's for her. All right, so that's the Putnam storm. And we just got a report of a tornado in Kinney County. Some back-end issue stories here. The Del Rio radar here in Brackettville is offline. It's been broken for days. They're waiting on parts. That really stinks because now we don't have a good low-level look at this storm. So we can either look from San Antonio and New Braunfels or San Angelo. Both are 100 miles away. Instead of us looking at ground level, we're looking at 20,000 feet above the surface. Not even remotely close to the low levels. All we're seeing is the mid-levels. So this is where ground truth comes into play. We do have a report of a tornado confirmed with this thunderstorm now north of Brackettville. This is going to be moving east, northeast. So Camp Wood, Barksdale, Leakey. Eventually, this is going to be an issue for y'all. You've got some time, but again, this thing is going to be moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 miles an hour with baseball-sized hail. So let me put a storm track on this, and I'm going to actually extend this track out over 2 hours because I want to give a early heads up. I'm not trying to be specific here. I'm just trying to give it a heads up as to where this thing may eventually end up because it's being a problem. I'm going to do 35 miles an hour. Camp Wood, 6:35. Leakey, about 7 p.m. This is now a confirmed tornado, by the way. Camp Wood, again, about 6:30 to 6:35. Same for Barksdale. Here out in Concan, northeast of Uvalde, about 7 to 7:05. And again, this is a storm now that has a visual confirmation of a tornado in progress. So, heads up. Big Bad Very Mad. This is a tornado in progress now, north of Brackettville, well north of Highway 90, moving east towards northeastern Kinney County, northern Uvalde County, southern Real and Bandera counties. And this storm probably is going to make a run at I-10/I-35 later this evening. So heads up, this is going to be one of these big, bad, very mad, long track storms that we're going to be dealing with for a while, and it probably is going to be dropping hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a tornado threat. So if you know anybody from Camp Wood to Bandera, Cochran to Utopia, north of Uvalde, Hondo, north to Bandera, let them know they've got a pretty nasty storm in their vicinity heading their way. And again, we're live here on YouTube. We're live on the Facebag. We're live on Twitch. We're live on the Texas Storm Chasers website. We're live! And we're going to be live for the remainder of the evening dealing with Mama Nature's temper tantrums. El Dorado, you've got a severe storm to your northwest, moving northeast at about 35 miles an hour with the potential of golf ball size hail. 60-mile-an-hour winds. We've got a pretty nasty storm now well south of Ozana, moving northeast towards Sonora. That could bring golf ball size hail, 60-mile-an-hour winds at least. Thank you very much, Big Yalla Gal, for that super chat. Big W's for you. Up in the big country, let's talk about San Angelo. It's storming, it's pouring in San Angelo right now. The potential for some quarter-size hail, winds of 60. Those storms are racing northeast. Ballinger to Winters, Tuscula, you've got storms again. Abilene, same thing goes. Could have some quarter-size hail, heavy rain, cloudy ground, lightning. This storm near Putnam in Moran is definitely very intense. It's right next to the radar, so you're not getting a super good look at the hail core, but the low levels you are. I can switch over to the Fort Worth radar, and you can see there's your hail core just north of I-20. Pretty good area of rotation on 20 near Putnam. So that's moving east-northeast towards Moran, and eventually, if it does continue moving northeast, it's going to be making its way up towards Stevens County and eventually the city of Brackenridge. And we are starting to see a bit of rotation again with this. Again, it is so close to the radar, it's just real difficult to get a good look. But we have storm chasers in the vicinity, so we're going to be keeping a close eye on it. And a good view. 10-4 Cooley, thank you. Bailey, thank you very much. Let's take a quick look at Seguin. Seguin, you are A-OK right now. You have nothing within 150 miles. You'll probably get some rain overnight, but storm should be weakening. But don't be shocked if you get some storms after midnight. North Texas, there's nothing going on right now. We will have storms moving in from the west. Beep, 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 beep. If I finish that, I'm pretty sure I'd get a Nickelodeon copyright strike. I don't even know if Nickelodeon still exists. More you know. So again, North Texas, a lot of folks saying what's going on. We have a tornado watch, and I realize we got more cities on here than the Dickens. Let me see if we can. I'm too lazy. North Texas, tornado watch through 11 p.m., western, northern DFW. The watch will be extended east into DFW a bit later. Let's go back to the radar. And again, very nasty-looking hail core approaching Seymour. Seymour, get ready for what could be tennis ball to baseball size hail as this storm continues moving northeast. That's just a mean, nasty-looking storm heading towards Seymour. This thing's flying northeast at about 60 miles an hour. So Seymour area, 615 to 620. Then eventually up to Vernon to Electra, about 655. That's a pretty nasty looking storm there. All right. Wash Zeb, let's take a look. San Marcos, not a thing going on right now, but you are going to be dealing with storms late tonight. Gusty winds, lightning, maybe some small hail. Storms will be weakening as they approach from the west, but again, they could still be rowdy at times. I'm going to have to open more radars. All right, let's do some house cleaning. Let's get rid of that. Go away. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. Let's see what's going on here. That's fine. I've got that up there. I could probably put a radar up there. All right, so for situational awareness, let's do this. Let me clear some of these cities off the map, and I just want to show what the radar is doing across the state right now for good situational awareness. Young County's under a tornado watch, and you do have dangerous storms to your southwest, so be mindful of that. All right, this can go up here. Pull up the Frederick radar. That'll be for this angry storm. Oklahoma City. We do have storms, by the way, in the northeastern Texas panhandle. But there's some rain and gusty winds and lightning. That's it up there. Brownwood, you're going to be dealing with storms this evening. Yeah, nothing that I think's within the next hour, but probably by 8 p.m., yes, so get ready. Some of those could be strong to severe, by the way, with damaging winds, large hail, etc. Do a little housekeeping over here. Right. Well, let us know where y'all are watching from this evening. Lindsay, thank you very much. Ooh, a lot of folks in North Texas this evening. Boy, well, North Texas, guess what? Most of y'all right now don't have much going on. You're going to sooner rather than later, but for now, all the storms remain just off to your west. But we're keeping a close eye on them. That is for sure. So let's talk about what we have. We have Big Bad Very Mad Storm way northeast of Del Rio at this point. It's north of Brackettville. Had a tornado reported a bit earlier. That's going to be moving towards Camp Wood, Barksdale, Highway 55, and eventually towards the Leakey area in Concam. We've got storms southwest of Sonora. We've got storms for El Dorado up to San Angelo, Ballinger, to Tuscola, Abilene. Abilene, you're probably getting some hail again. And then we've got a tornadic storm near Putnam up to Moran. Escape to Paradise. Let's say, what is it now, 6? DFW probably 9 to midnight. But storms may continue past midnight, and you're going to have stuff approaching from the west. If you're west of DFW, like Weatherford to Decatur, or maybe a little closer to 8. So, we've got this nasty storm here, now east of Bayard. If you're in Bayard, you're clear. If you're in Roden, you're clear from this storm. You're going to have more. If you are in Moran to north of Cisco, you're going to have issues with storms. And then we have some hailers that are moving north-northeast very quickly in northwest Texas. And those have hail, strong winds, and heavy rain. And then for what it's worth, we have some storms west of Oklahoma City with hail. And we have some showers and storms with gusty winds, lightning, and a bit of rain in the Panhandle, but really not much, unfortunately. So we're going to be watching things quite carefully here with this activity as it moves off to the east, east-northeast. And again, here, I'll just set it up. Come here, iPad. Let's use you for this. I'm going to have to reset this thing, but at least we'll be able to show you what's going on. Yeah. Yep. So again, I can show y'all what we're expecting going into the next few hours. Arlington could have some storms overnight and this evening, and can't rule out some hail and strong winds. Again, about 9 p.m. to 1 a.m. All right, so I'm going to pull up the high-res rapid refresh model here on my iPad, and we're just going to show y'all that overnight. I'll just load the latest. I'm going to let it play on an animation and just switch to it and let it go to town. That'll give a good timing for most of y'all on what we expect. So you can see the timestamps there in the top left. The timestamp there in the top, so you can see we're going to have storms moving across the state overnight into tomorrow morning. Abilene's going to have some hail, but nothing tornadic right now.
Your attention, please. The National
Take a
Weather
quick look at
Service
some
has
cameras.
issued a
That's going to
new
be Del
tornado
Rio
warning
on
for
the top
Edwards,
right, and
Kinney,
then
Real, and Uvalde County in Texas.
going to be Bandera on the bottom right for meteorologist Jason Cooley. Keller, storms tonight, 9 to midnight, rolling in from the west, and yes, some of them could have some hail and strong winds, so we'll be keeping a close eye out. You're going to have to remind me 20 more times. All right, we've got a new tornado warning, so let's get back. Lakey. Fine. You're going to have to still remind me 20 more times. Let's get back to the radar. We have a new tornado warning. This is going to bring it with the southern storm. This is going to be for parts of northwestern Uvalde County. This is going to be until 6:45 p.m. You know, thing, if you're going to be mean to me, can't you just open the stinking warning box? No, why would it? It'd make my life too easy. Fine, we'll do it the hard way. It's going to be a tornado warning until 6:45 p.m. for northeastern Kinney, northwestern Uvalde, southeastern Edwards, and southwestern Real counties in southern Texas down the Edwards Plateau. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado near Alamo Village, 13 miles north of Brackettville, moving east at 30 miles an hour. This also could have tennis ball to baseball size hail. So, Camp Wood, west of Lakey to near Concan. Heads up, this is going to be a tornado warning with a severe storm moving east towards y'all. Baseball size hail, possible tornado, very heavy rain, dangerous lightning, so we'll keep an eye on that. Further north, we've got storms now extending from southwest of Sonora to El Dorado, to San Angelo, to Miles and Ballinger up Highway 67, Winters to Tuscola to Abilene. Abilene getting more rain again. So heads up, Abilene. Not really too severe right now, but the potential for some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain for sure. We've got the severe storm over Moran, just north of Putnam, northeast of Bayard, northwest of Cisco. It's going to stay north of I-20, north of Cisco, but that means it could head towards southern Stevens County, eventually being an issue for places like maybe Morden Valley, Breckenridge, and Cotto there on 180 up in Stevens County. So heads up. In fact, you can see we have a new severe thunderstorm warning now. That's going to be from the Weather Service, so they're not going to extend the tornado warning for now. But we're going to keep a close eye on that storm. Further northwest, we have some storms with heavy rain, small hail moving northeast quickly across Throckmorton County. We'll get this loop going again.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Baylor and Wilbarga County in Texas.
Then we've got Seymour. Seymour, you're getting quite a bit of a hailer right now. The potential for 70-mile-an-hour winds and tennis ball size hail. Sonora, thank you. And that's near Seymour. That's going to be moving northeast very quickly, about 50 miles an hour. So everyone from Seymour up to Vernon and Electra, you've got a storm with 70-mile-an-hour winds and tennis ball size hail heading your way. So get ready for that. And we'll be keeping a very close eye on it as it continues moving off to the northeast at about 45 miles an hour. So it's cooking and booking, ladies and gentlemen. All right. So I have a question for all of you. Have you hit the like button yet? That helps us out in getting this video into more folks. And the more folks we can help with weather information, the better. Let's go ahead and, again, I'm just going to go back and show you. We are expecting storms to continue moving east overnight. Storms are going to make their way into DFW. Storms are going to be making their way through central Texas, the Hill Country, the Concho Valley, the Big Country, Texoma this evening. The potential for some of those storms to produce damaging winds, large hail, even a few tornadoes, and heavy rainfall. That threat also includes places like southern and central Oklahoma. Asking for a good app recommendation? Well, we can give you one. I'll go ahead and put it in chat. You can search for ours, and that's the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. I just put the link in the chat, or you can just go search Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. We've got 2 radars, one in the radar button, the second under the More tab, and then it's Zoom radar. You can watch our live coverage by going to articles. It's the first thing there. And then we also have your local weather forecast, no matter where you are in the good old US of A. All right. So let's talk about this. I think they're going to let the tornado warning for this storm in Callahan County go. So Putnam, you're clear. This storm is still severe. It's moving northeast towards Breckenridge, southern Stevens County. And it's moving off to the northeast. Rascal ZX2, thank you for being a Spinny Doomer and for that $20 super chat. Welcome, welcome. All right, so the only storm we're going to have a tornado warning on shortly is going to be the storm that is well northeast of Del Rio. So we're going to look at that in a minute, but let's go north to south, and that's what I'm going to try to do here, along with drinking caffeine juice. We'll get you back to the actual radar. So, severe storm. First off, pretty nasty looking storm now, just north of the Red River up in southern Oklahoma, northeast of Burke Burnett, northeast of Ranelagh, Oklahoma. That storm looks like it's trying to go tornadic southwest of Walters, Oklahoma. It's moving away from Texas, but eventually could be near Duncan, Oklahoma. I just noticed that because, well, there you go. Heading south, we have some pretty nasty looking hailstorms. One near Seymour with some strong winds over 70 miles an hour. That's racing northeast at about 50 miles an hour, so it's passing just west of Seymour right now on 82. It's going to be crossing over 283 and 183 between 82 and 287. And then that storm is going to be crossing over 287 just east of Vernon, probably near 287 and 70, and right up 70 from Davidson. So we'll be watching. Dan McGill, thank you very much. And I'm glad you enjoy the content. Thanks for staying weather aware. All right, so let's go further south. And Graham, yeah, you're probably going to have some storms in your area this evening. Abilene, you're getting stormed on right now, and maybe some small hail with that. Not technically severe in your area this very second, but definitely the potential for that storm to cause a wee bit of weather mischief as it heads your way. Line of storms extends south through Tuscola and Winters. Could be gusty winds of 40, 50, 60 miles an hour, and maybe some hail. Farther southwest to San Angelo, we've got a line of showers and storms running 67 from Ballinger to Miles to San Angelo, down 277 to El Dorado. Most of those storms, honestly, don't look too bad right now. 50, 60, 65-mile-an-hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail, heavy rain, and lightning. And that activity is moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 40 miles per hour. There is not a tornado on the ground in Abilene at this point. I promise you that. I'm looking at the radar data right now, so let's not be spamming chats with fake reports. Tornado was probably a good 20 miles southeast of Abilene earlier, but tornado warning up there has been expired. No tornado warnings up there. Breckenridge, you got a storm heading your way with hail and strong wind. Farther south, southwest of, I'm going to mispronounce it again, Sonora, is moving off to the northeast. That storm has the potential of golf ball size hail and winds over 60 miles an hour. All right, Sonora. Yeah, okay, fine. And I'll tell you now, south side of Stevens County, south of Breckenridge, is getting pelted with lightning. All right, so let's go back to the tornado warning. And again, the reason I'm not just glued to this is because it is kind of in the middle of nowhere right now, but that's going to change eventually. This is going to be a tornado warning for northern Uvalde, southern Real, northeastern Kenny counties in the Edwards Plateau. Again, this is way, way east of Del Rio at this point, moving away north of Brackettville. It is going to be crossing Highway 55 from Camp Wood south to northwest of Uvalde. So not a good highway to be on right now. And eventually this will be crossing Highway 83 near or a bit south of Lakey, north of Uvalde, northwest of Sabinal, as this storm's moving east at 30 miles an hour. And again, this thing's got some big hail. Mike Hoffman, thank you very much. So let's go ahead and put a speed on this. I'm going to do 35 miles an hour, and I'm going to actually make it an even bigger cone of uh-oh. And that's just so we can have a pretty good error rate here. So at this point, Lakey about 650 to 655. Camp Wood in the next 10 to 15 minutes. North of Uvalde on 83 about 7 p.m. Northwest of Sabinal on 127 about 7:20 p.m. Bandera about 8 p.m. to 8:05. Same thing for Hondo if it tracks that far south. So again, this could be a pretty long track storm, and if it keeps moving at its current speed, these are the time frames we're expecting it to arrive. So this is the only tornado warning we have right now. The tornado warning for the storm that was east of Abilene in Callahan County has expired. That storm's moving towards Stevens County with large hail.
Reported by ESOS.
We're going to have some more stuff heading through the evening. And again, here is the high-res rapid refresh model just to give a basic timeline of what we could be dealing with overnight into tomorrow morning. And yeah, Gardner State Park, south of Lakey. That is a very good idea. Thank you. Gardner State Park is not going to be in good shape with this storm heading its way. And yes, our Discord server is for YouTube members only.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for...
All right, looks like we have a new severe thunderstorm warning.
Real, and Uvalde County in Texas.
So let's take a look. And a big thank you to everybody watching live this evening. We appreciate you staying weather aware. W's for you all.
Texas local storm report from 1 mile south-southwest of Red Springs in Baylor County, Texas. Hail magnitude estimated 1.75 inches. Reported by emergency manager.
And
Additional
D.D.
information
Harrison, good
on
evening.
Highway
Thank you
82.
very much. Good news. Rock Springs, you're doing pretty good right now. You've got some rain and storms in the area, and if this cell near Sonora builds south a little, you might get more, but the nasty stuff is farther to the southeast. And KB5SLF, thank you very much as well. All right, let's see what that was about. That's a larger severe thunderstorm warning for the Camp Wood area. I assume that is for large hail damaging winds. All right, so let's take a look at the state. Let's knock some of these city labels back off again, and we're just going to go all over the place. So let's go from north to south. First off, let me get rid of the satellite. I mean, it's cute and all, but as we get closer to dark, it's just not necessary. So, going from north to south, we'll knock this back to an hour. We'll get us back on.
Thunderstorm warning for
Texas local storm
And
report from
here we
4 miles
go.
north-northwest
Heather,
of Corning
very
in Knox County, Texas.
big thank you.
Thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 58 miles
All
per
right,
hour.
so going from north to
Reported
south,
by SNA.
Burke Burnett, you're going to be dealing with more
Callahan,
storms eventually.
Shackelford,
Same with
and
Wichita
Taylor County in
Falls, but
Texas.
the closest storms right now are west of Seymour. Those storms are boogieing off to the northeast pretty quickly at about 50 miles an hour with the potential of tennis ball size hail and damaging straight line winds over 70 miles an hour. Very mad storms. Farther south, Throckmorton County, you've got some storms in your vicinity, but nothing too crazy right now. We did have a tornado warning for the Callahan County region a little earlier. That storm has now moved northeast into Stevens County. We're watching it. It's still a storm way out by its lonesome, and that definitely means it needs to be watched. That eventually could make it into western North Texas. These storms will make it into North Texas and DFW over the next 2 to 4 hours, by the way, for everyone asking. So, heads up to that. Southwest, we do have storms extending from near Clyde and Emdale, east sides and south sides of Abilene, all the way south through Ballinger, San Angelo. Some of those storms have pocket change size hail, heavy rain, strong wind gusts. And then farther south, we have storms all the way down to 277 to El Dorado.
And Sutton County in Texas.
And then, you know, if I scroll up far enough here, I may actually find the pronunciation sun or And then otherwise, we do have a very intense severe storm northwest of Uvalde, south of Camp Wood. That storm could have tennis ball size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour, and even the potential for a tornado. We'll check in on meteorologist Jason Cooley real quick. And here you go. Meteorologist Jason Cooley is, at present, near Segovia, Texas, on Interstate 10. And I guess at this point, there's no harm in popping my beautiful bald head up here. So, howdy! Bet you didn't expect that. We can fix that pretty quickly, thankfully. Oop. Ooh. Boy, I hope someone gets a screenshot of that. So, yeah, it's meteorologist Jason Cooley. They're down on Interstate 10 right now. And again, they're going to be intercepting some of these storms down there. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. Here's the view out of the San Angelo region. Starting to clear out a bit in San Angelo. Looks like it'll be a nice sunset. Here is Del Rio. They had a severe storm earlier with 80-mile-an-hour winds, very heavy rain. They're clearing out a bit. And then here's me, good old Baldy in Chief. Jonathan, thank you very much. So again, for folks asking about storm timeline, here you go. This is
Texas local storm report from Reese Center in Lubbock County, Texas. Non-thunderstorm wind gust magnitude measured 58 miles per hour. Reported by Messene.
Well, you can hear me now. I was saying there's tornadoes up in Illinois now in the northern target. They have active weather as well. And then I mentioned how I have a mallet again and I wanted to hit technology and blah, blah, blah. So there's actually a tornado warning now up in concerningly. We're going to take a quick look. I just want to look. I used to live up here for years. Tornado warning up in Oklahoma City, and I see why. Near Minco, Union City, Oklahoma, over to Tuttle, Mustang. Heads up Oklahoma City to Moore if you got friends, family up there. Looks like a storm with a possible tornado heading towards Oklahoma City. But that's enough of that. We're back to Texas. Severe storm northeast to Seymour. Seymour, you're clear from that storm. It's heading northeast up towards the Electra and Vernon area. So heads up on that. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Very strong winds of 60 to 70 miles per hour with that. So we're going to be keeping a close eye on that. Farther south, storms, showers galore. This activity all generally moving northeast. Stevens County, you've got a severe storm southwest of Breckenridge and northeast of Moran. That storm has the potential of maybe some ping pong ball size hail. Winds of 60 miles per hour. That storm's moving northeast. Looks like we have a discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. This was just issued. And let me see if we can find some information. Now, here's a piece of information that's actually quite helpful. This is from the Weather Service in San Antonio. Take a look at this. We are expecting additional severe thunderstorms to possibly develop in northern Mexico and the Edwards Plateau over the next few hours and move east. So we could be dealing with more storms. So hold on a second if y'all can hear that. So what we're going to be looking at is dealing with the potential of TweetDeck. Great. So give me just a second. All right, so let's keep on with it here. We do have that severe storm southwest of Breckenridge moving off to the northeast at about 30 to 35 miles an hour. And that storm has some decent-sized hail with it, heavy rain, etc. You can see a pretty good line of storms is set up shop now across the Big Country and the Concho Valley. Could have some pretty gusty winds, heavy rain, small hail. At this point, most of this line's not severe warned, so it's behaving itself, but it's skedoodling on to the east with the potential of heavy rain, some pretty good lightning, gusty winds, and the line will probably intensify some, so the risk of severe weather as well. We have a new MD. Concho Valley, we've got storms from Ballinger to Miles, southeast of San Angelo, down to Highway 190, west of Menard, east of El Dorado, and then the town I can't really ever pronounce, Sonora. Those storms are moving off to the east-northeast at about 30 to 40 to even 50 miles an hour with heavy rain, gusty winds, etc. And then we have this storm that is north of Uvalde near Camp Wood, moving off to the east towards Montel, Reagan Wells. And then eventually this is going to be making its way towards Garner State Park, Los Maples State Natural Area, Rio Frio, Lakey. Potential for tennis ball size hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. As activity continues to move off to the east. So what we're going to be doing, again, no confirmed tornadoes right now, and we're just keeping an eye on things, truthfully. And again, we can take a look. Let's go back to this storm in southern Stevens County. And yeah, it's starting to get a little more rambunctious. We're looking from the radar in Fort Worth just to get a little higher viewpoint of the hail core, but we'll have a new tornado warning in just a minute. And we'll talk about that in a minute. That's the storm down south. But we have a pretty nasty-looking storm south of Breckenridge now. A little bit of mid-level rotation showing up. We're looking at the which way the wind's blowing mode. And you can see right there what we would call your mesocyclone. So that's where the red and green come together. Decent hook echo in the mid-levels. But now we can switch back over to the radar next to the storm, literally. And here's what the radar looks like. And yeah, you can see a pretty well-defined hook with this, too. Sonora. We're going to have to watch and see what happens with this storm as that hook tries to wrap around. It's entirely possible it does try to go tornadic again, but we're not seeing imminent issues in the sense of very low-level winds. Now, let's look up a few tilts here because we're right next to the radar. Now, you see there, we're looking at 5,700 feet. Strong rotation, right? Let's go down. Still weaker, but about 4,000 feet rotation. And then by the time you're down to about 2,000 feet, not as much. So that rotation, the mid-levels is strong, but it hasn't made its way down into the low levels yet. That could be what is occurring, though, and if that does, the threat of a tornado would increase here as this storm continues to move off to the northeast. Now, let's go south. New tornado warning. And this is going to be a storm near Camp Wood. Lakey, tornado warning. This tornado warning is going to, I'll just read verbatim the text of the Weather Service. How about that? If I can ever get the text to pop back up. It's going to be a tornado warning until 7:15 p.m. This is going to be for Montel. It's going to be southwestern Bandera County, northern Uvalde County, and southern Real County. At 6:33 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located over Montel, or 19 miles southwest of Lakey, moving off to the east at 40 miles an hour. And that means this tornado warning does include Reagan Wells. This includes Garner State Park and Rio Frio. Good capture, Jenny Brown. I'm very glad you got a screenshot of that. Hey, hon. You might enjoy this. Completely ignored, shunned. Not really. So, again, if you are north of Uvalde, this is not an issue for the city of Uvalde. Well north of y'all. This is an issue for Highway 55 near Camp Wood now. An issue for Lakey in the next probably 20 minutes. Etc. So we'll be watching this with great interest as it moves east across Highway 83. That'll be staying north of 90 for now. So that's a tornado warning for southwestern Bandera, northern Uvalde, and southern Real counties until 7:15 p.m. Central Time. All right. Concho Valley, line of storms from I-10 and Highway 277 up to El Dorado. Storms now moving east of San Angelo. This area of storms isn't severe. To be severe, you have to have 58-mile-an-hour winds or higher, quarter-size hail larger, or tornadoes. Well, none of that's happening right now, thankfully. Storms extend up to Ballinger there on 67, to Clyde, and then this section of the line of storms east of Abilene is severe, with the potential of wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, the potential for heavy rainfall, cloud-to-ground lightning, and down here, I'm just taking a look at that. We're going to have to watch these as the squall line begins to organize. These little hooks on the lean edge of the squall line, those can be small-scale circulations that sometimes can spin up into brief tornadoes or enhanced damaging wind gusts of 70 to 80 plus miles an hour. So we're going to have to watch that with great interest. And that's what we're going to be doing. So this storm near Breckenridge definitely seems to be pretty rowdy. Definitely seen a pretty good hook echo with it. Not seeing any super defined low-level rotation right now, but it's trying again a bit in the mid-levels with large hail and damaging winds. Could have golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And yeah, the probability of a tornado isn't zero. We're definitely going to be watching for things as we continue on through the evening hours. And here. So let's take a look at the radar from Fort Worth just to get a mid-level look. And yes, the rotation with the storm in the mid-levels south of Breckenridge is increasing. So the real question is, okay, it's spinning like a top at 5,000 feet. Is that rotation going to descend? And if it does, that would increase the threat of a tornado. So let's do a little analysis real quick. I don't want to get too nerdy on this, but here you're looking at 1,000 feet above the surface. There's plenty of straight line winds here, probably 40, 50, 60 miles an hour. Let's go up in a couple tilts. Okay, a little bit of rotation at 3,700 feet, and then you can see more of the mesocyclone at 5,000. So we'll watch it, but again, I'm not imminently concerned about a tornado issue here. Imminently being like the next 5 to 10 minutes. Hail, yes. Damaging winds and lightning, yes. Worst of it's going to stay south of Breckenridge, though, and then after it moves past Breckenridge, those of you in Caddo to western, northwestern Palo Pinto County, hey, Possum Kingdom Lake, you're going to have a problem with this. So Possum Kingdom Lake, start getting ready. All right. So, quickly, let's take a look.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning
at some of this data.
Callahan County in Texas.
We've got a severe storm on 283 south-southeast of Vernon. Pretty good wind. Moving up northeast towards Vernon and Electra. At about 50 miles an hour, could be golf ball size hail. Damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. Even 70 miles an hour, and that's going to be an issue for the Highway 70-287 intersection. What? We've got a new tornado warning. For that little circulation on the leading edge of the squall line I was talking about. So they've gone ahead and put a tornado warning for this line segment near Roden. This tornado warning will include Putnam. So Callahan County, tornado warning until 7:15 p.m. Circulation now east of 283, north of Roden, moving up towards Putnam. So could get a quick spin-up tornado out of this with the potential of damaging winds, heavy rain, a brief spin-up tornado right there. And that's generally going to be moving like this towards Eastland County. So we'll be watching it, but again, these small circulations are going to have to be watched with great interest as activity continues moving on to the east. So that's a tornado warning for eastern Callahan County. Putnam is included. Roden here on 36 is included. Cross Plains is clear. Clyde, you're not in the warning. And then the other tornado warning we have is down here in the Edwards Plateau, north of Uvalde, northern Uvalde County, southern Real County, southwestern Bandera County, and eventually this will move towards northwestern Hondo County in the Edwards Plateau. Strong rotation to very strong rotation with this storm as it moves east from Camp Wood. The potential for this storm to produce substantial severe weather continues. So heads up to those of you near Lakey, to Garner State Park. This will be near Garner State Park at 6:55, and Rio Frio around 7 p.m. So heads up. And yes, this storm, if it continues moving east, could be an issue for places like Bernie by 8:30 to 9 p.m. All right, let's go back north. And very quickly, just because I'm a weather nerd, we got a problem here in Oklahoma City. This thing east of Union City, Oklahoma, approaching Mustang, Oklahoma, has one heck of a hook echo, the potential for baseball-size hail, strong low-level rotation, and that Rappy Hook of Doom. Apparently, there was a tornado observed with this. So again, west sides of Oklahoma City, Mustang, Bethany, Yukon, Tuttle, tornado warning for y'all. That's all I'm going to do about that because we're Texas storm chasers, but it's noteworthy. Severe storm, again, southeast of Vernon by 20 miles, moving up towards Electra, Highway 240 and 287, 287 and 70. And that storm is going to be making its way towards 287 pretty quickly, moving northeast at about 50 miles an hour. You can see the storm track there. We do have a severe storm southwest of Duncan, Oklahoma. That storm could have golf ball size hail, winds of 60. We've got plenty of storms starting to take shape now. They're behaving themselves right now, but they're storms nevertheless across parts of the Archer City area in northwest Texas. Those will make their way towards Wichita Falls eventually. And then this storm that is in southern Breckenridge, or southern Stevens County, south of Breckenridge, is nasty looking. This thing's going to be moving northeast, east-northeast towards Caddo and eastern Stevens County, and eventually this could be an issue for Metcalf Gap, Brad, Possum Kingdom Lake, the state park up there, and eventually places like Grayford and western and northern Palo Pinto County. Farther south, we have a severe storm capable of producing damaging winds and maybe a spin-up tornado from Baird down to northwest of Cross Plains. That storm is going to be moving off to the east, east-northeast towards Putnam and eventually Eastland County. So heads up Eastland County, line of storms, 60 to 70 mile an hour winds, and maybe spin-up tornado threat. We'll be watching that carefully. Again, these squall lines, we have to watch sometimes these little hooks that wrap around and create problems in the spinny, doom department. I'm just checking on some things here, making sure I haven't missed anything. And then we have a couple of meso discussions from the Storm Prediction Center. We'll go ahead and bring that over here. This was a discussion issued about 20 minutes ago for western North Texas, the Big Country, and the Concho Valley. The potential for the strongest storms to produce softball-size hail, winds to 80 miles an hour, and yes, even the possibility of a few tornadoes. Those asking about timing, here you go.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Tillman County in Oklahoma.
Asking about timing, here you go. The latest high-res rapid refresh model. So there's your timeline. Storms will be moving into DFW between 9 and midnight. Western sides of DFW could be 8. We have 2 tornado warnings. One is a short duration warning for a small circulation that popped up northeast of 36 and 283 in Callahan County. Approaching Putnam. We also have damaging winds near Baird moving towards Moran. We're watching this severe storm southeast of Breckenridge. No tornado issues with this right now, but the hail core is definitely getting a lot more mad. So big hail southeast of Breckenridge. If it intensifies more, it may be throwing some big hail into Breckenridge itself. Caddo here on Highway 180. Get ready for what could be tennis ball to baseball size hail. Now, let's talk about farther south. We do have severe storms in the Edwards Plateau and southern Concho Valley. All these storms right now, from Cross Plains to west of Coleman to Eden to El Dorado, are not severe right now. They have the potential of becoming severe with a threat of some damaging winds and heavy rain, along with lightning. But right now, it's a line of storms with not crazy stuff. The next severe storm we have down here is going to be this thing near Camp Wood. This thing is capable of producing a tornado and tennis ball size hail. moving east towards Lakey, moving east towards the Garner State Park, Reagan Wells, Rio Frio. At 6:49 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado is located over Reagan Wells, or 13 miles southwest of Lakey, moving east at 30.
Report from Camp Wood in Real County, Texas. Hail
All right, let me
magnitude
press some
measured
buttons on here.
2.00 inches. Reported by emergency manager. Additional information, picture received of approximately 2-inch diameter hail.
No, y'all can still hear me. I'm just not talking. So, Lakey, Camp Wood, Garner State Park, Reagan Wells. That's a tornado warning for southern Real County and northern Uvalde County in the Edwards Plateau. And eventually this storm will be near Bandera to north of Hondo. Big hail, big wind, etc. This line of storms moving across the big country is going to see an uptick in the damaging wind potential as it moves east towards DFW over the next 2 hours. So we expect the threat of damaging winds will increase over the next couple of hours. Here is the latest from the National Weather Service at Fort Worth for a timeline. Let's just say, what is that? Jacksboro to west of Mineral Wells to west of Stephenville to Goldwaite by 8 p.m., 9 p.m. Decatur, Weatherford, Granbury, west of Fort Hood by 9 p.m. Damaging winds, hail, spin-up tornadoes. It's your main threat with that line once it actually lines out. Storm near Breckenridge has a very nasty hail core just south of town, barely. Again, this thing's probably dropping really big hail now, unfortunately. I think it's a lot bigger than ping pong ball size. Wind-wise, we are starting to see a little bit of a surge in the rear flank downdraft just southeast of town. So we're going to have to watch that carefully. Let's take a look from the Fort Worth radar just for a better mid-level look. And you can see we actually have a little cell nudger occurring right now. So depending on the evolution, sometimes when we have little showers or storms ingested into a bigger supercell, that sometimes can actually ramp up a circulation or the intensity. So we're going to have to be mindful of that. Yes, I do expect there will be a severe thunderstorm or tornado watch issued for the DFW Metroplex sooner rather than later. We are definitely starting to see a little bit of an uptick in that low-level rotation now southeast of Breckenridge. So as this storm continues moving east of Breckenridge, there could be some hail in town right now. That'll end in the next 5 to 10 minutes. We're going to see storms moving northeast towards Caddo, western Palo Pinto County. And then up here, by the way, is Possum Kingdom Lake. So Possum Kingdom Lake, you're going to be under threat of this as it moves off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Northwest Texas. We've got damaging winds approaching 287 near Electra. Pretty good surge of wind right there. Take a look at that. Radar detecting straight line winds probably in the vicinity of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And that's flying northeast towards the Highway 70, 287 intersection. That'll move towards Davidson, Oklahoma, and then even Electra here where 240 meets 287 on the west sides of town. If you haven't already, consider giving us a like on the video. That helps us get it into more people's views, and that way we can help more folks stay weather aware this evening. So we do have a tornado warning for the Putnam area. For a quick spin-up tornado. DFW, yeah, you're going to have storms at DFW, probably 9 p.m. to midnight. And some of them probably are going to be rowdy, yes. All right, let's keep on going. There should be audio. I'm showing audio on my end, so make sure you're actually watching the video live. I'm just seeing. Y'all can imagine how many comments we have going through here. We've got a couple YouTube chats, Facebook, so yeah. All right, so what we're going to do, no severe warnings for San Angelo. San Angelo, you're probably done the way this looks. Big old line starting to move east. Same thing goes down here. Del Rio radar is offline. That is very unfortunate. Hey, Del Rio, heads up. We do have new storms firing back in Mexico. Those may make it into the Edwards Plateau, so be ready for that. This severe storm capable of producing a tornado in parts of southwestern Bandera, northeastern Uvalde, southeastern Rio counties, moving off to the east at 30 miles an hour. Tornado risk for DFW is low. We are getting closer to a tornado warning for eastern Stevens County, near Caddo, east of Breckenridge. We're seeing low-level rotation increase now. So, yeah, Caddo to Brad, Metcalf Gap, up to Possum Kingdom Lake. Don't be shocked if a tornado warning comes out in a few minutes. 6:49 p.m., a severe storm capable of producing a tornado near Reagan Wells, 13 miles southwest of Leakey, moving east at 30. This is going to be near Rio Frio, 7:05, Garner State Park at 7, Reagan Wells about now. After that, this storm is probably on a beeline to impact the Bandera to Bernie area, and hopefully it'll be weakening by the time it gets to Interstate 10 around Bernie. But heads up, at the present course and speed, hailstorm near Bandera around 8:15 to 8:30 p.m. Tornado watch is in effect for Texoma, North Texas, etc., which means we do have at least the threat of a few tornadoes, in addition to damaging winds and large hail. Here is the latest how hard it's raining mode for this storm east of Breckenridge, and you can see there definitely is a bit of spin now in the low levels with this. I'm looking up in tilts. I want to see the rotation. That's 7,000 feet. That's 3,000, and then a bit of a surge of wind around 2,000 feet. So there's rotation. It's not crazy strong right now, but we're watching it. So Breckenridge, worst will be out of y'all's hair in a few minutes. You're getting pelted with lightning, though. I'm sorry. Caddo, Brad, Possum Kingdom Lake, up to Grayford in northern Palo Pinto County. You'll be next. We'll have a severe thunderstorm warning for all this. Putnam, there's this storm that still has damaging winds. Can't rule out spin-up tornadoes, but I'm not really able to pick one out easily right now. And, up here northwest Texas, 287, some very strong winds approaching the Highway 287, Highway 70 intersection. Chris, thank you for that super chat. Very much appreciated. Big W's for Chris in the chat. We've got Vernon to a lecture. Wimberley, trust me, I am very aware with Wimberley after the mid-2010 floods. This is one of those situations where if I'm not mentioning you, it's a good thing. Look, I used to live up in Moore for 10 years. I'm just going to go look. Oklahoma City, tornado warning. It's just not a good situation, so we'll be keeping an eye on that. I'm going to actually check in on some friends who live up there real quick. Oh, we have some pretty good mammatus outside, apparently. All right, so here we go. And mammatus, by the way, are just descending clouds. I could probably go outside, take a picture. Actually, I could go outside and show you on my iPad live if I wanted. I'm not going to, though, right now because, well, okay, so speaking of iPads, though, let me refresh this. We're going to give y'all a good look at the latest high-res rapid refresh model. I'm actually curious if I could get this to show the camera on live. Oh, I could. Cool. So here's what we're going to do real quick. Nah, I'm not going to do that. I was going to take y'all outside and show you the cool clouds, but I won't. We'll stick with the her. I'm going to load that up on my end real quick. And we'll show you that. So let's talk about the storm timeline. And to do that, we're going to switch over to my magical iPad. Yeah, so this is the HUR at 6 p.m. Whatever, it's past 6. This is what that model showed at 7. It's not doing too bad, honestly. So that is good. So let's take a look. Here's 9 p.m. Now, storms are probably going to be moving a bit more quickly than this to the east, but line of storms from Nakona to Bridgeport, Mineral Wells, Runaway Bay, just west of Stephenville to Comanche to Brownwood to Brady to Junction to Comstock. And we note more storms in the Del Rio area. Del Rio, you're not done yet. You've got more storms developing to your southwest. Let's go to 11. Storms in DFW. Not all these are going to be severe, but the strongest could have damaging winds, some heavy rain, and hail. From near Sherman, Plano, Dallas, Cleburne, Hamilton, Lametta, Llano. That's out in Harper in western Gillespie County. We've got a storm near Lakey again, down to Del Rio. More storms for Del Rio. Now, let's go to 2 a.m., 1 a.m. Storms in North Texas, Northeast Texas, North Texas, Central Texas, Fort Hood, into the Hill Country. And yes, we'll see a weakening trend, but some of these are probably still producing a little bit of hail, pocket change size hail, and some heavy rain, strong winds. 3 a.m. Storms, Northeast Texas, North Texas, Brazos Valley, Central Texas, Edwards Plateau. Honestly, at this point, it looks pretty disorganized, but still some pockets of pocket change size hail. See what I did there? Strong winds, heavy rain, etc. And then guess what? We're actually going to have more storms tomorrow morning in the Brazos Valley, Southeast Texas, East Texas, late tomorrow morning and tomorrow afternoon with the risk of damaging winds, large hail, and yes, even the possibility of a few tornadoes. So, now that we've played Who Wants to Be a Baldy in Chief, let's get back to the task at hand, and that's tracking our current storms. I mean, I would happily be happy if these calm down. I'd really be happy if I could go take a little potty break right now, but it's not happening. So let's talk about it. Lakey and the state park out here. That is a big, bad, very mad ouchies in the hail department. That is a nasty hail core over Lakey right now and over the Garner State Park in Rio Frio. So that's just not that's just not great. Bandera, 8:10 to 8:15. This thing's rolling into Bandera with the potential of very large hail, damaging winds, and yeah, maybe even a tornado if it keeps its happy self going. That's a tornado warning until 7:15 p.m. Now, Concho Valley, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings right now. That's good. All right, now this line's going to strengthen, so we're probably going to have issues with that, but nothing right now. Big Country, tornado warning continues. Look, Cross Plains, you're fine. Putnam, you're clear from the tornado threat. That spin-up tornado threat's not really showing there anymore, and it's further east. Cisco, Carbon, or Cisco, Eastland, Ranger, Carbon, Rising Star, Gorman, severe thunderstorm warning. 60 to 65 mile-an-hour winds, quarter size, hail. Chris Leonard, thank you very much. Storm season, well, honestly, I think we're going to have storms tonight. Beyond that, we look quiet for the rest of the week, but it only takes one, so we'll see. Wow, Weather Service just issued a severe thunderstorm warning for softball-sized hail for the Bandera area. We'll go look at that here a bit. Severe storm now exiting Breckenridge out to the east of town. Severe storm will be moving into Palo Pinto County soon. Eventually, Possum Kingdom Lake, 7:30. Grayford, probably 8 p.m. This should stay a bit northwest of Mineral Wells, but there's storms trailing it right behind it, so really all of Palo Pinto County is going to get storms. All right, farther north, severe thunderstorms over Highway 287 east of Vernon. Vernon's fine, some pretty strong winds over 287 near Highway 240 northwest of Electra. Could have winds over 70 miles an hour. That is flying up northeast into Oklahoma. New tornado warning. We have a tornado warning now for eastern Stevens and western Palo Pinto County. So this is going to be a new tornado warning that'll pop up on the map. This is going to be a tornado warning for Brad, Caddo, and Metcalf Gap. So, here, let me reset this. I'm honestly shocked I haven't had to do this yet. Big, bad, very mad. Cool, it's my desktop and old Windows XP background. Merry Christmas to me and a party and a he. Boy, one day I'm just going to start singing and record the tunes on here, and it is going to be glorious. Come on, radar, quit being difficult. I'm too animated for such things. All right, well, I'll fix that in a minute. Regardless, we have a tornado warning now for eastern Stevens and western Palo Pinto County. This is going to be a tornado warning until 7:30 p.m. A severe thunderstorm capable of producing a spin-up tornado just crossed Highway 180 just west of Caddo, which is right here, just east of that green triangle marker with the hail. That's a hail marker, by the way, on this software. Moving northeast at about 25 miles an hour, this eventually could approach Possum Kingdom Lake by 7:30. So again, that is a tornado warning until 7:30 p.m. for western Palo Pinto and eastern Stevens County. This does not include Breckenridge. Breckenridge, you're clear from this storm, but you've got another one right on its tail. We've got a... That's interesting. It's not showing y'all that. Hold on a second. I don't know why it did that. Why is it just sitting there? Interesting. Give me a second. I'll find the source and fix it, but I've got like 50, so it's going to take a minute for me to actually find it. Nope. Yep, there you go. So there's your tornado warning. I know why it did that. I'm trying to fix a, I guess it really, yeah, monitor layout issue. Why is it doing this to me? Why does technology hate me so much? Okay, there we go. So I'm going to have to fix that one more time, and we'll be good to go. There we go. All right, thank you. So we do have this tornado warning again. Western Palo Pinto and eastern Stevens County, including Caddo and Brad. All right, so that's where that tornado warning is. Doesn't include Possum Kingdom Lake yet. Doesn't include Grayford or Mineral Wells yet. But we'll see what happens. And you can see the hail markers just going berserk. Big bad, very mad. This tornado warning for the Putnam area it's done. The storm's already in Eastland County. We've got a line of storms extending from Cross Plains down to west of Coleman, Santa Ana, Paint Rock, Eden, west of Menard. Strong winds, and at some point they'll probably strengthen a bit more and become severe with very large hail, or at least some damaging winds, maybe not very large hail. And then we have this storm down here. Del Rio, I see that storm southwest of you going up. Those of you in Del Rio need to watch that, because we're probably going to see that do that. So here's the Lakey storm. That thing is mean. Check it out. The potential for softball-size hail. So we've had 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail reported with this storm. So this is a storm that has a history of producing 4 to 5 inch diameter size hail. 5 inch diameter size hail is a DVD, by the way. So let's take a look, and this is moving east towards Bandera. So those of you in Bandera, this is going to be Medina and Bandera here on Highway 16. Get ready by 8 to 8:15 p.m. Softball to grapefruit size hail, damaging winds, and maybe even a tornado. And if it doesn't weaken by the time it gets to I-10, Menard, thank you, Menard, it could be an issue for places like Barney. So we're going to watch that. Otherwise, no severe warnings right now along I-10, 190. The closest issues we have is this severe storm complex from Breckenridge to Cisco to Cross Plains, moving east at about 30 miles an hour. So let's talk about this storm in northwestern Palo Pinto County that has a tornado warning on it. And we'll put a storm track on it. Drink some liquid IV. Honestly, I probably should have had 2 of these by now. So that's your tornado warning. That's your storm track. Possum Kingdom Lake is right over here. So it'll be in Possum Kingdom Lake by 7:40 to 7:45. Grayford, about 8 to 8:05. Passing northwest of Mineral Wells, 8:05 to 8:10. But I want to caution you, if this turns east at all, Mineral Wells will be in the crosshairs about 8 p.m. And we do have storms right behind it. So Mineral Wells, you're getting stormed on regardless in the next hour to hour and a half. Northwest, storm with 70-mile-an-hour winds near Davidson, Oklahoma, moving northeast. That'll be in Oklahoma soon. And then we note this thing in Oklahoma City. Oh, my gosh. That's just, what the... I mean, it's never good to see such a storm in a populated area. The good news is, even though it has that rappy hook, I'm not seeing a super tight velocity couplet here, but the airport's getting hit with 60-mile-an-hour winds. Regardless, tornado warning for Oklahoma City, and that's just, that's what we're going to look at for that. I used to live in the Oklahoma City Moore area. I moved down to Fredericksburg, Texas last October. All right, so here is the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, I mean, there is some rotation here. Not seeing anything super crazy in the low levels right now, but it's definitely a very strong mid-level circulation. So if that's able to lower in altitude down into the low levels, yeah, we might get a quick tornado out of this in western Palo Pinto County. Breckenridge, you're clear from this tornadic storm. Curious to see how big the hail got earlier south of town. We've got some pretty nasty winds moving south of Breckenridge right now, 50 to 60 miles an hour, and all that's moving northeast. Now, let's do a storm track. Let's see what the speed is, 45. I'm going to do this for the main line, because eventually the main line is going to eat this little cell, but if the time's a little off, well, so it is. Oops, let me do this. But this is what's coming to say hi to DFW here in about 2 hours. Alright, so we're going to do 45, and it may speed up from there, but this is a 2-hour track. So, Grayford about, from the line itself, not this individual storm. This individual storm's ahead of the line. Thank you for the report. 2-inch hail in Lakey. Hope y'all are good. 8:15 p.m. in Grayford from the line. 7:45 from the line in Strawn. Mineral Wells about 8:20 for the line. This storm's ahead of it, though. Weatherford, 8:45 to 8:40. Springtown, about 8:55 to 9. Boyd, about 9:10. West sides of Fort Worth, 9:05. Granbury, about 8:40 p.m. Gorman, about 7:40. Stephenville, about 8:10 to 8:15. And that's from this main line of storms. Now, notice we have this storm that's out ahead of the line. I assume this main line's going to eat the storm at some point. So, that's what we're waiting for. But until then, this thing's going to be skedaddling up with damaging winds and hail, and this line's eventually what is going to make in the DFW with some strong winds, maybe spin up tornadoes, heavy rain.
Palo Pinto and Stevens County in Texas.
Enjoy them, Amatis? Yeah, I'm seeing pictures from you. So let's keep on looking at this. So again, tornado warning for western Palo Pinto County, and one huge hail dump right now right over Caddo down in eastern Stevens County. So Caddo is right here where this big black scary hail core is, and boy is that probably some big hail. Could be golf ball, could be a lot bigger than golf ball. We're going to have to find out at some point, but Mineral Wells right now, you are not under the gun from this storm, but if it keeps heading your way, you're eventually going to be. So Mineral Wells, you're going to have issues with storms, damaging winds, maybe a spin-up tornado threat in the next hour. Otherwise, line of strong storms extends from Cisco to Cross Plains to Coleman. In fact, what I'm going to do, Eden, Menard, Junction, and then we've got storms. We've got this storm, which I am not showing a tornado warning on my software anymore. I don't know if they canceled it. Okay, so they're canceling the tornado warning. It expires in 1 minute. That red box of doom will be off your map. We note that very large hail was reported with this storm back near Camp Wood. 4.5-inch diameter size hail, so big, bad, mad. This is going to be near Bandera by 8:15 p.m. Bandera to Medina on Highway 16 by 8:15 p.m. with the potential of softball-size hail, unless it weakens, and hopefully it is. Is Australia affected? Nah, mate, I don't think this is going to be making its way across the Pacific, but good try. All right. So let's see what else we have going on. Show you the view from storm chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley. They are down near Tough, Texas, which I believe is going to be on the tail end of all this. Down the Concho Valley, so you can see he's got visual of a storm. Go back to radar. Tornado warning down here is gone. So again, Lakey, you probably got huge hail. New storms firing up, by the way. West-southwest of Del Rio, up to Ozana. We're going to have to watch those. San Angelo, I mean, you should be done, but you still got some stuff on the south sides of town. Then we see this thing west of Menard. Little circulation there with that. So what we're going to do real quick... let's take a look. We're going to pop back over. It's not even going to play. We'll pop over and take a look at the timing of this again, since many of you are asking. And I hope those of you asking for the timing of all this take a minute to hit that big old thumbs up button on the video. That helps us out, getting the video into the hands of more folks so we can share that severe weather safety information. Thank you, Jason. So we're going to pop on the high-res rapid refresh weather model. We're going to zoom out to the state. And again, this is just going to show what we're expecting the next few hours into tomorrow. If it actually, were to show on the screen, that would help. Nice thunder.
Yeah.
That's because we have a storm firing west of us. Great.
Yeah.
And now we're getting... Oh, no.
It's the left split.
No, we just got lightning from the mountains. There's a CG over your county now. I hope it rained enough. Yeah, I know, but the lightning was from the Lakey storm. That is cool, though. All right, so here's what the high-res rapid refresh model is showing tonight. So guess what? It's going to storm in DFW. It's going to storm in Waco. It's going to storm in Austin. Maybe some storms in San Antonio. And then tomorrow, we're going to get storms in East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Golden Triangle, stuff like that. So if you are anywhere near DFW, it's going to storm tonight. Texoma, it's going to storm tonight. Stephenville, it's going to storm tonight. Waco, it's going to storm tonight. Texarkana and Tyler, you're going to get some storms in the morning. Not necessarily nasty, but Austin, guess what? You're going to get storms probably around 1 to 2 a.m. DFW, 9 p.m. to midnight. May continue beyond that, though. Same for Central Texas. Storms in DFW, some of those storms are going to have damaging winds and hail, maybe a spin-up tornado threat. Depends how rowdy they get west of DFW. Right now, they're pretty rowdy. That storm west of San Antonio right now, that is down east of Lakey, shooting lightning strikes up to here in Fredericksburg now, is going to have the potential to bring some hail to Medina, Vanderpool, and Bandera. Okay, so that's the storm Jason is on. Nice. Let's do this. Wow, he's actually got a good view. I'm going to do this. Cut that off. I'm going to pull this up on my end. Actually, I'm going to do that. Make sure I'm on mine so I don't get ads. Yeah, we should be good. I'm going to mute that. Do that. Hit that. Press that. Go over here. Go over there. We're going to have a great view from meteorologist Jason Cooley here in just a second. I just have to press a magical button. So here is the view from meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is on the storm near Vanderpool. That storm that was just tornado warned, that has dropped softball-size hail back near Lakey. And so that is what the visual of the storm looks like right now. A lot of Mamatis. A lot of Baldy and Chief showing up. There we go. You can see meteorologist Jason Cooley. Hi, Jason. And then the storm out there. You can see a bit of a wall cloud back there, it looks like. And again, he's on this storm near Vanderpool. And I'll get it set up so we can watch that. So that's meteorologist Jason Cooley. Again, that severe storm that is near Vanderpool. All right. So we'll take a look at that. You'll get to stare at two of me, apparently. Nice lightning there. So Jason, again, is on the... Here, I'll show you. This storm northeast of Uvalde. This one down here, east of Lakey, that dropped huge hail earlier. Again, we had a report of softball-size hail 3 miles south of Lakey. We've had a report of grapefruit-size hail south of Camp Wood, and this is the storm Jason is on right now. He's near Vanderpool, and this storm is moving east towards Medina and Bandera. So again, this is a nasty-looking storm. The visual from storm chaser Jason Cooley on the top right. And then under that is Del Rio, which we're going to be watching for storms coming in from the west a bit later this evening again. But I can also just, switch it out and we can pop up into North Texas and take a look at what's heading towards DFW eventually. So we'll do that. Ariane, thank you. All right, so that's the storm east of Lakey, west of Bandera, moving off to the east on the top box, and then a tech stock camera out of the Eastland area, bottom box. I'm probably going to just switch that over to something else. We'll let the storm come to us near Strom eventually. And that'll be a good camera, so that's out of Strom. So we're going to watch that. So, again, storm coming east. Thank you, MNJ, for that super chat. All right, otherwise, storm firing up kind of near 290 and I-10 southeast of Junction. There's nothing severe with that right now, just some lightning. A little bit of rotation with it, though. We'll keep an eye on it. Storms in the eastern Concho Valley starting to perk up a bit. Definitely starting to see indications of damaging winds. Northwest of Menard to Eden, Coleman. Starting to see these little nudgers on the front, these little hooks. We need to watch that. Those can be small-scale circulations and a bit of spinny, doom potential. So we'll watch that, but definitely wouldn't be shocked if we start to get severe thunderstorm warnings. You can see the live cam from meteorologist Jason Cooley, some rising scud, and a bit of rotation with that thunderstorm as it continues to move off to the east. That is the storm that is heading toward, well, that just went tornado. No, I'm sorry. That's old radar scan. Ignore me. That is east of Lakey, moving towards Vanderpool and Medina, though it may be starting to weaken a bit now. We'll keep an eye on it. Tornado warning continues for this thunderstorm that is in western Palo Pinto County. Good news is not seeing a super duper scary version of this in terms of the low-level rotation right now, but it definitely has the potential of producing damaging winds and hail. The squall line's starting to absorb it. So you can see we're starting to get some very strong damaging winds showing up here, over 60 to 70 miles an hour from near Eastland into southeastern Palo Pinto County. Baseball-sized hail near Caddo. That's when that hail core was over 180 there, so that's how big the hail was, baseballs. So 60, 70 mile an hour winds heading towards Strawn, Caddo, Metcalf Gap, Brad. Potential for some very strong winds with that activity. And that's also going to be making its way towards Ranger, Strawn, and eventually this is what's going to make its way towards Mineral Wells over the next 45 minutes or so. What we're going to do really quick, since we have audio from meteorologist Jason Cooley, I am going to step away for just 2 lickety-splicks of a second, and we are going to continue monitoring things. I'm just going to take a very quick break. Let's make sure we get the audio set up. So, be right back. Strong winds with that activity, and that's also going to be making its way towards Ranger, Strong, and eventually this is what's going to make its way towards Mineral Wells.
Okay, we got a new area. Oh, yeah. It's a matter of time for that thing.
Yeah, I mean, you couldn't have got a better shot.
All right, he's going to switch to my audio, I think.
Okay.
Can you mute that? Thank you. Yep. Oh, look at it swirling. We got an attempt here?
I think we do. Oh,
Oh, Nelly.
hold on.
Strong rotation now. Near Highway 16 and west of Medina.
Oh, there's the hail.
I could stay in my car for this.
Yeah, I heard it. That's like a warning shot is what that was.
I gotta back up.
Good rising motion.
Cool.
There we are.
It's a little broad, but
The National Weather Service.
something wants to do it. Where's our inflow?
What's that?
Oh, it's all outflow right there.
Is it? No, that's him.
Yeah, it was close a couple of times though.
Come on, girl.
Getting a little pointy there.
Watch this over here.
Uh-huh.
Can you try to focus that on a different point? It's a little overexposed.
All right, folks, I am back.
Well, we're gonna have
Thanks
to
for the little break. Definitely needed it. So let's go ahead and continue what's going on. Tornado warning for Palo Pinto and Stevens County has been canceled or allowed to expire. That is good. That storm is being absorbed into the line. So we're about to deal with just a big old bad, very line. Big, bad, very mad line as it moves off to the east pretty quickly here. We note the Weather Service has issued a destructive severe thunderstorm tag warning on this storm. So we have a line of storms producing 80-mile-an-hour winds. This is moving towards Strawn, Metcalf Gap, Gordon, Santo, Palo Pinto, Brazos, Mineral Wells. Camera, bottom right camera here is at the intersection of Interstate 20 and Highway 281. So we're going to be able to see that as it moves in from the west. I suspect we're going to have a pretty gnarly view. And Jason, if you're listening, you got to do something with your bit rate. When you started moving, everything just went blurry, and you'll see it. But all right, so that line's moving east. That line's moving east at about, well, 50 to 60 miles an hour. So, yeah, this is all heading towards DFW at some point in the next 2 hours, folks. So, if you're in DFW asking, is it going to storm tonight? Yes. Line of storms extends from Eastland to Cross Plains to Coleman to Santa Ana to Eden. This whole line moving east. Guess what? It's moving east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. I'll go ahead and show you what the expectation is over the next couple of hours. I'll put a storm track on this whole line. Yes, sir, Bob. Now, I'm going to do an average of 50 miles an hour. Some of this may move more quickly. Some may move slower, but Brownwood, say about 7:55. Comanche, about 8:10. Stephenville, about 8:05 to 8:10. Mineral Wells, about 7:55 to 8. Weatherford, about 8:20 to 8:30. Fort Worth, 8:55. Grapevine DFW Airport, about 9:10 to 9:15. Cleburne, about 9. 8:55 to 9. Granbury, 8:25 to 8:30. Clifton, about 9:05 to 9:10. Hamilton, about 8:40 to 8:45. Goldthwaite, about 8:25 to 8:30. Lampasas, about 9:15 to 9:10. San Saba, about 8:35. If, it keeps moving in that general speed direction. Those are estimates. Strongest storms, damaging straight line winds, hail, heavy rain. We can go ahead and take a look at the camera at 281 and I-20. I'm looking to see if we have any cameras a little closer. There's a few miles farther west. Boy, we got some very strong winds showing up. Now, let's go back to this first. Southern storm. That's taken a bit of an interesting turn. This is the storm meteorologist Jason was showing y'all. This is west of Bandera, moving towards Medina. The potential for some very large hail, damaging winds, heavy rain. So Medina, Camp Verde, heads up. This looks like it'll stay northwest of Bandera itself, kind of pulling towards Camp Verde, Center Point, and Comfort. This storm's actually been modeled well by model guidance today, and most of that have had the storm weakening as it approaches Interstate 10, so we'll see. Salina is under a tornado watch and could be dealing with some strong storms tonight, yes. In fact, here is a new severe thunderstorm warning. Includes places like southwestern Gillespie County, Kerrville, Comfort, Bandera, or areas northwest of Bandera. Kind of wondering why my weather radio's not going off. That's great. So, heads up. Kerrville, Comfort, Center Point, Ingram, Hunt, Camp Verde, all in a severe thunderstorm warning. The potential for a severe storm to produce maybe golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Winds of 60 miles an hour, and that's moving off to the northeast at about 30 miles an hour. Farther north, looks like we're starting to get a bit of a strengthening trend with this storm near Menard. That's going to be moving off to the northeast. Could be some hail with that and strong winds. Farther north, storms, Coleman, Santa Ana, heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. Severe thunderstorms extend from near Cisco and Eastland all the way up to... oh, what is that going to be? That's going to be Strawn to Metcalf Gap. And again, we could have winds of 60, 70, even 80 miles an hour out here. As this activity moves off to the east. In fact, radar showing winds over 80 miles an hour right now from Strawn to Metcalf Gap. And that's going to be moving off to the east pretty quickly, about 50 to 60 miles an hour. G-stick. So, Mineral Wells, you're getting in the next probably 20 minutes. Grayford, same thing. Strong, Gordon, and then eventually this will keep moving east towards the DFW Metroplex. So I'll put a loop on this. And there you go. Take a quick look at the view of the Medina Kerrville storm. And this is from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Again, this is near Medina, east of Vanderpool. That's the severe storm approaching Kerrville, Camp Verde, Center Point, Comfort, Ingram, and Interstate 10, northwest of Bernie, southeast of Mountain Home. You can see plenty of motion in the storm, nothing that suggests it's trying to drop a tornado on his head. We'll see if he ends up getting any damaging winds or hail with that as we continue to monitor that activity. Camera below his is going to be highway or Interstate 20 at FM4 near the Gordon area, and we'll be watching for a line of severe storms moving in from the west on that. So, let's keep on going. DFW, again, storms in the next hour and a half to 2 hours will arrive from the west with damaging winds. Could be 60, 70 mile an hour winds. Can't rule out a spin up tornado. Maybe. And maybe some pocket change size hail. Probably going to see a good amount of heavy rain, lightning, and street flooding. So, as you can see, the storms are on the way from the west. Lake Texoma, you know, same thing. We're going to have storms approaching from the west this evening, but at this point, nothing severe in your general vicinity, and you're probably going to have some nasty potential lightning, stuff like that. Let's just say 9 p.m. through 2 a.m. Can't rule out gusty winds, maybe a little bit of hail. And thank you to Caleb and Adjacent for your super chats. Looking over some data. So again, that's a big old mean line of storms is now moving east into North Texas. This segment from Palo Pinto County to Eastland County, which is where the Cross Plains label to west of the Weatherford label is, could have winds 60, 70, 80 miles an hour. Farther south, watching this storm that is approaching the Spooky Cloud area. That's the one meteorologist Jason Cooley is on. That's the one approaching Medina. That's down here southwest of Kerrville, south of Ingram. Eventually, this is going to be approaching places like Comfort, Center Point, Medina, Kerrville, Camp Verde. The potential for golf ball to tennis ball size hail. Winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And if we go back on storm reports, this thing's been going all the way since Del Rio. Hey, Del Rio, you got new storms firing up just to your southwest. Del Rio, we're going to end up having another strong to severe storm in Del Rio in the next 30 to 45 minutes. So, yeah, heads up to Del Rio. The problem is, here's the radar, KDFX. The radar is offline, so we're having to use a radar 130 miles away. So, you know, we don't get any good low-level looks, but we definitely get enough that we could see, hey, there's a hail core. So, heads up to Del Rio. Storms coming on in the next 30 to 60 minutes. Again, could have hail, strong winds. Breckenridge is clear. All right, let's go back here. Baseball-size hail reported in Caddo at 7:07. We had tennis ball size hail reported in Breckenridge back at 6:47 p.m. Those storms are now near Possum Kingdom Lake to Metcalf Gap, moving east towards Mineral Wells at 50 miles an hour. Could have golf ball size hail, winds of 60 to 80 miles an hour. Meteorologist Jason Cooley, whose stream is on the top box on the right, which you're occasionally seeing in the midst of the enjoyable time known as traversing the hill country. is currently on this storm south of Kerrville. So we'll be watching for that. We'll also be watching the tech stock camera. That is on Interstate 20 near Gordon, west of Highway 281. So let's take a look, and you can see, man, that hail core got really mad there as it approaches Medina. Medina's right here. So back north, DFW, you don't have any hail damaging winds yet, but as these storms move in, you're probably going to have some issues. Patrick, thank you very much, and Preston, same to you. Thank you very much for your super chat. W's for both in the chats. This storm that is west of Mineral Wells showing a pretty good indication of strong winds as it moves east. Now, for the hail, the good news is as these storms line out or become linear in this line versus individual storms, the hail risk goes down. The damaging wind risk certainly does not. So we're going to be keeping a very close eye on things as the activity moves on to the east. And again, very strong winds with this thunderstorm in Palo Pinto County. Possum Kingdom Lake, you're probably getting hail, very strong winds all the way down to strong. Winds could be over 70 to 80 miles an hour. And we're definitely starting to see a bit of rotation try to develop up here near Possum Kingdom Lake. We'll see on the latest scan. Which radar am I on? Okay. So we're going to be watching for that. You can see the lightning on the tech stock camera there on the bottom underneath my big head. That's going to be Interstate 20 at FM4 west of 281. So we'll probably have an interesting view from that shortly. And all this, by the way, is moving east towards DFW in the next hour to hour and a half. So heads up, this thing in Palo Pinto County definitely still has oomph. Grayford to Mineral Wells, get ready. Could have some hail, pocket change size hail. Potential for damaging winds over 70 miles an hour. Very heavy rain and lightning. Eastland, you're in it right now. You're getting some very heavy rain, gusty winds. Ranger, Carbon, soon to be Gorman, same thing. Could have winds 50, 60, 70 miles an hour. And we're going to be keeping an eye on that. We're just waiting to see what comes of all this. But again, definitely quite a bit of mischief in the weather department, so heads up DFW. All right, let's go back to the Kerrville storm. Kerrville storm has a history of large hail. It's weaker than it was earlier, but it's still definitely quite upset. If you're in Medina right now, you have a damaging hailstorm minutes away. The potential for large hail damaging winds. In fact, that is what meteorologist Jason Cooley is giving us a view of right now. So, how about I not have my head over the storm, for goodness sake. Sorry, new layout. Baldy-in-Chief has to get used to being Baldy. And that's what Jason's looking at, meteorologist Jason Cooley. He is in the Medina area looking right at the storm. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that. You can see quite a bit of hail in his shot, a lot of heavy rain and lightning. Tornado warning for Palo Pinto County. We need to go back up here. We have a developing tornado now. This is going to be Possum Kingdom Lake, moving northeast Grayford. So Possum Kingdom Lake, very strong rotation has developed in your vicinity very quickly. I'll show you here. It is on the which way the wind is blowing mode. You can see we've got a very strong area of circulation that has developed right over the southeast sides of Possum Kingdom Lake. Winds moving away from the radar at about 50 miles an hour. Winds moving towards the radar at about 40 to 50. So some pretty nasty circulation here with this thunderstorm. And a tornado warning is now in effect for northern Palo Pinto County. This includes Grayford, Possum Kingdom Lake, the potential for a spin-up rain-wrapped tornado over Possum Kingdom Lake, moving northeast at 30. So again, those of you in Possum Kingdom Lake to Grayford, Please be in a safe place. That'll be the lowest floor, center room, away from windows. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Hard sole shoes and a helmet, but you don't really have time to go get that, so just get into a safe place. Again, this storm has attitude, and it is definitely capable of producing a tornado or damaging straight line winds. So DFW, Decatur, Weatherford, Granbury in the next 45 to 60 minutes. Denton, Fort Worth, Cleburne, the next 60 to 75 minutes. McKinney, Dallas, Waxahachie, the next 75 to 90 minutes. That's your arrival timeline. And again, these storms are being rather potent at the moment with damaging winds. You can see the Boeing line segment here on the how hard it's raining mode. Moving east, that's going to make it accelerate. And then up here at Possum Kingdom Lake, we could have a tornado with a circulation that is rapidly materialized. So we've got this, and then y'all can see Jason Storm down at Medina, moving towards Kerrville, Comfort, Center Point, and Camp Verde, is throwing temper tantrums. So with that, we'll take a look. Severe thunderstorm warning continues for Eastland County. No tornado there, just some strong winds, heavy rain, small hail. Brownwood, Brown County, nothing in your area severe right now, but we could have some damaging winds eventually, 50, 60 miles an hour. Same thing goes all the way down to Brady, Melvin. Those storms are mostly behaving themselves right now, okay? That's the good news. We do have new strong to severe storms developing from Sonora to Ozana to Del Rio. We're going to start having warnings here again soon, and that activity is going to start moving northeast, so heads up. Y'all aren't done down here yet. Sonora to Junction to Kerrville to Del Rio, you're not done yet. You got storms heading your way that are developing, so we're going to have to watch that. Kerrville, guess what? You get Big Bad Very Mad Soupy. It's going to be a severe thunderstorm moving northeast at about 40 miles an hour with the potential of golf ball to tennis ball size hail and localized damaging wind gusts. Now, let's take a look at the storm coming down Interstate 20. This is going to be Interstate 20 near Gordon, I believe. Looking west. So you can see we have a shelf cloud on the right side of the screen. You can see a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, illuminating rain, and stuff like that. So we'll keep a very close eye on all that. So that's I-20 in southern Palo Pinto County. Bottom box, top box, that's meteorologist Jason Cooley near Medina, with that nasty storm moving towards Comfort. Sonora, yep. And thankfully, for me, in a selfish fashion, since I'm literally sitting here in the community of Fredericksburg, it doesn't look like my car's getting trashed tonight. Woohoo!
Did they cut that warning back?
A little bit. Yes. Did you say something? Yeah. So, again, let's go back north. Del Rio, you do have a storm approaching you again that could have some hail. Possum Kingdom Lake, tornado warning remains in effect. It's moving northeast towards Grayford. Good news is if you're on the lake, the worst should be over. It's going to be southeast to east sides of Possum Kingdom Lake, moving northeast up 254 towards Grayford. Damaging winds and maybe a rain-wrapped tornado here. Either way, it's going to be okay. We're going to be dealing with some pretty nasty wind, maybe a little bit of hail, but more likely than not, just a lot of wind and heavy rain. So, chats, help me out and do me a favor here. We got a lot of folks that are popping in and out. If someone asks about their location, and I've talked about it recently, just kindly let them know what I said in terms of a time frame. That would be very helpful. I'd appreciate the help. Thank you kindly. Strong, pretty good little storm popping up in y'all. We're seeing a pretty good surge of wind from Ranger to Strong, all the way up to the Possum Kingdom Lake area. And that all is moving east towards western DFW. Armadillo, thank you very much for that generous super chat. Appreciate it. All right, so let's take a look at the time here. And I'm just going to put a time back on here. Oh, they say they're moving east. How quick are these storms moving? Let's see. Wichita Falls, you're just getting rain. You're fine. Nothing severe around y'all right now. So Weatherford, I'm going to say by 8:30 to 8:45. Fort Worth probably by 8:45 to 9. Dallas probably 9:15 to 9:30. The sound is lagging 3 seconds behind me. Well, technology does hate me. A big thank you to everyone joining us this evening. Make sure you give us a big thumbs up if you're enjoying the information.
Kinney, and Val Verde County in Texas.
Let us know where you're watching from in the chat. Here, we're going to do that. That's a little easier for y'all, isn't it? Kates, thanks for watching from a fellow neighbor. All right. A lot of folks in North Texas. So let's talk about the storm timeline. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to do this. Let's use the magical iPad. See how it's working. Storm Chaser Jason Cooley is on the storm southwest of Comfort, south of Kerrville, near Medina. The camera you're watching on the bottom is going to be from Interstate 20 and FM4 west of Gordon on Interstate 20 in western North Texas. We have a tornado warning for northern Palo Pinto County, Possum Kingdom Lake to Grayford for a spin-up tornado, but a lot of damaging wind in that area as well. All right, so let's take a look at the timeline. Going into the next couple of hours. To do that, we're going to take a look at the super duper awesome high-res rapid refresh model. So, as we do that, y'all can scan that QR code above my beautiful bald head for the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. And yes, I realize it's off tilt. There you go. So let's talk about it. Storm near Camp Verde and Medina, by the way, the hail core has just gone holy mother of guacamole. It went from 0 to nothing, or it went back to from like golf balls to probably softballs again. So Medina up to Camp Verde center point, prepare for softball size hail. High-res rapid refresh model here at 8 p.m. You can see it's doing pretty well with the timing of things, developing some new storms around Del Rio, and then activity across western North Texas. Let's go to 10 p.m. 10 p.m. storms, Gainesville, Denton, Fort Worth, maybe quicker than that, all the way southwest through Brownwood, Brady, Menard Junction, Rock Springs, Del Rio, with some storms even in places like Round Rock and Eagle Pass. 11 o'clock, line of storms from Denison, Sherman, McKinney, Dallas, Hillsboro, back through places like Goldwaite, down to San Saba, west of Fredericksburg, to Junction, to Camp Wood, to Del Rio. Here's 1 a.m., another round of storms in DFW. Some could have gusty winds and hail. Smaller hail, probably not softballs. Extending to Clifton, just west of Waco, to Fort Hood, to Austin, Kerrville, Bernie, Uvalde. 2 a.m. Bonham, Rockwall, Ennis, Corsicana, east sides of Waco, to Marlin, Roxdale, and then there's just storms with probably not too much severe weather in the sense of hail. Through 2 a.m., storms in San Antonio, and then we have rain and storms across really the eastern half of the state possible most of the night. And some of those could have pocket change size hail and strong winds. And then going into tomorrow afternoon, late tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, we could see new severe storms east Texas and southeast Texas as a cool front continues to move east. So, let's get back to the radar. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Parker, Hood, Erath counties. This is going to be for 70-mile-an-hour winds, the potential for some hail, Generally quarter to ping pong ball size, so not baseballs. You can see on the live streams, we've got lightning galore. We have meteorologist Jason Cooley on the top. He's going to be on the storm near Medina, which we'll look at in a minute on radar. And then we've got a camera here on Interstate 20, right east of Strawn, right about here, looking west. And that camera's here on the bottom. You can see some lightning. So let's go ahead and let's switch to that, see what we can see. This is at Interstate 20 and FM4 looking west. You can see a lot of folks are about to have an unpleasant experience. A lot of lightning. You can see heavy rain in the background. You can see a shelf cloud here. And we're going to keep an eye on that. Now, this whole line, again, is moving east at about 30 miles an hour. Well, that's the tornado warning. The line, come on, thing, is moving east at 45. So let's get back to radar, and we'll give you a timeline. Again, I'm going to do a timeline based on the current track. Hey, Mineral Wells, you've got 5 to 10 minutes before you got golf ball size hail and 70-mile-an-hour winds rolling into town. This thing's trying to get all oomphy again. So Mineral Wells, 5 to 10 minutes at best. Strong damaging winds and hail. Get ready. And by get ready, I don't mean go outside and play in it. All right, so let's do a storm track. Storm speed now is about 45. Thank you, Ashley, for that generous super chat. W's for Ashley in the chat. This is moving east, again, 45, and there we go, after 2 hours. So Weatherford, about 8:30. Springtown, about 8:40. Azle, 8:45 to 8:50. Annetta South, about 8:40. Lipan, about 8:20 to 8:25. Granbury, 8:45. Downtown Fort Worth, 9:10. Lake Worth, 9 p.m. West side to Lake Worth, about 9 p.m. Crowley, about 9:10. Joshua, 9:10 to 9:15. Cleburne, 9:15. Jerry World, Six Flags, about 9:30. DFW International, 9:25 to 9:30. Keller, about 9:10 to 9:15. Justin, 9:10. Boyd, 8:50. Louisville, 9:30. Carrollton, 9:40. Downtown Dallas, 9:50. Duncanville, about 9:40. Joe Pool Lake, right around 9:30. Euless, 9:30. Grand Prairie, 9:30. Midlothian, 9:40. So there's some times for everybody. And again, this severe thunderstorm warning, that includes places like Azle, Weatherford, Annetta, Lipan, Granbury, 70-mile-an-hour winds, the potential for quarter to ping-pong ball size hail. All right, we are going to switch from this camera that's about to get taken out by the storm. We're going to switch back to 281. That's looking east now. Let's try this one that's a little east. What is that? Looking northwest. Good enough. We'll have to keep an eye out. That's on the rest area. I think there's a hill back here, but no, actually, here's a pretty good view. So let's go south. So again, DFW, big bad, very mad. Storms rolling in from the west in the next hour, hour and a half with strong winds, heavy rain, pocket change size hail, low tornado threat. We got a line of storms with gusty winds, heavy rain, and lightning, more bark than bite right now from Gorman to Brownwood to Brady. That one west of Brady may have some quarter-size hail, so... All right, let's go south. We've got a severe storm approaching Interstate 10 west of Comfort. Comfort, get ready. The potential for baseball-size hail. Destructive winds of 60-plus miles an hour heading your way. Camp Verde, you're getting it right now. Center Point, the next few minutes. And then Comfort, you are next. That's where meteorologist Jason Cooley is located. And again, if you're in Comfort, if you're at the Loves down there, the QT on the south side of the interstate, where the Dairy Queen used to be, heads up, you're about to have issues. In fact, we have hail from meteorologist Jason Cooley. Let's take a look at that in a minute. Now, he's using Starlink, so there's a chance the satellite's not going to work with this because satellite generally does not enjoy dealing with hailstorms. All right. So we're watching his. You might see those hailstones coming down from time to time. PIMS Ranch, thank you very much. And Kona Kaiser 6440, thank you both very much for your super chats. Big W's for both in the chats. Let's see what we've got from Storm Chaser Chad Casey. We've got a nasty looking storm about to move into Mineral Wells again. And then this thing moving towards Camp Verde, Center Point, and Comfort. Let's quickly go to Jason's shot before it completely just loses itself. See, he has small hail right now. And I'm going to actually keep that audio up while I'm back on the radar. So give me just a second here. We'll keep the audio going.
These guys are going to just get destroyed.
Live
driving north into this core.
Navy Servant, thank you very much as well. Big W's for all. So again, Comfort, baseball-sized hail inbound. That's where Storm Chaser and meteorologist Jason Cooley is watching from. And we've got some of that audio in the background. You can see some hailstones falling. Camera below that is going to be just east of 281 and Interstate 20. Del Rio, guess what? You have another severe storm heading into the city, east-south sides of the city, the potential for quarter-size hail and damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. So heads up to that. Well, yeah, Starlink works well when you're not, under a 50, 60,000 foot tall thunderstorm. When we've tested it pretty well. When it's getting hit with hailstones, it tends to have some issues. So, again, Comfort, get ready. Big, bad, very mad hailstorm right over Camp Verde to Center Point right now, moving northeast. If this continues, this is going to cross I-10 near Comfort, north of Bernie, and move across northern Kendall County and eventually towards Blanco in southern Blanco County. This is staying south of Gillespie County, south of Fredericksburg. And that's just selfish for me because I'm in Fredericksburg and prefer not to have to worry about my car's windows getting destroyed while it's sitting outside an automotive shop getting $4,000 of work done. Aren't you shocked I'm not crying over that? Well, it's life. It's actually just good preventative maintenance. I drive a 2003 Toyota 4Runner V8, so that thing will last 500,000 miles. Hey, Brady, guess what? You've got a storm coming in from your southwest that's showing some indications of having some hail. And we're going to be keeping an eye on that as it moves off to the northeast. So, we'll watch that. We've got a new severe warning up north. We'll look at that in a minute. Come on, radar, let's go. I'm going to hit you with a mallet. So, Melvin, you've probably got a little bit of hail right now. Brady, you're next. Mineral Wells, you need to get your stuff in shelter in terms of hail and wind. This storm over Mineral Wells, I mean, we have Storm Chaser Chad Casey and Mineral Wells. He is about to get clobbered. This thing is mad. No, Luckenbach's okay. There's going to be some rain and lightning, but severe storms are staying southeast of Luckenbach for now. We'll probably have some storms overnight. So, good source of weather information to follow for that, by the way, is the Gillespie County Fredericksburg Emergency Management Facebook page. So, Mineral Wells, again, look, the hail indications are just not good. They're going from little to angry smack. So, just imagine what it would be like me hitting your windshield with a mallet. That might be what's about to happen in Mineral Wells. And yes, I do have a theatrical mallet. People who've watched me for years know I used to have an old one. It did not survive the move south to Texas with me, so I got a new one. Merry Christmas to me. Back to the work we go. A severe thunderstorm warning for Jack and Wise counties. This is going to include Decatur, Alvord, Runaway Bay, Jacksboro, Boyd, Chico, Alvord 287. Damaging straight line winds of 60 to 70 miles an hour. And boy, let me tell you, those of you from Grayford to Mineral Wells, get away from windows, please. This probably is going to be dropping some hail that could break windows. Springtown, Salesville, Perrin, if this thing keeps up, it's heading your way. And for now, it has a very, very nasty hail core with it and damaging winds. Tornado-wise, Grayford and Possum Kingdom Lake, you're clear. Possum Kingdom Lake and Grayford, I think you're clear from the tornado threat. I do want to point out, though, this storm has very strong winds. Again, this is one of these wind bags with 60, 70, even 80-mile-an-hour winds, all the way from I-20 and Strom up to Mineral Wells, with a hail core just north of Mineral Wells, to Joplin to Jacksboro. And again, we are seeing some pockets of rotation with this storm. It is possible we're going to have tornado warnings with this thing as it rolls east through DFW. So we're just going to watch. We're going to wait. We're going to tell you what's going on. Damaging winds and hail. Mineral Wells, you're about to find out just how bad the hail is up to Grayford. We have storm chaser Chad Casey in Mineral Wells. So we're gonna find out pretty quick. Chad has a way of finding these things, especially the closer he gets to home, and his home is Weatherford. So I'm in Fredericksburg, where we have a hailer passing just south of us with baseball to softball size hail, and Chad has a storm probably dropping the equivalent version near Mineral Wells, and he's not too far from his home in Weatherford. So Springtown by 9 p.m. So, Jacksboro, you've got a storm rolling in now with strong winds, heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, some small hail. Big hail with this storm just north of Mineral Wells, moving up over 281 to Salesville. I'll tell you what, again, this thing, that hail core is ouchies. Ouchies, 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 mega ouchies on the extreme side of the ouchie scale. Very scientific, I know, but you know what? What do you expect? I'm on YouTube, for goodness sake, and I'm drinking liquid IV. Isn't it scary? I don't think I've had caffeine this afternoon. Yummy. All right, so big, bad, very mad line of storms. Jacksboro to Mineral Wells, moving east, east-northeast. It even extends down south to I-20. So all this is moving east-northeast at 35 to 50 miles an hour. So Decatur, Weatherford, Granbury, Cleburne, Joshua, Fort Worth, Denton. In the next hour to hour, 10 minutes, you're dealing with it. Damaging winds, 70 miles an hour, could have some hail. Can't rule out spin-up tornadoes. Heavy rain that's going to flood the roads in spots. So, by the way, yes, this is my complimentary hit the like button to help us out. Leave us a comment, letting us know where you're watching from. And if you really want to, hit subscribe to stay notified. We've got a new severe thunderstorm watch. This was just issued for DFW, Waco, Killeen, Austin. Severe thunderstorm watch through 2 a.m. So that's a severe thunderstorm watch. Paris, Greenville, Terrell, Gun Barrel City, DFW, Cleburne, Waco, Killeen, Austin, San Marcos. And that's till 2 a.m. So, nasty looking storm over Mineral Wells. In fact, they just issued a destructive severe thunderstorm tag for that. The potential for 80-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-size hail. At 8:12 p.m., a severe storm is located near Grayford, 10 miles north of Mineral Wells, moving northeast at 50. This is a destructive thunderstorm for southeastern Jack County and southwest Wise County. 80-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-size hail. Folks, that is dangerous. You get baseballs driven by 80-mile-an-hour winds, that will go through your siding, through your windows. So please get away from windows. Get away from exterior walls. We don't want you being hurt by breaking glass, stuff like that. So again, Mineral Wells to Grayford, Perrin to Runaway Bay. This is a destructive severe thunderstorm with baseball-size hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds, hurricane-force winds, and baseball-size hail being driven sideways by that. So go ahead. And if you're in Salesville, Perrin, Joplin, Vineyard, Runaway Bay, Bridgeport, Agnes, if you're on 199, 281, 380, go ahead, get to a safe place for a destructive severe thunderstorm with 80-mile-an-hour winds and baseball-size hail. Moving towards Runaway Bay from the north sides of Mineral Wells and Grayford. All right, we've got a severe storm with maybe 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds, nickel to quarter-size hail from Gordon, Strawn, east of Ranger, moving towards Millsap. And all this is going to keep moving on to the east-northeast. Now, something I do need to mention, if we start seeing this bow continue, and we're seeing this bow out, very strong winds near Mineral Wells, we can occasionally start to see these little spin-up tornadic circulations on the north sides of this. So we may start seeing a bit of an uptick in the tornado potential in eastern Jack Wise counties here over the next 30 minutes. We're going to have to watch for that very carefully. Otherwise, let's go south. It's storming in Gorman. It's storming in Brownwood. We've got, a line of storms with maybe some small hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning moving off to the east. Let's go south. Del Rio, you've got a severe storm southeast sides of Del Rio. That's moving northeast away from town now. It's over 79. East sides of town at 90. That'll be staying north of Brackenville, just like the storms earlier. But we got more storms out to the west, so you're not done. Very nasty severe thunderstorm now just southwest of Comfort over Camp Verde to Center Point. Baseball-size hail, winds of 70 miles an hour possible with this. This storm is going to cross Interstate 10 near or just south of 87 in Comfort over the next several minutes. So if I stepped outside, I'd probably see one heck of a lightning show. Definitely starting to see a bit of a signature of rotation develop with this again. We're going to have to watch it carefully. That's definitely a very intense thunderstorm. So Comfort, get ready for baseball-size hail. Center Point, it's already there. Warring, northern Kendall County, and places north of Bernie across northern Kendall County, almost up to the Gillespie County line. Get ready for the potential of very large hail, damaging winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, and eventually, if this storm does continue, it's going to be in Blanco sooner rather than later. It's going to be in Blanco around 9 to 9:10 p.m., crossing 281 in the same vicinity of southern Blanco County around 9 to 9:10 p.m. Farther north, we've got some thunderstorms in parts of Mason and Llano counties. There's nothing severe with that right now, just lightning. We've got a pretty good storm just west of Brady. It looks like that may have some nickel-size hail. That's going to be moving off to the east-northeast pretty quickly here with the potential of, some lightning, heavy rain. They may put a severe thunderstorm warning on that eventually. Good rains back over El Dorado, Sonora, all the way down to Del Rio, northwest of Del Rio. Line developing there, that'll move east. North Texas, we've got storms from Brownwood up to Gorman to 281 and I-20. And then we've got nasty storms from Mineral Wells to Jacksboro up to Wise County and Parker County. And this whole thing has the potential of producing occasional spin-up tornadoes. At times, we've had very big hail. We could have some baseball-size hail right now north of Mineral Wells up 281 to near Salesville and Perrin. Hail threat with the rest of this line is much lower. Potential for strong wind gusts over 60, 70, maybe even 80 miles an hour. Meteorologist Jason Cooley's driving through the storm. He is approaching Comfort. And you can see he's dealing with all sorts of heavy rain. I'm trying to see if the road's covered with hail, and it is. So you could actually see on his live stream the road is covered in hail. In fact, let's see if we have any audio from this. We do not. Okay, so let's go back and see. So again, we got storms galore. And the eastern third of the state, you're dealing with storms overnight, so Gillespie, thank you. All right, so North Texas, guess what? Storms rolling in from the west over the next hour to hour and a half. So DFW, it's going to be storming. In Mineral Wells, it's going to be storming. And all this is going to be moving off to the east. Up here, at least, in North Texas at about 40 miles an hour. you're enjoying this weather information, give us a like and subscribe for more weather coverage and information as we go through the spring. You can check out our free interactive weather radar on our website, texasstormchasers.com/radar. And we're going to be here for you, giving you information. You can see that road meteorologist Jason Cooley is on. He's just getting clobbered. There is hail all over that road. So you can see not only are storms near Comfort depositing big hail, they are depositing a lot of hail.
For
Val Verde County in Texas.
San Angelo should be done. Thank you, Montoya, for that super chat. Just checking on some things. What is going on? All right, so we'll keep an eye on this. We've got cameras from Comfort, bottom left. We've got camera over 281 and I-20 in Brazos, south of Mineral Wells, in box number 2. And then top box, that's meteorologist Jason Cooley. So we'll keep an eye on that. But, again, we just got storms flying east. We have no tornado warnings in Texas right now. It's worth noting that. But again, DFW, these storms are going to be rolling in over the next hour from the west, with the strongest storms producing high winds to damaging winds, heavy rain, a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning, and at times pocket change size hail, heavy rain that could cause some street flooding. Farther south, we do have severe storms. That's the one meteorologist Jason Cooley is looking at. We've got this nasty-looking storm near Comfort, and that is going to be bringing very large hail to I-10, Interstate 10 around Comfort, north of Bernie to Warring over the next 20 minutes. So I advise no travel on Interstate 10 between mile markers, well, I don't know. Let's just say going north out of Bernie, southeast out of Kerrville. Not a good idea to be on Interstate 10 right now if you enjoy having your car windows intact. That storm's going to be moving northeast or east at 35 miles an hour, which means it's going to be approaching Blanco by about 9:05 to 9:10 p.m. So again, nasty storms right now. Mineral Wells to Jacksboro with damaging straight-line winds, heavy rain, bit of hail. We probably had baseball-sized hail a bit north of Comfort earlier. Knitting Shark, thank you very much. From Roanoke, keep an eye out. You're going to have storms rolling in over the next hour. We've got a tornado warning. Please stand by. It might be for the comfort storm.
Your attention, please. The National Weather Service has issued a new tornado warning for
Kendall.
It
and Kerr
is.
County
This is
in
going to be a
Texas.
tornado warning now for Kendall County and far eastern portions of Kerr County. This is going to be a tornado warning until 9:15 p.m. So, Sarah, thank you very much for your generous super chat. W's for all in chat. It's going to be a tornado warning that'll eventually pop on this map. In fact, I'm going to reset this program real quick. It needs a good reset once in a while. So, this tornado warning is going to include Comfort. This tornado warning is going to include Warring, just southeast of Centerpoint. Does not include Bernie, doesn't include any places like that. It's going to be over rural areas of northern Kendall County up here north of Bernie. So heading towards Blanco. And thank you, Corey, for that tip and super chat. So Comfort, tornado warning. Warring, tornado warning north of Bernie. So don't be going north out of Bernie on Interstate 10, southeast out of Kerrville. Tornado warning for a storm crossing Interstate 10. That's where meteorologist Jason Cooley's headed. He's on that storm, so we're going to be able to keep an eye on the sky with his viewpoint with that as it continues moving off to the east. So Comfort, Warring, and eventually, if it continues, Blanco County. This is going to be an issue for you. Here's the which way the wind's blowing mode. And yeah, we do have a bit of rotation. It's not super strong, but it's definitely organized, and the Weather Service is elected to go spinny, spinny, doom, doom warning on it, which is perfectly fine. Mary, thank you for that super chat. It is going to be a straight line wind event for most of DFW, probably. Though the threat should be less the further it gets through and east of DFW. All right, let's go back to North Texas, and definitely not a good situation developing now. You can see we have what's called a bow echo materializing here across Jack, Parker counties. It's where this thing starts to bow out. So the damaging wind threat is increasing quite a bit for DFW. Damaging wind threat meaning, you know, those very strong thunderstorm winds that at times can exceed 75 miles an hour. So Mineral Wells, the worst should be over. The hail, at least, should be over. It should be calming down here in the next 20 minutes. But again, those of you across DFW, buckle up because it is about to get quite stormy. Michael, no, as this activity moves from west to east. Live Pan, you've got a nasty line of storms moving in now with damaging winds over 60 miles an hour. The potential for winds over 60, maybe a little bit of hail and heavy rain. Had a 59-mile-an-hour wind gust measured at Mineral Wells Airport. Oh, man, that's a little lower than I expected there, but that's good news. So you can see here's an animation of what the radar is looking like over the last, what is this, 20 minutes. You can see this line is booking east. So heads up. Tornado threat is low, but it's not zero. So as this line moves east, you can see it's kind of bowing out. Notice how we're starting to get that bow. That's because we're starting to get some very strong winds pushing it. And with that, we're going to start getting stronger winds transported down to the surface. So damaging wind threat increasing. Places like Weatherford, Fort Worth, Decatur. Could have some pocket change size hail with this. A lot of heavy rain. A lot of lightning. So heads up. Bridgeport, Decatur, Springtown, Agnes, Azle, Weatherford, Annetta, Willow Park, Aledo, Rome, Slidell, Alvord. Line of storms is heading your way, and that soon will make it into Denton, Fort Worth, so Tarrant and Denton counties. We'll talk more about that. We have no warnings right now for Stephenville, DeLeon, Dublin, Comanche, Brownwood. It's just a good old gully washer with some gusty winds and lightning down here right now. Same thing goes for Brady. Same thing goes for Eden, El Dorado. And then we have some pretty unpleasant storms down here in parts of the Edwards Plateau and south central Texas / the southern hill country. Del Rio storm northeast of you, and then a big old angry storm near Juneau back west of Del Rio on Highway 90. That's going to be near the Canyon State Park, Seminole Canyon State Park, the Pecos River boat ramp, all that. Golf ball size hail, winds to 60. And you know what? I'm going to kind of blame myself for this tornado warning near Comfort. For those of you who don't know, / don't care, / too bad it's my video, I'll do it. I lived in Oklahoma City and Moore area for about 10 years. I moved to Fredericksburg last October. So I actually live right here now. So it might be my fault we have a tornadic supercell literally 20 miles down the road. So this is a tornado warning for far eastern Kendall County. Far eastern Kerr County, northern Kendall County. This is going to be a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado. The tornadic portion would be south of Comfort. Comfort is getting hail. Big hail over Comfort right now. To Center Point. If there's a tornado, it would be crossing Interstate 10 a few miles southeast of the 87 exit, coming up from Bernie over the next 10 to 15 minutes. After that, this thing is going to keep hopscotching its happy self along across northern Kendall County towards Warring. After that, it could make it to Blanco. So Blanco, at present course and speed, this is going to be at you by 9:10 to 9:15 p.m. Is South Fort Worth looking to get hit? Yes, in the next 40 to 45 minutes, the potential for damaging winds. South Arlington, yeah, you probably want to wait. You might be dealing with some power outages here in the next hour as this line rolls through. I mean, it's got a lot of lightning anyway, so big W's to all for helping us out with the super chats. Thank you very much. And a big thank you to everyone sending stars in as well. So let's take a look. And you can see the hail mark on this thing just me. Now, most high-res model data has been weakening this activity as it approached Interstate 10, this storm. If it doesn't weaken, well, it's going to be near Blanco by 9:15, Dripping Springs by about 9:45, and then from there, you just get into southern Travis County and parts of Hayes County, and that's just not a good situation. So we're going to have to watch for that as I hear spooky thunder of doom. Incredible light show. I don't like it when I'm seeing tweets from people in this area showing incredible light show. I want to go outside and look, but I'm not going to. Let's go back north. And seen a bit of a comma head bookend vortex structure here south of Jacksboro. There may be a little rotation with that, but not really showing up on radar. Otherwise, Runaway Bay to just west of Springtown to Weatherford, you've got damaging winds, heavy rain, maybe a bit of hail approaching. Granbury, you are under a severe thunderstorm warning. Could have some strong winds, heavy rain, heading on into your vicinity in the next 20 minutes, coming in from the west. So, yep, it's a pretty strong winds about to arrive in Granbury, along with a good gully washer. So, Lipan, 60-mile-an-hour winds on your doorstep. I'm checking to make sure I'm not missing anything here. I've got 12 monitors around me, and here's hoping none of them try to electrocute the heck out of me if we end up actually getting a close lightning strike. That's how I feel about things. We've actually been live now, 5 hours? Not bad. Mineral Wells, the worst is over. Now, DFW, again, storms will be moving in from west to east over the next hour. So, folks in the chats, if you could do me a huge favor, we have so many people, joining, coming and going, and, frequently. If you could do me a huge favor, help answer some of the questions from folks asking about communities, because we all know, I'm going to mention Weatherford now and say damaging winds arriving in the next 10 minutes in Weatherford, and 20 seconds from now, someone's going to join the stream and ask, what about Weatherford? That's just the nature of the game. But, one day, hopefully, I'll have the ability to maybe answer those questions with super mind powers or something. But Burnett County, yes, sirree, Bob. Thank you very much. Nothing right now. You've got some rain moving in, maybe a few lightning strikes. You might have some more activity overnight, but the overall severe risk isn't too high. I'm literally about to just put a camera in this window and see what it looks like. All right, so nasty line of storms. Runaway Bay, Weatherford, damaging winds. Graham, you're clear. Jacksboro, you're clear. Mineral Wells, you're clear. Ranger, Cisco, Breckenridge, you're clear. Severe storm capable of producing a brief spin-up tornado very near Comfort right now, probably crossing Interstate 10. Not all that far southeast of the 87 exit there at Loves and QT. Hail core likely on 87 right now, just north of Comfort as you start your drive up to the beautiful, amazing Fredericksburg. I'm glad to call it home. This storm moving towards Blanco. 9:15 to 9:20. Dripping Springs, it would make it there 9:45 if it survives. All right, let's do a statewide roundup, then talk about the timeline since we've got a lot of folks watching. I don't know how many folks watching, but I'm sure it's a pretty interesting number. So this is the radar over the last couple hours. You can see we've had storms moving from west to east or southwest to northeast across North Texas, Texoma, Big Country, Concho Valley, Hill Country. We're starting to see our next round of storms develop down the Edwards Plateau again. Del Rio got slammed earlier. Storms are about to move into DFW from the west, and boy, do they pack a punch. Strong winds, 60, 70 mile-an-hour winds. Quarter golf ball size hail in spots. Most hail will not be that big. Heavy rain, lightning. Cannot rule out a few spin-up tornadoes. So, if you're in places like Decatur, Denton, Fort Worth, Weatherford, buckle up. You got the next 30 to 45 minutes before things get super rowdy in places like Denton to Fort Worth. But Weatherford to Decatur, you've got a few minutes. And that's it. So let's take a look at the timeline overnight. I know that's what a lot of folks want to know. So let's pop on the high-res rapid refresh model. And we're going to look at that just to give answers to everybody. But if you're in DFW, next hour. And if folks, if you're seeing a timestamp for 3:43 p.m., it's 8:37, you need to hit the live button. So let's go ahead and load this up. And this is going to be the high-res rapid refresh model. We're going to go from 10 p.m. through 10 a.m. tomorrow. And again, this is just an approximate timeline. Storms moving from west to east. We're going to have plenty of showers and storms overnight with a lower severe weather threat across the eastern third of Texas. Storms are going to rampage through DFW in the next hour with strong winds, heavy rain. Pretty good stretch of storms right now from Bridgeport to Weatherford. That's the strongest batch. We have some pretty strong storms down in parts of the Hill Country. And we're going to have more developing around Del Rio to Eagle Pass in the next hour or two. Those are going to move up to Uvalde and Kerrville, Fredericksburg again overnight. Into early tomorrow morning, we're going to have some storms with a lower severe threat in Austin and San Antonio. So, here you go. And very quickly, because I'm a weather weenie, I just want to take a quick look at this. We're going to be very quick. See that purple box up in northern Indiana? That's a tornado emergency. I just want to see what that's about. Oh, yep, large violent tornado. So they've had a tornado outbreak in northern Illinois and northern Indiana tonight. Some of our chasers have actually been up there. Adam Lucio, Alex Bartholomew, they've been streaming huge tornadoes. Okay, so I just wanted to look at that. Sorry, I'm a weather weenie. It's what I do. Judy, thank you very much for that generous super chat. W's in the chat for Judy. Thank you. So we are keeping a very close eye on this storm activity moving east into the Metroplex. Jacksboro, the worst is over. Mineral Wells, the worst is over. Gordon, the worst is over. Stephenville, you're not even in a warning. You've got some heavy rain, gusty winds, and they're moving on in from the west. That's just not great. That's a regular storm for Stephenville, Dublin, Comanche. Brownwood, yeah, regular storm. Tornado emergency is issued for catastrophic, what are typically going to be your EF4, EF5 type tornadoes, where it can do that kind of damage. So, yes, they are extremely rare. And that was northern Indiana, by the way. That is nowhere near us. The tornado warning has been canceled for Kendall County. Kerr and Kendall County, the tornado warning has been canceled. This storm is still dropping hail, but the rotation isn't really that strong. It has a good reflectivity, or how hard it's raining mode look, but it's not a crazy type of a situation where, you know, we have super duper rotation. And you can see the Weather Service is warning this for tennis ball size hail and damaging winds. We have no tornado warnings in Texas. The tornado warning for Kendall and Kerr counties, including Comfort, has been canceled. No tornado warnings. But again, Comfort, give it another 10 minutes and this storm will be northeast of you. You're going to have more storms overnight. Blanco, storm heading your way by about 9:20 to 9:30. Maybe a bit sooner than that as I take lightning hits here in Fredericksburg. Then 281 and 290 here southeast of Johnson City about 9:35. Oh, I could literally go outside and take a picture of that whole updraft right now. I'm honestly kind of tempted to do that, but I'm pretty sure y'all would get really mad. So, Weatherford, it's rolling in now. Springtown, it's rolling in now. Runaway Bay, it's rolling in now. Strong winds, heavy rain, no tornado warnings. Can't rule out some quarter-size hail. I don't think we have real big hail right now with this. A lot of lightning and a lot of heavy rain. So, that's what we're dealing with right now. With this activity, so DFW again, it's going to storm in the next hour. It's going to have some strong winds, some pocket change size hail, etc. So, no, actually, you know what? We'll do that. Here's what I'm going to do. Actually have the ability, if I remember correctly. Now, my iPad, I don't think has as great of a camera, but what I'm going to try to do here is I can actually take this with me and just, quote-unquote, take a picture. Remotely. So that's what we're going to do. I'm just going to take y'all with me. You're not going to see me on camera, and you're probably not going to hear me for a second. But you will at least be able to see me, and eventually you'll be able to see a Stormy, hopefully. Hey, look! It's me. You can't hear me. Sorry. All right, folks, I hope you enjoyed the lightning show. I did. That was pretty cool. Wish I had a camera set up for that, so we'll transition back over to not that. There we go, ladies and gentlemen. Hello, hello. It's a brand new day. You're staring at two of me, and I'm not real happy to say. Let's go back to this. All right, so there you go. You got to take a little adventure outside with me from Fredericksburg. Thank you for the luxury of being able to go say hi to that storm real quick. That was quite impressive. So, all right, let's not strike me with lightning. That was kind of spooky. So again, DFW, you know, we've got some storms with 60 to 65 mile an hour winds, maybe some quarter-size hail in spots. We have no tornado warnings. The tornado warning around Comfort was canceled earlier, so that storm is now east of I-10, northeast of Comfort. It's clear. Comfort is clear. Warren, it's staying north of you. And Bernie, this is staying way north of you. And by the way, I'm talking about this storm down here. I know I was looking at a radar up north, but hopefully this is starting to weaken. Most data suggested this was going to weaken as it made it near and past 10. So hopefully that's what's going to happen. Otherwise, it is going to make it into Blanco County sooner rather than later. But again, we'll see. We have storms intensifying west of Del Rio. That's going to be moving into the Edwards Plateau. And eventually we're going to see more storms in the hill country overnight as this activity moves on out to the northeast. I'm almost tempted to put a 4K camera in that window and just stream that lightning show. But I'll do that next time we have something. How about that? So, otherwise, let's switch to the statewide radar, show you what's going on. We don't need the satellite. We know it's storming. And thank you. No, I was actually originally born just east of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania, on the Jersey side of the river in a community called Voorhees. I grew up for like the first 5, 6, 7 years of my life in the mid to late 90s there in Cherry Hill, New Jersey. Ended up being able to be there for the blizzards of 93 and 96. Moved to Texas, the DFW area, late 96 through the mid-2010s. Lived in Oklahoma City area for about, it ended up being 12, 13 years. And then moved down here to Fredericksburg in October of last year. Followed my better half, and I'm very happy to be back in the beautiful state. That's what's funny is, you know, I've been doing, live coverage online now for the video version since about 2019, 2018. I did social media updates early 2010s, and most of the time no one knew I actually wasn't in Texas for most of it. I remained very, very involved with Texas and situationally aware. So, all right. So again, we got storms firing back up in the Edwards Plateau. A life lesson of Baldy and Chief. Pretty good storm north of Comstock on Valverde County. We've got a pretty good storm that is northeast of Comfort. Again, that storm's moving towards Blanco. In southern Blanco County, it'll stay south of Johnson City. But the good news is it is really weakening quickly here. So hopefully that continues. Still a beautiful lightning show, though. As we continue up into the eastern Concho Valley, Big Country, San Angelo, you're done for the most part. You may still have some storms and rain overnight, but the severe weather threat's done. No severe weather right now between Menard, Brady, up to Villa, Comanche, Dublin, to Stephenville. All that's just your garden variety thunderstorms. So the stuff that we're watching right now that's the most rambunctious is going to be the activity from near Weatherford, Texas, in Parker County, up to Paradise and Bridgeport, which we'll go ahead and we'll take a good look at now with the super high-resolution radar. And let's go ahead and get to it. And drink caffeine water. Yeah, and funny enough, where I used to live in Oklahoma City on the border of Moore was under a tornado warning this evening, so That's kind of why it kept popping up there earlier, truth be told. You can go back on live streams from even last year, mostly, though, 2 years ago, beyond, and you'll see me having to deal with trying not to get hit with tornadoes in Oklahoma City while doing coverage for Texas. Okay, so we got a pretty good amount of wind with this activity from near Millsap to Weatherford to Decatur, and all this is moving east. A little area of modest rotation northwest of Decatur, a little closer to Alvord. And again, we're going to have to watch for these little kinks in the squall line, these little hooks on the leading edge, with the potential for a few spin-up tornadoes. This is one of these situations I want to emphasize. Spin-up tornado versus straight-line winds, this is kind of where they are almost the same level of risk in the sense of, well, one spinny, one straight, both are going to mess up your day. So that's kind of what we're going to be doing with this. Otherwise, again, it's storming in Decatur, it's storming in Alvord, Paradise. You're getting pelted with lightning down here in southern Wise County. All this is moving east at about 45 miles an hour. So let's go ahead. Let's put a storm track on this. I'm going to knock it back to an hour, though, because I don't want to, have this going through the entire 7 million people. So what we're going to do is I'm going to do this. Let's do this. I'm going to give us a little leeway here. Moving east at about 45. Dallas is under a severe thunderstorm watch. So, here's the timeline. Decatur, the next few minutes. Saner, about 9:20 to 9:24. Valley View, 9:25 to 9:30. Denton, about 9:20. Ponder, 9:10. Justin, 9:05 to 9:10. Keller, about 9:10 to 9:15. North Richland Hills, about 9:15 to 9:20. Downtown Fort Worth, about 9:15. We're looking closer to 9:05 for the west side of Fort Worth. 9:25 to the east sides of Fort Worth. About 9:30 for Jerry World, Six Flags Over Texas and Arlington. They're at 360 and 30. About 9:30 for DFW International Airport. Kennedale, 9:25. Crowley, 9:20 to 9:25. Mansfield, 9:35. Keene, 9:30 to 9:35. Alvarado, 9:35 to 9:40. Cleburne, about 9:30. Joshua, about 9:25 there on the Chisholm Trail. Granbury, rolling in here in about the next 15 minutes, so it's already raining. Carrollton, about 9:40. Downtown Dallas, about 9:50. Frisco, about 9:45. West sides of Plano, about 9:45. Carrollton, 9:40. Louisville, 9:30. Lake Dallas, 9:30. Denton, 9:20. Aubrey, about 9:35. Prosper, about 9:45 to 9:50. New Hope, about 9:35. Little Elm, about 9:35. Frisco, again, 9:40 to 9:45. Lake Louisville, about 9:30 to 9:35. Tioga, about 9:45. So, that is the latest on that. Let me keep the super duper awesome blossom radar going. And again, the storm moving across Kendall County towards Blanco is doing what model data suggested it would do, which is impressive. It's rapidly weakening. So that is good. We have severe thunderstorm warnings for the portion of the line from near Bluffdale and Tolar to Weatherford and Willow Park to Springtown and Paradise to Bridgeport to Decatur to Alvord. 60, 70 mile an hour winds. That's enough to knock down fences, cause some power outages. No tornado warnings right now. Hail sizes, peas, dimes, nickels, maybe quarters in a few spots. Hail, we're not doing baseballs or golf balls right now, thankfully. Gainesville, you're probably going to be getting in on some storms too. The storm over Bowie could have 50 mile an hour winds. A lot of lightning in Bowie up in Montague County right now. That's going to be moving east-northeast towards Bonita, Nocona, St. Joe, Munster, Marysville, city of Gainesville, and then Lindsay up to Thackerville and Windstar World Casino. But the good news is, farther south, and speaking of farther south, let's not yet. Here's a severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Cook, Denton, Wise, Montague counties. This is going to be for Louisville, Denton, Gainesville for the line of storms over Decatur. Line of severe storms with 65 mile an hour winds and quarter-sized hail. Moving off to the northeast at about 50 miles an hour. Yeah, trust me, I wish I had the ability to calm storms, don't you worry. So, again, let's take a look at this. Gainesville, severe thunderstorm warning. Denton County, severe thunderstorm warning. Storms are going to be near Sanger around 9:15. Ray Roberts Park, 9:30. Pilot Point, 9:35. Valley View, Condale, Providence Village, Stony Ponder, Lake Ray Roberts, Louisville Lake, the Bolivar, Lincoln Park, Ralston, Lake Dallas, Louisville, Aubrey, Pilot Point, Sanger, Ponder, Justin, Roanoke, Little Elm, the Colony. Megan, thank you very much for that extremely generous super chat. W's for you in the chat. Wind 60, 65 in spots, heavy rain, a lot of lightning. It's going to be a very loud and proud storm. You know, we're not doing tornadoes with this right now. We're not doing anything that's, you know, going to throw baseballs at you. So it's a pretty big storm. A lot of lightning and heavy rain, but, you know, we don't have tornadoes. We don't have softball size hail. We have some pretty high winds, though. So best advice would be just like if you're in a tornado warning, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Don't get near windows. Center room. Going to have a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for Tarrant County. This is going to be for all of Tarrant County, which means all of Fort Worth, Arlington, Grapevine, Euless, DFW Airport, Benbrook, Mansfield, Forest Hill, Saginaw, Eagle Mound Lake, River Oaks, Hazlitt, Colleyville. Line of severe storms approaching Azle to Aledo, moving east at 40 miles an hour. The potential for 65-mile-an-hour winds and quarter-size hail. So, quite a bit of wind, quite a bit of rain, quite a bit of lightning, but no tornadoes, no crazy hail, stuff like that. Severe thunderstorm warning for Kendall County has been canceled. That storm is evaporating faster than my hairline did. I do enjoy food, yes. I don't know, I don't care. Just a cheese block. Please? So, again, these are going to be severe storms from Decatur, to Azle, to east of Weatherford, moving east pretty quickly with some strong winds, a lot of lightning and heavy rain. This is not one of these big hail situations. We're not doing tornadoes right now, thankfully. Just a lot of rain, a lot of lightning, and a good amount of wind out of the west. So, here we go. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. As this activity moves off to the east at about 40 to 45 miles per hour. Fredericksburg, not a thing going on right now. We're going to have storms later tonight. I say we because I'm here. So, yeah, W for the cheese block, right? Kerrville, nothing going on in Kerrville right now. There's going to be more storms later, though. We can shift back south real quick. And again, Stephenville to Comanche, Hyco to Hamilton, not severe right now. It's just garden variety storms. You can see these storms down here. This thing's evaporating very quickly now. Northern Kendall County, moving towards Blanco County. And then we do have severe storms redeveloping and developing back west in Valverde County, west of Loma Alta, north of Comstock, south of Juneau, east of Lantry. And we're going to see more storms out here tonight. And some of these could have hail and strong winds. And they're going to move east into the hill country, so that's what we're going to have to be watching for. Let me turn those off there. Might help a little bit. No tornado in Fredericksburg or Kerrville tonight. So, here we go. Latest radar, you can see storms in North Texas are moving quickly from west to east. And this activity is going to continue moving off to the east at about 40 miles an hour. So it's storming important in Decatur, Azle, Weatherford. You know, it's lightning. Lightning is frightening. We got strong hail. We've got strong winds. Could have damaging winds in spots. Could have winds over 60 miles an hour. And even some pockets of nickel to quarter size hail. So that is going to keep moving on east at about 45 miles an hour. Denton, again, we're thinking Denton here, I-35W/I-35, probably by 9:30. Lake Louisville, probably 9:30, 9:40. And we're just going to be dealing with it. Again, a pretty good old thunderstorm complex moving through. We're not dealing with tornadoes at the moment. We're not dealing with crazy hail. We're dealing with some pretty good wind, a lot of lightning. Make no mistake about it. We're going to have power outages. And a bunch of stuff's probably going to get struck by lightning. Maybe some nickel to quarter size hail. But, you know, we're not doing, you know, the spinny, spinny, doom, doom. So... all right, let's go back south. And we'll take a look at what's going on in central Texas. So, places like Stephenville, it's storming, it's pouring. Nothing too bad going on there right now, though. I mean, small hail, gusty winds. This is a good old gully washer, but nothing that is considered at this point severe in the sense of quarter-size hail or larger, or tornadoes or damaging winds. Same thing goes, a good gully washer. Dublin, Comanche, Brownwood. That storm west of Brady is trying to be a little haily there west of Brady near Melvin. Maybe some nickel-size hail with that. Otherwise, you could see this storm giving northern Kendall counties evaporating. That's good. Some showers out here, and that'll remain possible. Otherwise, back here in the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau, we are seeing new storms fire up from Sonora to west of Del Rio, and that's going to continue, and that activity will move east into the hill country tonight. J. Paul, thank you very much for that extremely kind note. W's for you. Thank you for your great weather reporting with giving enough information for a pilot like myself to be happy with terminology, but also the average mom and family. You're doing the Lord's work out here. Prayers with all, and prayers to you, sir. God bless and thank you. I myself am an aviation geek, though I never got into the pilot world, at least not yet, you know. I guess if we get 5 million subscribers on YouTube, maybe I'll have enough to go do the, you know, the PPL, but one day, perhaps. So, yeah, you know, we're not doing too bad right now in the sense of we don't have softball-sized hail flying, we don't have spinny, spinny doom-dooms, we don't have, you know, all that. I hope y'all enjoyed seeing my knee. In case you're wanting to know, yes, I am in shorts, even though I have a tie on and stuff like that. It's hot in here. So, thank you all. Maybank, you're probably going to get some rain overnight. The overall severe risk isn't too high. Palestine, same thing. Storms will make it out there a bit later this evening. But again, the overall severe risk isn't too high. You might have some strong winds, heavy rain, and lightning. So, heads up, yeah, this line's just doodling on to the east. And, you know, it's got some strong winds at times. But, you know, we're not seeing huge wind signatures here that suggest there's a lot of 60, 70, 80, 90 mile an hour winds. This isn't like, you know, 2 springs ago when we had 100 mile an hour winds blowing through the Metroplex with tornadoes. We're not doing that right now. It is a good old gully watcher. A lot of lightning. It's going to be very loud and proud. And, you know, yeah, we're going to have some strong winds, but, you know what? Let's temper our expectations here. Time for a throat lozenge. And, I mean, I could show you what the radar is showing in terms of hail right now. Certainly not that. Wow, I've never seen the radar do that to me before. What the heck was that? You guys made my radar go dyslexic. I've like never seen it do that before. That was impressive. Okay, let's just go back to this then. We'll do the which way the wind's blowing mode. Again, you know, we don't have any areas of tight rotation or well-defined rotation. And even with the storms moving into Tarrant County, we're seeing mostly winds that are under 60 miles an hour. So maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, some pretty strong winds. But I'd say the storms are a bit weaker than they were earlier, especially when they were out near Mineral Wells. That was just nasty sauce out there. So we got a lot of folks asking what it's going to do tonight. So let's just go ahead and pop on the high-resolution rapid refresh model. And to do that, we're going to change the up a third. We're going to press some more buttons. I'm going to use Excited Vernacular. And we're going to load this model. Now, this is a model, so it's not going to be perfect. And, you know, we're going to have to watch for anomalies. But let's go ahead and just pop it up. And in fact, while we're looking, I'm going to pop it up for tonight through tomorrow evening, because we're going to have some storm issues tomorrow in eastern Texas. So obviously we just played load all the data, and thank heavens for fiber internet. But you can see, guess what? Storms are going to keep going tonight, and we're going to have more storms tomorrow in East Texas, Southeast Texas. And some of those storms may end up being windy tomorrow, maybe a bit of a tornado risk in Southeast Texas and East Texas, but otherwise a good gully washer. Melinda, thank you very much. I remember that night very, very well. Drove through Valley View the next day. So that's definitely one of the top 5 memories for me doing this. So here's the hurt again. Storms are going to keep moving east overnight. We're probably going to get some rain in central Texas, the hill country, south central Texas overnight and tomorrow morning. Same thing goes northeast Texas, East Texas, DFW. And then tomorrow afternoon and evening, we're going to have storms in East Texas, Southeast Texas, the Brazos Valley. And some of those, small hail, gusty winds, maybe some locally damaging winds. We can't completely rule out a spin-up tornado, but otherwise, pretty good rain tomorrow in East Texas, Southeast Texas. So, let's get back to the real-time radar. And we'll do the statewide view. We are seeing a little pocket of hail right now between Azle and Willow Park, maybe some nickel to quarter size hail, maybe a little hail northeast of Decatur and Wise County. Really not seeing too much of a hail indication right now overall, though, thankfully, in North Texas. Here's the radar over the last couple of hours. And we are going to be keeping a close eye on things this evening. But again, we have no tornado warnings. Overall, storms in North Texas honestly have been on a steady state, maybe a bit of a downtrend over the last hour. I mean, we have baseball-sized hail, 80-mile-an-hour winds north of Mineral Wells earlier. We're probably doing maybe 50 to 60 wind-wise, and hail sizes are dime to quarters. So we're doing better, but this is definitely going to be a rowdy batch of storms rolling east through DFW over the next 30 to 60 minutes. And they are capable of producing locally damaging winds and plenty of cloud-to-ground lightning. And guess what, ladies and gentlemen? When thunder roars, it's time to get your keister indoors. So let's give some all clears. Bowie, you're good. Bridgeport, you're good. Decatur, you're good. Mineral Wells, you're good. Weatherford, you're good. Morgan Hill, Lipan, you're good. Now, it's still raining. May still have some rain for a few more hours yet with lightning, but damaging wind-wise, it's past you. Valley View, St. Arden, you're going to be getting in on storms here in the next 15 minutes. Could have 40, 50, maybe even 60-mile-an-hour winds, cloud-to-ground lightning, and quite a bit of heavy rain. We are seeing a decent little smidgen of maybe some nickel to quarter-size hail around Azle right now. But most of this is just heavy rain and gusty outflow winds from thunderstorms. Tornado risk at this point, I would say, with this line, is low. Very low to low. So that is good news. All right, let's go back south. Hill country, central Texas, we've got scattered showers and storms. You can actually see a decent little line setting up now. None of it's severe at the moment, extending from west of Brady to Menard to Loma Alta, north and west of Del Rio. We're probably going to have some more storms in Del Rio later tonight, moving in from the east. You can see the severe storm that moved across Kendall County and ended up rapidly weakening has now made it north into areas around Luckenbach, near Albert, Stonewall, but that storm is dissipating. We're probably going to have more storms later tonight, though, in the hill country. So, Sherman, you're going to get some rain. Maybe some gusty winds with the storms over the next hour or two, but the overall, it's not too bad.
Warning for
Edwards and Valverde County in Texas.
So as we continue to babysit activity, we'll see what's going on. So DFW, again, line of storms moving through, no tornadoes, heavy rain, lightning, gusty winds to locally damaging winds. There could be some 50, 60-mile-an-hour winds. And lightning, so again, could be worse. We're definitely not in a situation where I'm too worried about, baseball-size hail up here at this point. So that's good. So let us know where y'all are watching from this evening and what you're getting. Hope you're staying safe. But again, we do have a few severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential of some winds over 60 miles an hour. Heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning moving across North Texas this evening. Suppose we could see if we can't set up a few cameras. By the way, if y'all want, Weatherford is clear. It's going to be raining for a while, though. If you always want your... By the way, we have a live 24/7 stream, so after this is done, y'all are welcome to stick around. We're nowhere near ending, though. We do have a free mobile app. Just search for Texas Storm Chasers, or you download apps to your device. You can get your local weather forecast, no matter where you are in the U.S. Interactive weather radars. You can watch these live streams and apps, get notified when you have dangerous weather in your area. So, we are here. Make sure you hit that like button and subscribe so you get notified when we're dealing with Mama Nature's temper tantrums. And again, we've got storms mostly right now in North Texas that are the most intense. We've got some severe activity west of Rock Springs, down in Edwards and Val Verde counties. But that's something we're going to monitor after we get this stuff through DFW. And again, I think you can probably tell by my relatively calm demeanor. You know, this is not one of these, 90-mile-an-hour wind situations with tornadoes and softball-sized hail. I think we're dealing with some strong wind gusts. And at spots, we could have 50 to 60-mile-an-hour winds. That's enough to cause some tree damage, knock some fences down, maybe take a few shingles off a few roofs, power outages. But otherwise, a lot of heavy rain. These storms really do seem to be kind of downtrending. And again, we're not seeing a whole lot in the way of super-duper strong wind velocities on radar, which is good. That means we're not seeing a whole lot of super strong wind. We're probably dealing with winds closer to 40 to 50 mile an hour. Versus a lot of 60s, 70s. So, I mean, that's good. That's what we want to see. So, it's going to be a good rain. We're going to have some street flooding. George, thank you very much, and stay safe. Kyle, yeah, the storms are still going to be rolling through Anna here in about 45 minutes. A lot of lightning, cloud-to-ground lightning, heavy rain. There's going to be some gusty winds, and I can't rule out the potential of some of those gusts being closer to 60 miles an hour, but we're doing pretty good right now. The storms have downtrended a bit, but they're still quite potent, mind you. We got a lot of cloud to ground lightning, heavy rain, stuff like that, but we don't have tornadoes, we don't have crazy stuff like that right now. So very blessed in that regard. We're very blessed to be here and being able to bring you live Texas weather information. So let's go ahead and take a peek. So DFW, again, strong winds, lightning, heavy rain moving through. Down in the Edwards Plateau, we do have storms intensifying now. North and west of Rock Springs and west of Del Rio. Now, the Del Rio radar, unfortunately, has been busted for a few days, and it's still broken. I think they had to airlift parts in or something, I don't know. But the closest radar to Del Rio is 130 miles away, unfortunately, right now. So, we do have some storms intensifying, and down here, there's plenty of instability to still work with, so some of them may start throwing out hailstones and strong wind gusts. And we'll keep an eye on it. Some of that activity will probably move east into the hill country this evening and overnight, with maybe some of those storms having some gusty winds, pocket change size hail, heavy rain. But I don't think we're going to be doing what we did earlier in terms of crazy huge hail, knock on wood. So here is back to DFW, ladies and gentlemen. We got stormies rolling on through. And guess what? I know many of you are probably wondering what the heck is going on. Well, here's what we got. We got a line of storms with gusty winds, heavy rain, and lightning. From Munster to Crum to Roanoke to Keller to North Richland Hills, just west of downtown Fort Worth to Benbrook, down 377 to Crescent, all the way to Granbury. And guess what? All this stuff's moving east, with the potential of some of these storms producing wind gusts over 65 miles or 60 miles an hour. But most folks probably are going to be dealing with 40 to 50 mile an hour gusts. Make no mistake, they're strong storms. It's going to get windy out of the west. That rain, cooled air is going to feel nice. It's going to pour, and probably cause some street flooding. Lightning's going to try to set your stuff on fire. And lightning is frightening, so when thunder roars, please go indoors. But this is not a tornado situation right now. This is not a baseball-size hail break your stuff situation. And this isn't a hurricane force wind event trying to break all your stuff. So that is good news right now. And we'll take it, right? It's definitely could be worse. So we are monitoring. We have some showers in northeast Texas, maybe a few lightning strikes from time to time around Dangerfield to Hughes Springs, southwest of Douglasville, but there's nothing severe with that. Dangerfield? Yeah, that's right. Why can I never get a town right? Who knows? So, we're keeping a close eye on this, and thank you to everyone. Yeah, Ranger is clear. And good to know that, guy. Thank you for your super chat, and good to know it's arriving in Ponder. Stay safe. W is for all in the chats. So, yeah, you know, we cover Texas weather. We've covered Texas weather for years, and that's what we're going to keep doing. You know, been a lot of severe weather today across the Midwest, the Great Plains, and to the Ohio Valley, and we stay and focus on Texas because that's what we do. We live here. We're Texans, and that's what we care about. So be sure to hit subscribe here on YouTube if you haven't already to join the family. And again, this kind of coverage, we do this all the time. This isn't a rarity. So, Slidell, yeah, you've got some strong winds in your area, but you should be mostly okie dokie. 67-mile-an-hour wind gust was measured in Decatur back at 8:54 p.m. So we had some pretty strong winds in Decatur a bit earlier. So, again, leading edge of these storms with strong winds, heavy rain and lightning extending right now from, Lindsay to Sainer, Denton, Argyle, down to Roanoke and Keller, Haltom City, Fort Worth, Benbrook, Godley, to Glenrose, just east of Granbury, to Pecan Plantation, to Cordova, Walnut Springs, and guess what? Some of these some areas could get wind gusts over 60 miles an hour, a lot of heavy rain and lightning and heavy rain, you betcha. That's something we're definitely going to be dealing with here as activity continues moving from west to east, but some folks are going to get some very strong winds as well. So we're here for it. We're going to keep you updated, but at the same time, let's, temper our expectations. I don't think we're going to have trampolines flying, at least I hope not, and if we do, somebody has made a big boo-boo. Craig, thank you very much, and Joja, thank you very much as well for the super chats. Big W's for all of y'all in the chat. All right, severe thunderstorm warnings continue for Denton, Cook, and Tarrant counties. Potential for strong wind gusts over 60 miles an hour in spots. Small hail, heavy rain, and lightning. We're not doing tornadoes. We're not doing baseball-sized hail. We're not doing 100-mile-an-hour winds trying to knock your stuff over. This is the kind of stuff that may try to take out your power. Stephenville, yeah, go to bed. You're good. Gainesville, you're going to get some gusty winds here in the next several minutes with rain and lightning. Stephenville, yeah, you're good. It's going to be storming for a while, but you're done. Laredo, you're not going to be dealing with anything from this, I don't think. You're too far south, so you should be good to go. What kind of wax do I use on my head? Head and shoulders, knees and toes. That is it. Ho, ho, ho. If my noise canceling doesn't mute me out, I sing a song for you and I'm out. Okay, so boy, if I ran a channel that lived on super chats, I'd be rolling in it right now with the psalm. I'm kidding. So, all right, folks, good news. If you're in DFW, it's going to rain in the next hour. If it's not raining already, it will in the next hour. So, anywhere near DFW, anywhere near Highway 75 or 35 from Hillsboro to the Red River in the next hour, it's going to rain. It's going to storm. There's going to be lightning and gusty winds to bore you. Winds will be out of the west. Hail right now, there's small hail in spots. A lot of lightning, etc. So, A lot of noise, a lot of wind, a lot of rain, etc. Going to bed?
No.
Mm.
Taking a break.
Good job. So that, ladies and gentlemen, is what we are going to be monitoring with that. Now, let's go check on what's going down in the Edwards Plateau. Del Rio, Rock Springs to Junction. You've got storms to your west. Heavy rain, lightning, and some strong winds. Brownwood, lightning. Brady, Menard, lightning, rain. That's about it, honestly. There's Menard, west of Rock Springs on 277. There's a storm with some strong winds, but honestly, look, we are a lot calmer than we were earlier. So we don't have softballs flying out the wazoo, etc. So DFW again. I'm just going to sit here repeating it, and that is okay. Here in DFW, we've got rain, we've got storms. They're moving east. Hi. What'd I do? Okay. I love you. We have storms and rain moving from west to east across the DFW Metroplex. And this activity is going to continue moving east at about 30 to 40 miles an hour. So, you know, look, I just looked at the analytics we have for the first time in hours. I really haven't looked at all. I'm shocked at how many people are watching this. So I suspect because of that, many of you are probably thinking the apocalypse is happening. I want to be clear. It's not. Let's temper our expectations here. We're not dealing with tornadoes right now. We're not dealing with a hurricane moving through the state. We're not dealing with softballs trying to level half the Metroplex's car supply. We're dealing with some pretty rowdy thunderstorms from Fort Worth and Burleson to Den to Gainesville. Some strong winds, a lot of lightning and heavy rain. These are noisy storms, but for most of you, this is just going to be a garden variety thunderstorm. You know, this isn't something that, you know, I'm not sitting here zooming in on everybody pulling up wind velocities. You know, this is something I'm essentially here to help talk folks through because, you know, storm anxiety is a real thing. But at the same time, again, we're not doing crazy, you know, we're not doing crazy nonsense in the sense of having spinny doom-dooms trying to knock stuff over. We don't have tornadoes. We don't have crazy hail or crazy wind right now. We have some pretty loud thunderstorms capable of producing some local wind damage, you know, tree limbs, maybe some fences. I mean, there'll probably be some power outages. And of course, knowing DFW, we're probably going to have half a dozen structure fires just from the lightning. Robster, thank you very much for that generous super chat. W's to you from the chat and in the chat. But, you know, that's why we're here. And what we're going to do, let me use this for now. And so some ways you can stay informed is by downloading the free Texas Storm Chasers mobile app. You get your local weather forecast no matter where you are in the United States right there on the homepage. It's a full weather app. You know, you have radar. You can get my forecast every day. We make a forecast video every day. And, you know, you can get those straight in the app. Just scan that QR code above my beautiful shiny head. Or search for Texas Storm Chasers where you download apps for your device. But, again, you know, we're here for the good and the bad. And that's why we're here, truthfully. I mean, even if it's not bad where you are, it's just bad for a few blocks. That's why we're here. So... let's press some buttons. We do have a new severe thunderstorm warning coming out, it sounds like. That's just going to be for the segment of the storm up near WinStar World Casino up to Marietta and Ardmore, Oklahoma. So here's the radar. Again, it is 9:30 p.m. just about. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David Reimer. We've been live now for 6 hours tracking thunderstorms across the state. We were live when these all started back west of Abilene several hours ago. What you're looking at are thunderstorms moving through. For DFW, I want to point out, we're going to have rain and lightning for a while after this, a couple hours, but the overall severe threat should be much, much lower. So, and thank you to everyone who's clicking that subscribe button. You know, my bell over here is just going. I'm glad that muted that out. I'll have to turn the voice filter off next time, but it's just nuts. Thank you very much. So, yeah, look, I mean, it's just us folk here, right? You know, I'm calm and silly and when I need to be and can be, and those of you who have viewed us before know I can be uptight and tying your ticks behind when I need to be when we're dealing with some super duper serious weather. But make no mistake, this can be serious. I mean, if you go outside and get struck by lightning, you're going to have a bad day. If you're standing by a window, one of these storms ends up having a high enough wind gust to throw a tree limb in the window and it breaks it and you get cut, it's going to be a bad day. So I'm not saying to disregard these storms. I'm just saying it's Texas now. Come on. Let's have some perspectives, all right? So right now we're dealing with a base level severe thunderstorm in the sense we have some strong winds up to 50 to 60 miles an hour. We have heavy rain. There's lightning, and lightning is frightening. The hail sizes, I have not seen any hail reports recently. I think that we might have pea-sized hail if that. So this mostly is good gully washer, good rain, a lot of lightning. Thank you, Joanne, for that very kind note. Appreciate it. And there you go. What about the hook developing on the weather front in Den? So we'll take a look at that. You know, at times there's some interesting features, and I think you're probably talking about this near Corinth, maybe. See that right there, eh? Well, here's the which way the wind is blowing mode. Not really seeing any velocity signatures there, but yeah, we have to watch out for some of those little hooks on the leading edge of these storms sometimes. Let me see. And I can switch to a local radar and look. And yeah, we're not seeing any rotation with that right now. But that was a good call out. Oh yeah, and we're having strong winds in DFW. Look, we're seeing a little pocket here approaching Double Oak, winds of 50 to 60 miles an hour. So, merch, eh? Y'all need me to make merch, huh? I'll admit, the merch selection I have made so far is pitiful and pathetic. All right. How about this? After we get through tomorrow, I will go through and make a beautiful merch selection this week on Thursday and Friday, all right? So check back if you haven't forgotten about me by the weekend, and we'll have a good merch selection available, including some Boldy and Chief-isms, all righty? So, yeah, we probably have a little bit of small hail maybe around Den. There is a little bit of a hail core showing up here, and by a little I mean maybe P to dime, nickels. Hey look, it's the 70s show, or the 90s show, or whatever that was that didn't turn out so well in the last couple years. But yeah, we've got strong winds, we got lightning, you betcha, and we got stormies. They're moving off to the east still at about 40 to 45 miles an hour. So let's do a time on this. And again, we're going to do this at 45. So this line of storms will be rolling on into Whitesboro around 9:45. Sherman, 10 to 10:05. 75 down to Howell, about 10:05. Van Alstyne, 10:10. Melissa and Anna, right around 10:05 to 10:10. McKinney, about 10 to 10:05. Prosper, 9:50. Salina, 9:54. Aubrey, 9:35 to 9:40. So in the next several minutes. Frisco on the Dallas North Tollway, 9:45 to 9:50. Wiley about 10:10. Garland 10:05 to 10:10. Carrollton 9:45 to 9:50. Mesquite 10:10 to 10:15. Dallas downtown right around 9:55 to 10. About 9:50 to 9:55 west side to Dallas. A few minutes later east side to Dallas. Mesquite around 10:10. Heath and Rockwall right around 10:20. Seagoville about 10:15 to 10:20. Hutchins and Wilmer around 10:10. Lancaster to Red Oak about 10:10 to 10:05. Duncanville around 9:55. Cedar Hill 9:55. Midlothian about 10. So that is the storm track over the next hour. And again, these are not your big, bad, very mad, I'm going to try to take you out with hail situation storms. These are your storms that are trying to be rambunctious at times. So, we'll keep a close eye on it, and that's exactly what we're going to do. But the good news is, we're not hearing any recent reports of issues. I haven't heard any recent reports of big hail, any hail, no big wind reports recently. So, we might just be transitioning into more of a typical garden variety thunderstorm situation with a lot of lightning, some heavy rain, gusty winds. And, this is going to be enough rain to probably flood some streets. Sylvia, Alice, George, thank you all very much for your generous super chats. Rondanarn, same to you. Thank you, everybody. W's for them in the chats. And then guess what? Cleburne, it's about to storm. Lightning, gusty winds, heavy rain. Heading down towards Walnut Springs, Meridian. Same thing. It's storming, it's pouring. Nothing severe there. Edgecliff Village, you know what? At this point, you're going to be in the next few minutes. If I remember my location of Edgecliff Village, next few minutes. So, Central Texas, there's really not anything going on right now, it looks like. We know storms we had around Kendall County earlier have dissipated. Nothing going on. We have some showers west of Waco. Now, we do have new storms developing out west in the eastern Concho Valley, Western Hill Country. You can see we're starting to see some decent activity in terms of, small hail, heavy rain, and lightning. From Brownville to Brady to the town I can't pronounce, that's Menard, west and north of Junction, west of Rock Springs, and then we've got a storm west of Del Rio. Del Rio, you're going to be getting stormed on here again in the next probably hour, the potential for hail and strong winds. So, that all, I'll put a loop on this, that's going to be moving east-northeast. That'll be an issue mostly for the hill country, Edwards Plateau, etc. Yeah, North Richland Hills, you can go to bed. Again, this stuff in DFW, right now, honestly, well, even though it's going to be a new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be for several counties. This is going to be Rockwall, Collin, Dallas, Cook, and Grayson counties. These are going to be severe thunderstorm warnings for the potential. This is a fairly baseline severe warning for up to 60-mile-an-hour winds and no hail. So that means this line of storms moving east towards, Sherman, Al, Van Alstyne, McKinney, Plano, Garland, Dallas. Collinsville, Tioga, Sadler, we could still have some pretty strong winds here. 40, 50, maybe locally 60 miles an hour. The potential for some very heavy rain. This is not really a hail situation at this point. So, lightning, gusty winds, heavy rain. We'll be here to talk you through it. That's why I'm here. So, we'll be here to talk you through it. That's literally what I'm for. Granbury, go to bed. You're good. Thanks for joining us this evening. You can see down here, down Cleburne, we got some storms. We got lightning. We got rain. You know what? It's okay. It's not really severe right now. But, 40, 50, maybe 60-mile-an-hour winds. We have some heavy rain. We have lightning. And for everyone asking what these triangles are, those are just hail indications and spots. If the hail gets big enough, you'll see it'll start seeing 1, 2, 3, 4. That's hail in inches. I'll turn them off. I mean, I can turn the cell tracker on, but usually in a squall line, it's just complete and utter chaos. Yeah, it's really not utter chaos right now, is it? I mean, here, I can do this and it will be. There you go. There's your utter chaos. But, yeah, we're watching it, folks. At this point, we do have flash flood warning, though. Let's talk about that. Like I said, we were going to get some pretty rowdy rains in DFW and street flooding. That may end up being a more prevalent hazard. So we've got a 4-county flash flood warning now. This is going to be for all of Denton, all of Collin, all of Tarrant, all of Dallas. A flash flood warning is now in effect through 12:45 a.m. I'll go ahead and read the warning here. and this is going to be a flash flood warning for Tarrant, Dallas, Collin, Denton counties until midnight 45. We're expecting heavy rain across the Warren area, and again, we've had rain over the last week, so the streets are going to flood. The rivers increase are going to rise quickly, and the typical flooding spots are going to be typically flooded. So just keep that in mind, and, you know, it's hard to see high water at night, right? So be mindful of that. Why am I hearing thunder? It's a truck? Who in the right mind has a truck loud enough outside my window to make it sound like thunder? That is actually very Texas, let's be realistic, so good for them. Alright, I'm just taking a look at some data. Again, I have 12 monitors around me. It is a nerd kingdom galore in this place. So, again, that's your flash flood warning. No tornado warnings. We haven't heard any wind damage reports or any severe winds with this stuff moving through DFW recently, which is good. That means hopefully the storms are behaving themselves. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, a good old gully washer. It's a big old thunderstorm. You know, we're not doing tornadoes, we're not doing big hail, we're not doing 100-mile-an-hour winds. It is a thunderstorm, ladies and gentlemen. So if you are freaking out because you think you're about to get hit by a tornado, you are not. If you're freaking out because you think you're about to get hail, you're probably not. If you're freaking out because you're about to get a hurricane, a hurricane, by definition, is 74-mile-an-hour sustained winds or higher. You're not. You're going to get lightning. You're going to get heavy rain. And it's probably going to get pretty windy for a while. But that's about it. And we need the rain. Y'all want bluebonnets, right? Guess what? This will probably be enough to make things green up beautifully across North Texas this week. And hopefully kickstart our bluebonnet season. So smile, be happy. And, well, you're just going to have to deal. Alright, here's the radar in the hill country, the Concho Valley, the Edwards Plateau. San Angelo, it's still raining, you're done. And, look, we're going to have stormies all night. Who the heck started a 5,000-acre fire in the Panhandle? Was that tonight? What? Yeah, I don't know. Maybe a blue containment. Got a pretty good-looking storm just northwest of Junction. That could have some strong winds, maybe a bit of hail. Yeah, you know what? These storms tonight are plenty loud and proud. There's lightning. It is pouring cats and dogs out there. And there's probably some gusty winds. But, you know, trust me, I get the storm anxiety. I do. I became interested in weather as a kid because I was scared to death of thunderstorms. Lightning, forget it. Thunder, I mean, even in my teenage years, thunder and I didn't get along at all. And make no mistake, I learned more about weather so I could be less afraid of it, but even in that case, I still get anxiety. You know, for example, I lived in Oklahoma City for over 10 years. Most of you didn't know that. I moved to Fredericksburg, Texas down here last October. So for all those years, I was doing weather coverage for Texas from an office in Oklahoma City and Moore. Which, if you don't know Moore, Oklahoma, just Google it and you'll find out real quick. Yeah, I can't tell you how many times, you know, if you look back in past videos, I had to bolt out of coverage because the sirens started going off because we had a tornado warning. And I'm not saying use outdoor warning sirens for tornado stuff, by the way. They're built for outdoors. Get a better warning source than sirens, but... yeah, I mean, think about earlier. If that storm that moved from Comfort had moved up towards Fredericksburg and say, guess what? I'm sitting right here. I have two windows facing south. I mean, I'd had a lightning show earlier. I mean, I took y'all and showed you the lightning show. And make no mistake, I am going to set a camera up here to show that better next time. I've got, I mean, here, I'll show you real quick. I've got a little cute camera. This is the same kind of camera I'm using for this streaming camera. So all I have to do is plug this into like one of the 15 USB ports on the back of my mega computer here, and we're good to go. Stick it in the window, and we're set. So if we do this again anytime soon, you bet that's what's going to happen. But, again, storms, hill country, overnight, the Concho Valley. We're going to be dealing with them. Brownwood, Brady, all the way down to Junction, Rock Springs, Del Rio. Guess what? It's about to storm again for like the 5th time today in Del Rio. So, And all that's going to move east overnight. Now, let's take another look at North Texas. Then I'm going to pull up the model data and show you what we expect for tonight and tomorrow, timing-wise. So that should help answer questions. So, Cleburne, Fort Worth and Arlington, Louisville, Den, it's storming. Gainesville, same thing. All that is moving east towards Sherman. Let's actually, you know what, let's do it this way. Because most of you, if I say a county name, aren't going to know a county. I'll say it real quick, though. Grayson, Collin, Dallas, Rockwall counties. Okay? Let's try this again in a different way. Highway 75 from Denison and Sherman to Hal, Van Alstyne to Alstyne, McKinney, Anna, Melissa, Plano, Allen, Wiley, Garland, Dallas. Okay? Storms are moving east towards that line over the next 10 to 15 minutes. A lot of lightning, heavy rain, strong winds, and very small hail, if any hail at all. This is not really a hail situation, so you know, I just saw someone say in the chat, Inspector of Gadgetry. Shout out to you. Del Rio is our storm incubator. At times, yes, Del Rioing is a thing, but Fort Stocktoning is also a thing. Today was not a Fort Stocktoning sort of day, thankfully, but we're not far off from that being a daily thing, I'm sure. You know, maybe I'll just take my office mobile one day and we can go chase the Fort Stockton storms. Set up a little portable office in my 23-year-old 4Runner and do that. That'd be fun, right? I could do that on days where we didn't have many other storms in Texas. I put a Starlink on my roof, stay out of the hail core, but you know, I gave up storm chasing to do this for y'all. I mean, if you go on the Texas Storm Chasers YouTube back, you know, 5, 10 years ago, even 15, storm chasing videos for me, I used to storm chase all the time. You know, folks from 2010, 2011 might remember me because I was out storm chasing all the time with a little video camera in my dash and streaming it to the internet. Well, this is what I do now. And then we have an amazing team of folks out there who do the chasing instead. And yes, our little Nightbot on YouTube is going to get some refinements after this, don't worry. I do like its sarcastic answers, though. I will give it that. Even if it's not needed, but a little sass at the end of the day does make Baldy-in-Chief giggle, hooray. Central Texas, we're going to have some storms overnight, but the overall severe risk, there may be some gusty winds, maybe a bit of hail. There's nothing anywhere close to Central Texas right now, so it's looking okay. But as always, it's always good to have a way to get weather warnings overnight in case something changes. So here's DFW again. I'm mostly here at this point just to talk folks through the fact it is not the apocalypse. You know, we're not doing tornadoes. We don't have big hail. We don't have crazy winds. We have gusty winds. We don't have crazy winds. But, you know, Gainesville, you're done with, you're clear. Denton, you're clear. Fort Worth, you know what? Give it 10 minutes and you'll be clear. There's no tornadoes. Cleburne, it's rolling in now, so you're about to get lightninged galore. Irving will survive. The roads may not, depending on how many flood, but no, I'm afraid there is no cataclysmic softball-sized hail mega shark hurricane attacking this evening. Yeah, storm chasing was, you know, look, storm chasing is, for me, was fun, but it became more and more stressful as my priority shifted to doing this, bringing weather information, and also, you know, the traffic. I mean, there's so much traffic when storm chasing now. You wouldn't believe how many thousands of people do it. It's just gridlock. It's like you're driving out in the middle of, you know, West Texas on a 2-lane highway, and it looks like 635 in North Dallas. And I'm not exaggerating. Miles. So, let me undo that. And yeah, Nightbot's going to get some trinkerings. So, Gainesville recorded a 66-mile-an-hour wind gust at 9:35 p.m. Now, something I haven't seen our thing do, which it should have been doing, was we were supposed to have something post warnings automatically in the chats. I don't see that happening tonight, so I'm sorry about that. I'll work on that. It was working the other day, but are we going to get a tornado? No, probably not, unless you really make me mad, in which case I'll use my super mind powers to redirect the closest one from, where are they now? Indiana. I don't think San Antonio's dealing with tornadoes tonight. I think Austin and San Antonio will get storms later tonight with some rain, but all right, let's do this. Let's look at the high-res rapid refresh model. And this will give us a sense of the timing overnight into tomorrow. Why is my scanner going off? Now I cancel page. All right. Yeah, there were some bad tornadoes in Illinois earlier. I know that. All right. Fort Hood, we'll have some storms overnight, but again, we're not expecting tornadoes, big wind, or hail. Nevertheless, it's always good to have weather warnings, right? All right, so let's press that. I'm going to press that, and we're going to load up the HER model tonight, and this is going to run from, 11 to 11. And folks, honestly, if you want to go to bed, you can go to bed. Just have a way to receive weather warnings. We don't have tornado warnings right now. I know we've got storms rolling through Sherman, McKinney, and Dallas the next little while, but look, I'll be honest, even those, we're talking some strong wind gust. So here's what the HER model shows overnight. Again, we're going to have probably storms and rain continue for a few hours behind the initial line in North Texas, Texoma. Then we're going to have some activity fire up in parts of the eastern Concho Valley Hill Country, northern Edwards Plateau, which it already is. And then that activity is going to keep moving east overnight as some scattered thunderstorms into North Texas, Central Texas, South Central Texas, the Hill Country. And look, some of those storms could be on the strong side. There may be some hail. There could be quite a bit of lightning, some heavy rain. But tornado threat will be low. And hopefully we'll be in good shape. But as always, it's a good idea to keep an eye on the sky. You can get weather warnings. A variety of ways to get those. There are free services offered typically by your city or county emergency management agency. And those notifications typically do include things like weather warnings. There's apps, wireless emergency alerts, those things that go off on your phone if, there's destructive severe storms or tornadoes. And we offer a supplemental service called Texas Storm Chasers WeatherCall Next Gen. I'm going to share some info about that in just a second in the stream chats. I'm just pulling it up now. And, it's just one, if you really want that extra layer and, want to call from me, Baldy in Chief, that's something you can do. But, again, there are many ways to get weather warnings and many good ways to do it. It's always good to have multiple ways to do it. But here, I'll share the post. And this is going to go through to all the streams. It's going to be a Facebook post, but I can also just share the link. And again, that link I just shared to WeatherCall, that'll give you some information. And again, it's a supplemental source. It doesn't replace the free ones. And again, it's just something we offer. If you want it, cool. If not, hey, you know what? Just have a way to get warnings. I'm happy. I don't really care how you get them. Seen a pretty good surge of lightning right now in Johnson County. So we're going to take a look at that. A lot of cloud-to-ground lightning with this storm. Some pretty good winds right now from Mansfield to Alvarado, seeing winds near 40, 50 miles an hour. And yes, Nightbot is being difficult. I'm going to turn off that caps thing right after this is over. Don't be scared, be prepared. Keeper cats. There you go. Even though Nightbot decided you were spamming, even though you were not. Technology. So, guess what? It's storming. It's going to keep storming. And we need the rain. We have flash flood warnings for DFW. Probably going to have some street flooding issues. Places like Aubrey, it's storming, it's pouring. Aubrey, it's going to keep raining, but you're done. Pilot Point, same thing. Gainesville, you're done. I mean, it's going to keep raining for quite a while now, and there's going to be some lightning. Same thing for Louisville, Denton, Fort Worth. Now, we've got some training going on in Fort Worth right now. Notice how these storms are kind of just... They're not moving east as quickly now down here, which is going to start dumping a lot of rain and a lot of lightning. Alright, so, as I smack the microphone. Frisco, it's about to storm. Frisco, it's either storming or about to storm. A lot of rain, some lightning. But I'll be honest, the storms, there's going to be gusty winds. This is not something I'm really too worried about in the sense of, gusty winds trying to take y'all out. There's going to be lightning. There's going to be heavy rain. We're going to have quite a bit of cloud-to-ground lightning. But guess what? It's a good old Texas thunderstorm, ladies and gentlemen. Garland, yep, you're going to be getting storms here in the next 30 minutes. And we do note flash flood warnings for DFW. Street flooding galore, probably. Y'all don't get to escape without giant baldy head. Sorry. All right. And I mean, folks, realistically, at this point, we could transition from me being dressed up in my weather mode to more of my typical polo attire. So we're going to be dealing with, again, in DFW, honestly, look, if you have a way to receive weather warnings for the next hour, go to bed. Seriously, there's no tornado warnings. Most of this is not going to be trying to knock you down. Sherman, McKinney, it's about to storm. Stronger storms, honestly, I'd bet on right now from Arlington and Mansfield south towards Alvarado. That's where you have the most lightning. This stuff up here, McKinney, Grayson County is weakening, but there's still gusty winds. And again, we're going to have storms moving east overnight. We're going to have scattered showers and storms. We've got some new stuff already developing down here in the northern Edwards Plateau, the western hill country. And guess what? Some of these may go severe overnight with some hail, some strong winds, heavy rain, lightning. So that's something to always just keep an eye on. But right now, it's not looking super duper bad. As we hit 10 p.m. on the 10th of March, 2026. Good evening. I'm Texas Storm Chasers Baldy and Chief David-Reimer. We've been live now since 3:30 p.m. Central with severe weather updates for the state of Texas. Remember, we do Texas here. We're Texans and we care about Texas. So that's what we do, and appreciate everybody who's joined in today. Hit subscribe, join the family, click that like button. Get information when we're publishing new videos. Hit the subscription bell here on YouTube. It's all free and notify you. We do daily weather videos. Do you know that? I've been doing daily weather videos for years now. So you can see me every day if you want. Talking about the latest Texas weather. We have a free mobile app. You can scan that QR code above my shiny bald head here. It's free. No matter where you are in the United States, the app works. You can get your forecast locally. interactive weather radars. Get notified when we have live streams, severe weather information. We cover it all. Fire, wildfires. We had wildfires in the Panhandle today and yesterday. We had fires today with storms. Flooding, hurricanes, winter weather, severe weather. I hope we never have to do a tsunami, but we deal with that too. We are here for you. So, we appreciate everyone who's tuned in. And that is exactly why we're here. All right, I'm just checking on some data here. So again, here's what the latest radar looks like. Let's switch to the statewide view. No, you don't need to actually see the middle of nothing satellite view. Looks cool, but you don't need it. Turn on the radar. We'll turn off some of this stuff. We're not dealing with any rotation or tornadic activity at this time. We haven't had tornado warnings for quite a while, so that is good. Bell County, I mean, you're not going to have any storms anytime soon, but you'll probably have storms sometime after midnight in the morning. Not necessarily severe, but I can't completely rule it out. But yeah, I'd say you're fine to go to bed. Sorry, folks, we're losing the tie. That feels nice. So, yeah, you can see we're starting to see some new storms fire up in the Western Hill Country, Northern Edwards Plateau, Eastern Concho Valley. That stuff's going to be moving east with some lightning, heavy rain. Can't rule out a bit of hail and gusty winds with that, but the good news is, again, we're doing okay for now. It's going to be storming here in Texoma, Northeast Texas, Rockwall, later on. Again, I can pop the high-res rapid refresh model on in just a second. We'll show y'all what the expectation is overnight to tomorrow. I'm just setting it up on my iPad, sorry. We'll use that, we'll do that, do that. Yeah, let's just set this up like that. And I'm just going to let it play animations. Not like that. Alright, so let's just pop on this. This will show you the high-res rapid refresh model taking us into tomorrow. And, well, tonight into tomorrow. You can see, we're going to have storms overnight. And some of them are going to have some strong winds, maybe a little bit of hail, heavy rain. And then tomorrow afternoon, late tomorrow morning, tomorrow afternoon, Southeast Texas, the potential for quite a bit of rain, heavy rain. Maybe a few storms being severe with large hail. Not as much of a hail threat tomorrow, but some strong winds. And maybe, just maybe, a couple of brief tornadoes. So that is what we're expecting tonight to tomorrow. At this point, I'm just letting it play out so folks can get the gist of what's going on. and then we'll come back. Here's the current radar, and again, we do have storms. We don't have too much in the way of significant severe weather right now. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings for some 60-mile-an-hour winds in DFW, but even those storms aren't looking too impressive right now, thankfully. Soldad, thank you very much for that generous super chat. I appreciate it. W's for you in the chat. Big thank you. There is no tornado warning in Cleburne. No severe warnings in Cleburne. Thankfully. We'll take a look again here in just a moment. Yeah, Garland can go to bed. Kyle, thank you. Alina, thank you. Yeah, Garland, I mean, it's about to get windy, but yeah, Brownwood's fine. I mean, there's storms, but, you know, small hail, gusty winds. We have no tornado warnings. We don't have anything crazy going on. So that's good. Realistically, I'm kind of hoping we can get rid of this severe thunderstorm warning for the Metroplex soon. You know, these storms aren't looking as hot. For the most part, this is just a good old garden variety thunderstorm. Dallas has, no. Dallas has no tornadoes. We've got thunderstorms. Some strong winds. Flash flooding around Brownwood, yeah. Could see some street flooding for sure. We have flash flood warnings around DFW. This activity will continue moving from west to east this evening. Yeah, we got, I mean, make no mistake, these are still some pretty rowdy storms in North Texas. We've got quite a bit of lightning, we got heavy rain, gusty winds. It is a good old thunderstorm. We're not doing tornadoes, we don't have huge hail, we don't have, you know, 100-mile-an-hour winds. Thankfully. So, well, we're going to be keeping an eye on things, but you know what? It's chill. We're good. We're chill. Lancaster is going to begin some storms in the next 30 to 40 minutes. There's nothing really severe with them right now. This line of storms should be slowly weakening as it moves east of DFW, but there's still going to be some strong wind gusts, and I can't completely rule out a brief tornado. So that's why you have a way to receive weather warnings, right? Tornado warning should set your phone off into a tizzy. Little map? Yeah, we'll go back to the big map.
The National Weather Service has issued a new
We'll go ahead and take a
severe
look
thunderstorm
at the
warning
HER model.
for
Again,
Edwards
this is
County
the
in
expectations
Texas.
overnight into tomorrow morning. Timestamps at the top center of your screen. We're going to have storms overnight. Eastern half of the state. Gusty winds. Localized damaging winds. The tornado threat is very low, but it is not zero. I can't rule out a few spin-up tornadoes, but we may see some hail with those storms down the eastern hill country as well. In fact, we have a new severe thunderstorm warning just issued for Edwards County down in the Edwards Plateau, and that activity will be making their way into the hill country. So we'll be watching for that. I hope Waco gets rain tonight. And tomorrow morning, I think he will. But let's be honest, Mother Nature has not been kind lately. We are definitely starting to see an uptick in thunderstorm intensity across parts of the western hill country and northern Edwards Plateau. I don't know why this is showing like 4 cities. What is wrong with this thing? This thing's being dumb. That any better? What the heck? Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that. Stop beeping me. So again, we've got storms from Brady, west of Mason to Junction, moving east. We've got storms all the way down to Rock Springs, and some of these are starting to go severe again, with a risk of hail, quarter-size hail, and localized damaging wind gusts. Dallas, it's raining, it's pouring, you're going to have some gusty winds, but other than that, you'll probably be okay. Flash flood warnings are in effect, though, so please be mindful of high water on roads. So again, hill country is going to be storming tonight. This line of storms is going to start moving east, could have some pocket change size hail, strong wind gusts, and those storms are definitely starting to increase in intensity as we see upper level lift arrive from the west. So as that continues, we're going to start seeing more storms move from west to east here in the hill country, and some of those are going to have some potent winds, could be over 60 miles an hour. We could have some hail, the potential for localized damaging winds, bit of flooding. So what we have in North Texas right now, and for most of us, honestly, is a good old-fashioned thunderstorm. This stuff, DFW, look, it's a good old-fashioned thunderstorm at this point. I have not seen a single report of strong winds in the sense of, winds over 60 miles an hour in DFW in over an hour. Last reports we had were from Decatur and Gainesville, and those were 60, 65 mile an hour winds. Now, we're going to keep an eye out. I am keeping an eye out on this stuff from southern Dallas County into western Ellis County. Did we lose the Fort Worth radar? Why am I not getting data? No, it's still working. Why does it hate me? Let me reset that. But again, we're just, most of this good old garden variety thunderstorm. Sherman, Dallas, they just canceled the whole severe shebang. Severe thunderstorm warnings for DFW have been canceled. No more severe warnings in Grayson County, Collin, etc. All the warnings have been canceled that are severe for wind and hail. Flash flood warnings remain in effect for the DFW Metroplex. We got heavy storms moving east across DFW, so we're going to have street flooding. We're going to have all sorts of nonsense from that. And we're probably going to have lightning trying to set things on fire. I just saw a report from DFW Scanner of a house fire from lightning up in Highland Village. Probably lightning, if I had to guess. I don't know for sure, but there you go. Yeah, Fort Worth, it's raining. It's storming. These are garden variety storms in DFW. So if you're in DFW, honestly, you can go to bed. I mean, if you got a way to receive weather warnings, if something randomly happened, yeah. But at this point, it's going to be raining and storming for a while. Severe warnings have been canceled. We do see some uptick in thunderstorm intensities down here in the Edwards Plateau and the Concho Valley Hill Country region. And we could see some warnings overnight with that, with maybe some hail, strong winds. But across North Texas, again, we're going to have gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning. But really, we're doing okay in DFW. That's not to say the storms don't pack a punch. I mean, there's plenty of lightning for sure. But we'll be keeping a close eye on this for sure. All right, let me turn that off. So what we're going to do is those of you watching on Facebook, what we're going to do, because Facebook typically gets mad if we stream too long, we're going to turn the Facebook stream off. We're going to keep YouTube going. We're going to keep Twitch going. So if you're on Facebook, head on over to YouTube. Search for Texas Storm Chasers. You can watch us there. You can watch us on TexasStormChasers.com. Just click the first article link on the homepage. If you're in the Texas Storm Chasers mobile app, hit us up. Go to articles. It's the first link there. But Facebook, again, we can't stream too long because they get mad. So we're going to keep it going on YouTube and hope you'll join us over there. So thank you for watching us on Facebook. If for some reason we have any new tornado warnings overnight, we will return, but on Facebook. But we're going to keep the party going here on YouTube. So hit us up over on YouTube if you're watching us on Facebook, and we'll be back over there if we have issues. Otherwise, hope you join us over on YouTube. You guys think I said YouTube enough? It is true, though. Facebook is not a platform that promotes long-duration streams, typically. So, yeah. What we're going to do is keep on going. But again, we have no severe warnings in North Texas. In fact, we have one severe warning in Texas. It's going to be this storm that's around Rock Springs. And that's going to be for mainly a hail threat. Tasha, thank you very much for that super chat. W's for Tasha in the chat, y'all. We definitely appreciate it. Yeah, it's windy. I mean, DFW, look, it's windy. Make no mistake about it. Yeah, the storms pack a punch. You got gusty winds, but no tornadoes, no hail. Central Texas is going to get storms overnight. Again, here is the high-res rapid refresh model overnight, showing storms moving into Central Texas. Some of them could be on the strong side, maybe some small to pocket change size hail, gusty winds, etc. Very low threat of a tornado. I'm not going to say zero because that's not a good idea, but you know what? It is what it is, right? Starting to get a few more severe warnings down in the hill country, it looks like. Got a severe warning around Rock Springs. My phone's chirping about something. I don't see a new severe warning yet, but it's okay, everybody. It's all right. It's okay. A severe thunderstorm warning for Del Rio for like the 20th time today, so there's the new severe weather warning. We'll take a look at that. Again, Del Rio, you do have a storm over the city, especially northern sides of town. The potential does exist for that to produce quarter-size hail, wind gusts over 60 miles per hour. San Antonio will probably have some storms in by the morning. Yeah, we're probably got some wind damage from Decatur to Gainesville. That's where storms are stronger, and we did have wind measurements of about 65 to 70 miles an hour. So here's the radar again for the Edwards Plateau and the Hill Country. We are expecting storms will increase across the Hill Country from west to east overnight. Some of them could be on the strong side, gusty winds, bit of hail. So, that is what we are going to do. Now, I am going to say this as well as I can. SPEREZ 444. That is ridiculous. No. That was just ridiculous. Thank you so very much for that extremely generous super chat. And thank you for being here with us this evening. It's what we try to do. It really is. We try to make a difference and a positive difference. So that's what we're doing here. And we're just going to do our best to help folks out. So we do note the Storm Prediction Center did just issue a tornado watch for eastern Oklahoma. It includes one county of northeast Texas, the Clarksville area. It includes y'all for some reason. No one else, but just y'all. So we're going to be keeping an eye on things overnight and to the morning with storm activity. But what I'm going to do for now is the stream's not going anywhere, but I am going to take about let's do this. Give me about 15 minutes of not talking so I can eat some dinner, drink some water, and we'll keep going. The stream's not going anywhere. I'm not going anywhere. You're just going to hear some music instead of me talking for a little bit. And you know what? If we have something dumb happen in the 15 minutes I'm trying to eat dinner, hop right back on. I'm going to be sitting here in this chair. So we'll be back with severe weather updates here as time goes on. And by eventually, I mean once I figure out where my button is here where I can fix this stuff. There we go. So stream's not going anywhere. You're just going to hear a little bit of music for a little while. So we'll be back at 10:40 p.m. with continuing severe weather updates sooner if necessary. All right, folks. I said 10:40, but I lied. I'm back already. No, not because we have big problems. It's just I'm back. So we'll go ahead and keep on chit-chatting with y'all. And keep an eye on things. And again, we have a few severe thunderstorm warnings down in the Edwards Plateau right now. We have no tornado warnings in Texas. We have no severe thunderstorm warnings in North Texas or the Hill Country, though the Hill Country stuff may need some at some point. Here's what's going on. Line of storms is racing east from west to east across North Texas this evening. You can see we've had storms move across DFW. We have flash flood warnings in effect. Storms right now in DFW extend from near Bells to Farmersville to Bulk Springs to Red Oak and moving on east in a hurry at about 40 to 50 miles an hour with the potential of wind gusts of maybe 40 to 55 miles an hour. Not really hail. Not expecting there to be tornadoes with this. Just a lot of heavy rain, cloud-to-ground lightning, gusty winds. It is pouring, it is storming, and it's a good old gully washer. So if you're in DFW, go to bed. It's okay. You know, it's going to keep raining for a while. But go to bed. It's okie dokie. And yeah, it's going to be windy. And I can't completely rule out these storms still producing some stronger winds closer to 60 miles an hour, but we haven't had any reports of that. None of the weather stations have measured that. So we'll just be watching it carefully as that line moves into northeast Texas. And some of those storms could continue to be on the strong side as they move east of 75, move up towards Highway 69, and then to 271 over the next couple of hours. Sorry, I'm shaking my caffeine water. It's always nice when you can take your caffeine with as a form of water. So, yeah, Paris, at this point, I wouldn't be surprised if you're dealing with some strong storms by midnight. Gusty winds, heavy rain, lightning. And yeah, these storms still have gusty winds. To be considered severe, you need to have winds of 58 miles an hour higher, quarter-size hail or larger, or a tornado, any of those criteria. So, right now, I think we're running probably closer to, let me see if we have one, 40, 50 miles an hour. So it's still plenty windy, mind you, but, yeah. But we're watching things carefully. It's going to storm here in the next hour. So, that'll move in northeast Texas. Then we have new storms developing and becoming a bit more organized now down in the Hill Country, roughly from Comanche to Richland Springs to Mason, all the way to Rock Springs and Del Rio. Yeah, it's Del Rioing again. Y'all are getting storms. And yes, Nightbot is being a bit temperamental, so don't let Nightbot annoy you too much. It won't ban you or anything, and 5-second timeouts, thankfully, aren't too bad. I did see it give like 600 seconds to someone earlier who really made Nightbot mad, apparently. So again, yeah, Del Rio, we've got a pretty good hailer now actually moving into town from the Mexico side of the border. And then we do have a line of storms setting up with some gusty winds, heavy rain, maybe some hail. I think the main threats would be a little bit of smaller hail, gusty winds, heavy rain, and cloud-to-ground lightning out here in the Hill Country. On the Edwards Plateau. So, we're going to be watching for that. We'll switch back to the high-res San Angelo radar. I want to take a look at what's Del Rioing. Let me see if we can't get a better look. I'm going to use this radar. The Del Rio radar is offline, so that's why we're having to use 150 miles away. If I was worried about low-level rotation, this would be very bad because we don't see low-level rotation. But for hail cores, it is what it is. So again, hailstorm moving into Del Rio again. There's no tornadoes in DFW. We've got storms up from Del Rio to Rock Springs, east of Junction to Mason, to San Saba, up to Comanche, and all that is moving off to the east. Northeast at about 40 miles an hour. And again, there could be some hail in this. Quarter-size hail, pocket change size hail. As this activity moves off to the east, northeast this evening. Otherwise, we're just dealing with a lot of garden variety thunderstorms, y'all. We're not doing tornadoes right now. We're not doing spinny doom-dooms. We don't have big hail. We just got a lot of cloud-to-ground lightning. Those gusty winds will be moving into places like Bonham, Wolf City, Greenville here in the next 20 minutes or so, as this line of storms moves from west to east at about 40 miles an hour. Plenty of good, beneficial rains, although we do know a flash flood warning is in effect for all of DFW. Watch for street flooding, y'all. We'll probably have some storms around Fort Hood overnight. Maybe a little bit of hail, gusty winds, but not much more than that. Turd floater? Yeah, I can do that. What is that? Just looking over some things. You're very welcome. And again, I get the storm anxiety thing. I really do. So that's one reason I'm still here chatting about this. Normally, I would have stopped already, to be honest. But we're definitely dealing with some rowdy thunderstorms, a lot of lightning, a lot of heavy rain. But again, we're not, there's nothing severe in North Texas right now. To be severe, you need to have damaging winds over 58 miles an hour, tornadoes, quarter-size hail or larger. We're not dealing with any of that right now, thankfully. So, lightning is frightening. There is a lot of lightning with these, a lot of heavy rain, quite a bit of gusty winds as well.
The National Weather Service has issued a new severe thunderstorm warning for
Kinney and Valverde County in Texas.
Just looking over some things this evening. Hope y'all are doing well. So again, DFW, look, it's storming. There's nothing severe. You can go to bed. I know there's a lot of rain, gusty winds. We're keeping an eye on it. Even the lightning counts come down quite a bit with these storms in North Texas. So our main severe weather issue is going to be the potential for some spin-ups, excuse me, for some hail down in the Edwards Plateau. We'll go look at that in a minute. Beep, beep, beeps. All right, so we do have a few severe thunderstorms becoming rambunctious in South Texas. So let's go ahead and take a look at that. We do have a couple of severe thunderstorm warnings. Again, these are going to be from near Del Rio. And we can take a look at the Del Rio storm specifically. Looks like we've traded one warning for another, so the warnings further north near Rock Springs have been canceled or expired, and now we have this activity near Del Rio. And again, Del Rio, you're getting a pretty good storm right now again. Could have quarter-size hail, heavy rain, localized damaging winds, and probably some street flooding. You've had several storms today, so flash flooding, probably. So heads up Del Rio as that storm moves off to the northeast. At about 30 miles an hour. And by the way, there's more. There's more on the other side of the border heading your way. So you're not done yet. There's more storms that'll be moving into Del Rio over the next hour or so. Rockwall, you're going to have some rain here shortly. I mean, it's storming now, Rockwall, so really you're in the worst of it right now. It's windy, it's raining, it's storming, it's pouring. But you know what? If the old man is snoring, you're okay, and I think you can go snore. Bastrop, we might have some storms tomorrow morning. Maybe some gusty winds, lightning, brief heavy rain. So we've got rain right now from Rock Springs to Mason to San Saba to Goldthwaite. Comanche, you've got some rain right now and lightning. That's all it is, though. There's nothing severe with this, just a good old gully washer, ladies and gentlemen. It is raining, it is pouring. If you prefer me to say the turds are floating, there you go. Merry Christmas, happy birthday. It's that kind of a night. It is most definitely some strong storms up here, exiting DFW to the east from near Bonham to Greenville, Celeste, Fate, Josephine, Seagoville, Forney. But good news is no severe thunderstorm warnings, no tornado warnings, and we are dealing with, thunderstorms that are generally weakening as a whole. So that's good news. Just some heavy rain, gusty winds, and we are good to go. So, hey, you know what? Go to bed. So if you got a way to receive weather warnings or something, just in case something rogue happens, hey, you're good. A warning for Del Rio. Just got upgraded to golf balls, so Del Rio may be getting golf ball size hail. How nice. So again, folks, we have, at this point, we're not dealing with any sort of significant severe weather in Texas. The one severe storm in Texas is in Del Rio, where there's golf ball size hail. Otherwise, everywhere else in the state right now, there are no severe thunderstorm warnings. There are no tornado warnings. So if you're watching and you're worried about being hit by something right now, unless you're in Del Rio and you're worried about hail, you're okay. We're here for you, though. You know what? We are here. We're keeping a close eye on things. You can see we do have a couple severe thunderstorms and even a tornado warning in eastern Oklahoma. Hey, Stream Deck, quit hitting the buttons I don't want you to hit. That is quite enough. You're getting put in timeout. Shun. Shun. Thank you. Rain, go away. Baldy's tired and wants to go to bed. All right, so here we go. Storms again. We have some stuff up in eastern Oklahoma that's severe. Not here. We've got line of storms moving east out of Dallas and Sherman towards Bonham, Greenville, Kaufman. Gusty winds, heavy rain. At this point, occasional cloud to ground lightning, not even all that much lightning. It's flying northeast. We have more storms extending back southwest into the hill country, the Edwards Plateau. That activity is mostly behaving right now. Is moving off to the northeast, about 40 miles an hour. Can't rule out some hail overnight. Gusty winds. And, I mean, the tornado threat is very low. I'm not going to say it's zero because that's just not a good way to taunt Mother Nature. You never want to do that. But we're looking okay. So, no, there is not a touchdown in fate. There's no tornadoes in fate. Trust me, if there was tornadoes, I'm pretty sure we'd be hearing about it by now. Sorry. It's windy. And you know what? Even when we're done this live stream, you know what? We have a 24/7 live stream that's always running. It gives audible weather warnings, give visual weather warnings. Radar's always on. We got cameras on it. So you'll be able to find out when this stream's done. Whenever that may be. But again, you know what? We're not doing too shabby. Oh, let's see. Let's go ahead. Let's show you the HER. And again, this is just to give you a sense of the timing overnight into tomorrow, where we could have some storms continuing in the East Texas, Southeast Texas. So, again, it will remain stormy overnight, the eastern third to the eastern half of Texas. Most storms will not be severe. And by severe, quarter-size hail or larger, damaging winds of 58 miles an hour or higher, or tornadoes. Going into late tomorrow morning into tomorrow afternoon, we may see some severe weather risk increase again in southeast Texas, east Texas, and the Golden Triangle. But we'll deal with that tomorrow, after the sun comes up. I know, it's been a pretty busy day. We had a lot of severe thunderstorm warnings, a few tornado warnings, had at least one tornado southeast of Abilene. That was actually confirmed by storm chaser Chad Casey. Very happy to have him work with us and work with him. That tornado last week. Yeah, the coverage we did out here on Highway Jefferson, north of Jefferson on Highway 59, up here. Yes, that was a EF2 tornado, so a strong tornado. It was on the ground for about 5 miles out here on Highway 59, up north of Jefferson a good ways, south of Linden. The Weather Service did a damage survey on that, so fortunately no one was killed from that. There were a couple of injuries. So we are looking okay. right now, but we're definitely going to be keeping a close eye on things. Overnight. Hey, there you go, Steel Horse. Great time to sign up for WeatherCall. You know what? It gives you that peace of mind. Hey, go for it. Very happy to be able to help folks out. Let me tell y'all, it gets tiring. I'll have to, I do need to clean up the wires for all this before I'm actually going to show a picture of this office, but let me tell you, it gets tiring. I have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12 monitors in here. That's why I'm looking all around. That's why I'm not just looking at the camera here. Now, the main radar I use for what y'all are seeing on air is right here. So I'm able to look at you and the camera. But, you know, when I'm looking all around, I'm looking at production stuff. I'm looking at more production and cameras. I'm looking at statewide radar. I'm looking at social media. I'm looking at more real-time weather reports. I've got really detailed weather radar over here so I can do some analysis. And then I'm actually watching our live stream, our 24/7 live stream that's running over here on a separate computer. So, and then I've got an iPad on the floor, cameras in my face, lights in my face. That sounded very whiny, didn't it? Yeah, it's all right. Whiny Reimer. So, the good news is DFW, we are going to have some rain and storms overnight continue. The overall severe weather risk is not high at all. We've got this activity moving into northeast Texas, and look, I'll be honest, right now, it's not doing much. We'll look at the high-res rapid refresh model in a minute and see what that might show. I do need a cheese block, don't I? I've actually got more room than I did in the last setup. I'm actually pretty happy with it. Things are laid out quite nicely. I have 2 vertical monitors set up. So, that's always nice. And yeah, those of you watching on the David Reimer channel, that thumbnail, that was a last-minute thumbnail. Yeah, that is interesting, isn't it? Don't worry, it will be a much better thumbnail next time, and it will not be like that. So, please, you are more than welcome to give me grief for it, but yeah. So we're doing a lot better right now, which is why I'm having a chat with y'all and just being informal, but no, I'm excited. You know, this was the first real storm setup I've had a chance to test this office equipment, test stuff we've been working on over the winter. You know, this layout, for example. I guess y'all aren't even seeing the real-time radar because I forgot. It's not like I don't have 50 monitors to remind me. There you go. This layout difference, you know, I'm happy to be able to play with all this. We're going to be adding more down the road. By down the road, I mean pretty much after tomorrow. I did about probably a good 80 hours of coding last week. And of course it didn't, I kind of have it in a state of flux right now to where I couldn't leave it on today, or at least it didn't seem to be on today. But a lot of good stuff that's going to help me. It's going to help the production team. It's going to help the moderating team. kind of a behind-the-scenes digital assistant program. That'll be very nice to help with. So I'm very excited about that. We have a lot of cool stuff coming to help, well, bring you the weather information, honestly. That's why I'm here. So, in terms of what we have right now, we do have a severe storm warning northeast of Del Rio. It's still pouring rain in Del Rio. We got storms from Camp Wood all the way up into west of Lakey. Now entering Harper. We've got storms in Llano County, San Saba. All this activity moving from west to east across the state. So, hey, you know what? How about we play the radar? That'd be great. Software. Software said no. Software now gets reset. It's a beautiful morning, it's a beautiful day. I'm gonna drink some caffeine and say, hey, hey. You know, on a personal note, this is only the second cup of caffeine I've had during this whole thing. This is only 120 milligrams per bottle. If you watched last year, you probably saw I was drinking Celsiuses and all that like no one's business. But I'm actually really surprised I got through this today with only this. I must really be doing well with this layout where it's not exactly exhausting. DFW, it should be just rain. And if for some reason there were stronger storms, it would maybe be some hail. I'm not expecting spinny, doom, mischief. All right, let's play this. You know, Duke, that's a great question. Backstory, I did move to Fredericksburg in late October. I was up in Oklahoma City area for about 12 years. Oh, I'm loving it. I love the small town community. I love the fact that even though it is, you know, a smaller town, population about 12,000, you know, it has all the luxuries and amenities of, I know, a larger city in the sense of shopping. You know, we got a Chick-fil-A. Discount Tire just opened up down the road. We've got H-E-B. We've got, you know, a Walmart. We've got great restaurants, obviously, local, not really even chain. Outside of, you know, Chick-fil-A and the fast food, we have great local restaurants. And, of course, the wineries and the facilities out here and the state parks. I mean, it is such a great area. I was actually I was a little worried when I moved down here because I thought I would not be able to get super high-speed internet in the sense of, you know, symmetrical fiber. And I'm nerding out here, so I'm sorry. It just means I'm able to upload stuff really fast in addition to download. And no, I have symmetrical gigabit fiber. And I'm good with that. You know, my office, I had multi-gig fiber up in Oklahoma City. And, you know, if time comes where that comes around here, I'll probably get it. And I'm already all set for it. Everything network-wise is 10 gigabit. So, no, I'm thrilled. And clearly, I've not had any issues with internet issues or whatever. For what it's worth, I also have redundancies. I've got a cellular modem backup already linked into my Unify network to auto switch over if I have a failure at the main system. And I have a Starlink dish as well that I can quickly get set up and just use if I need to. So, power-wise, I typically say I could just power things with my car, but my car is currently in the shop for $4,000 worth of work because, well, it's a 2003 4Runner, and it was time for a lot of preventative maintenance. So, Van, yeah, there's no severe weather in Van. I mean, you're going to have some storms moving in from the west, but, yeah, go to bed. Royce City, same thing. You've got some storms, but nothing up in North Texas is severe in the sense of damaging winds, hail, or tornadoes right now. Now, could we have some severe weather in Northeast Texas overnight? Yes. Is the risk high? No. But I'm not going to say it's zero. So, no, honestly, I really, look, depending on how this spring goes, and look, I will talk business for a few minutes, because let's be realistic. It costs money to do all this. It costs money But, I am very, I go by crowd support. And I'm happy to do it because God has put me on this planet to do this. So, I'm not sitting here, doing a bunch of crazy promotional stuff and stuff like that. But you know what? If I am blessed enough, I would really love to do an in-person event around here this summer. And maybe we can make that happen. Because, for all the online influence, we have a lot of, look, I'm not bragging. I'm really not. We have a lot of followers. We don't do really any in-person stuff typically. And that's a side effect of me. I'm actually a very introverted individual. I'm actually a high-level functioning autistic with a bit of Asperger's. So the personality you get on this stream is not the personality you typically get from me in person. I'm actually usually a very shy, quiet person in person. But, well, let's be honest here. Chatting with y'all, I'm staring at a camera. I'm in my nerd cave. So it's interesting, right? How that's evolved. But I'm blessed. I really am. So we'll try to make that happen. And we'll see what happens over the next, couple of months. But I'm happy to say after tonight and tomorrow, we're not going to have any more stinking storm weather for the rest of the week. That'll be nice. It's actually going to get pretty hot. 80s and 90s for highs across the state. Wildfire danger, unfortunately, probably too. So, Del Rio, good news, kind of. The hailstorm one is moved away. You get another storm, and hopefully it doesn't become too energetic. We'll take a look real quick. Raindrops are falling on my head. Hey, radar, let's go. Okay, so Del Rio, it's still pouring rain. There's probably going to be some flooding. So, yeah, we'll see if you get more storms. We do have storms extending up towards western Gillespie County, up in... Yeah, I said it wrong again. By the way, there's outflow boundary, but not much more. Llano County, San Saba, up to Goldthwaite, Comanche, Dublin. And then some of this activity may try to skirt back into DFW in the form of maybe some heavier rains later. But again, look, we really just don't have much going on. There's no severe weather outside of that storm northeast of Del Rio, so these are some good old-fashioned garden variety storms, which we need. Look, we need the rain. There's no doubt about that. And this should hopefully, for at least a good chunk of us, I'm hoping this is going to be enough to really kickstart that spring green up. Now, if we don't get rain after another week or 2 weeks, well, it's not going to help. But, get things to green up, that would be great. So, we'll see what's going on. But, folks, at this point, just watching what's going on here, what we're going to do is we're going to push everyone over. Well, let's do this. Before we do anything, let's take a look at the forecast overnight. We're going to pop on the super de-duper high-resolution rapid refresh model. We're going to load it up. And we're going to take a look at the timing for storms overnight. Now, this is 5 a.m. So let's go ahead and take a look, make sure I have the right buttons. I'm going to clear some of these city labels off so y'all can see it. And what we're going to do is we're going to go from midnight, and I'm going to go through 3 p.m. tomorrow. Just to give an idea of what storms are going to do. So again, if this is right, we are going to have more storms overnight in DFW with rain and lightning, maybe some small hail, but I don't expect much more than that in DFW. It's too rain-cooled. But you can see, Waco, Austin, San Antonio, hey, we're going to have some rain overnight. Northeast Texas, East Texas, same thing. And then going into early tomorrow afternoon, you can see we're going to have an uptick in thunderstorm activity here in East Texas, Southeast Texas, and the Golden Triangle. And that has the potential of producing some stronger winds, and there may be a few tornadoes, honestly. We'll see. That's definitely a pretty ambitious looking line of storms out there popping on up in East Texas early tomorrow afternoon. So we're going to have to watch that. That's where we are going to have a risk of severe storms out there tomorrow afternoon. But overnight, we could have a few strong to severe storms with a lot of just behaving storms. Eastern half of the state, a lot of cloud to ground lightning, heavy rain, small hail, gusty winds. And we're going to be keeping an eye on things. So what we're going to do is everyone watching on YouTube, we're going to push everyone over to our 24/7 live radar stream. It's a lot about what we've just been doing the last several hours, but you're going to get some cool music, and if need be, I'm able to cut it on that stream instantly. So I'm going to set some things up, and if we need to break in again tonight, we will. But I'm hoping we are going to mostly behave ourselves. We'll see, right? I mean, we'll see. But don't worry. I'm going to be in the chat with y'all. We're going to be keeping a close eye on things overnight as these storms move east towards I-35 in the Hill Country, Central Texas. And again, if we have any big-time issues, we will be back with continuous severe weather coverage. But for now, we've been behaving mostly for a while. So we'll get y'all over to the live stream where we have weather warning, software, all that. And we'll keep an eye on the sky with you. So 7.5 hours later, thank you very much for tuning in. We appreciate the trust you placed in not only me, the team, but our ability to help bring you weather information. Thank you very much, and have a good night. I hope I don't see you again tonight. Thank you, and God bless.